Welcome on and welcome all to the final day of the Pinnacle Cup #4's Swiss stage. My name is Peter, aka Counterfeit, joined by Freddy, aka Grimy Renard. Today, 6 teams enter with a 2-2 record. 3 of those teams will be going to the playoffs. 3 of those teams will be leaving the competition. Freddy, the quality of the teams today is honestly outstanding, though, and honestly shocking for this, this point in the competition.
Yeah, it's really strange to see. I think any team here today, especially this matchup with AGO versus SKADE. SKADE, a team that literally won the last tournament, and AGO, a team that's been playing at the highest level of CS this year at Pro League, are now both on the brink of elimination, because in the end, we're not going to see one of these teams go through to the playoffs, and that's going to be an absolute shock. So many good teams in this tournament so far we have said goodbye to, and I think we've got an absolute bang on our hands today. We can't see the other games have been played so far, and Team Spirit really impressed me just before they head off to the major, going 3-0, and then Gamer Legion, nice to see them finding just a consistent level of consistency, because they've been really all over the place. Like, they have really good results and then maybe not so much, but a team like Isurus, oh my god, have they surprised me. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive stuff, and of course, for anyone who is joining us late, you need 3 wins to get through to the playoff stages, which will be starting a little later down the line on the 25th of May, so we'll be taking a break off this tournament-wise. Of course, the teams we're most concerned with are the ones on the 2-2 record. So as we mentioned, AGO versus SKADE coming up, ECSTATIC versus MASONIC, and then Wisla Krakow versus Finest, all will be taking place today. All will be elimination matches, all best of 3s, and all with astonishingly good teams.
Yes, I think I'm also really excited for the Danish derby coming up next as well. That's going to be really interesting. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 teams did play on LAN, so I'm really interested to see how they'll perform online, especially with ECSTATIC just having a little bit more time with Excello than New Orpa. But heading back into this game, we should start and take a look at one of these 2 teams. I think who do you want to start with today? SKADE or AGO?
Yeah, I think AGO are a good place to start. It makes sense. AGO, they've certainly been coming and showing exactly what they've been capable of more recently. I think Lehman definitely deserves a particular mention here, because they have been playing out of their mind in this competition.
Yes, especially Lehman. I think he is the one player that is the reason why they're even in this tournament so far. He's only gone negative on 1 map across the whole tournament so far, and that was the other day against K23 on Mirage. But he's been posting a 1.21 rating throughout this tournament, only normally at a 1.03. And another player I really want to bring up is the Execo guy that you saw. I don't think many people will know who he is, and I don't blame you. He's a 16-year-old that played his first HLTV game in January. He has basically gone like open main advanced and now in AGO in the last 2 seasons. So definitely look out for him. And we're going to go over to SKADE now as well. And where do you even start with a roster like this? Every single player has the ability to just pop off and drop a 30 bomb, and that's definitely quite dangerous if you're playing against them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the performances across this team, they are frighteningly close with each other. Exactly as you said, every single player is going to be one you're going to be looking out for. Of course, we know that Bubble, the IGL, has also grabbed a lot of attention for themselves.
Yes, especially, I remember I was watching the Tier 2 talk, and they were talking about that they had some of the SKADE players on, and they were talking about how Bubble is the best IGL that Bulgaria has seen. So it's really good that Bubble has these really competitive players around him. And how I feel with SKADE is like each tournament they play well in, one player is like, okay, right, you're going to play well this tournament, and then next tournament I'm going to play well. Because every single time, and to be honest, they all play consistent. That's what I think is so dangerous. And while we head over to the veto, I'm just going to finish off that point as like every single player does really well, and that's dangerous. But we're going to go into the bans and picks now. See, knowing to these first bans, bog standard, Vertigo and Overpass being dropped out, and then Mirage being picked up by SKADE, which is very interesting. A map both these teams are very competent on. A map that actually AGO went 34-37 against Na'Vi on LAN as well. So that was an absolute brawl. And then Ancient That is a very interesting pick for AGO. Not in the fact that it's unusual, but I think they are unreal on this map. They went 12-3 against K23 the other day on their T side. And if no one's too familiar about Ancient, this is the most CT-sided map in the map pool. Teams barely scrape over 4 or 5 rounds on a T side, let alone 12. And then Nuke being the decider, not necessarily the strongest map for SKADE. That's definitely a map I do see them get brought down on a few times against upsets. So I'm interested to see if AGO are able to take home their map pick. Nuke could definitely be on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Ancient in particular for AGO. Like, I'm so excited to see what they can do there because
Yes.
It seems a lot of time they're going to be choosing the maps where they're favored, where the other team are the weakest. But Ancient is where both of the teams are extremely strong, so we should fully expect to see that one just go completely off the charts. But Mirage to start out here. I mean, as you said, SKADE, they've definitely got the numbers in here to really kind of provide us with meaningful statistics, and it's certainly a very decent map for them, if not necessarily their strongest.
That's the one thing about SKADE that I've been really impressed with, is that they have played the most HLTV games at 111, if I'm not mistaken, and they've won something like 78% of those games. They are just purely consistent, and while we head over to the game and head over into pistol round, just finish off the point of SKADE, they've just been so good, and they've given us so much info to work off us, whereas AGO, they have played 15 games before they went to Pro League this season, 15 maps this year before they went to Pro League in May, or no, in April, and they won 0 of those games, and they only won 3 maps. But we are going to be going into the pistol round, and hopefully AGO can start picking this up. But however, look, it's kind of fit. They've just completely relinquished the B bomb site early on.
I think there's a lot of respect there towards SKADE, and I think it's well-earned respect as Danny's Law will pick up the first kill. Pico, though, with a nice double pickup in return, maybe SKADE have fallen into a trap.
This is definitely winnable now. Fiku, very nicely done. They just overextended a tiny bit in towards him. Rainmaker, very close and personal, is going to get support from his teammates. There is a kit still in play from Fiku and Fulham. He's finally coming to action. He's coming up short now.
Bubble will pick up the last one, but they're left all by themselves. The IGL of SKADE up on high, does have the high ground advantage, will have to go in to the smoke, try and look for a live kill, and they find it!
He doesn't pick up the
They
kit.
get taken out in return, but I don't know if there's time left.
Oh, they didn't pick, so Ultimate didn't pick up the kit there, and he does get
Oh
the
my
fuse!
God.
Oh my god, what a start to the game! We've barely been awake for an hour, like over an hour, and AGO has already just given us an amazing bit of Counter-Strike. Ultimate, AWPer by nature, does it with a pistol, and what a retake. It was so close, but Bubble's going to be having bank. Yeah, look at it, because they've got the bomb down, they've got an extra $800 from that, and then Bubble's just got an AK and like armor and utility.
Oh my gosh, well, we promised you a strong opening match for our last day before we head off for our break, and it is delivered so far. Both of these teams, even with SKADE being returning champions, they know they are not guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. I mean, Nico, you couldn't start off better than that.
Very, very well played by them, by AGO so far. But this buyback in will just prove 1 for 1. The middle player does get taken down, but look at this from the A defensive. Dreamer opening up, leaving Ultimate all alone. He's going to lose his life, and AGO, that's going to crumble 1 by 1.
Wow, that is going to really put a hit to the confidence. I mean, last round was close. This round is not looking like that at all. Well, SKADE, they've certainly shown a pretty good ability to show explosivity. Echo, I have to think at this point, now you've got the rifle, you've got to surely back off, because SKADE, they're moving out and they're cutting off any kind of retreat.
If I was a youngster here, I would just count my losses now. He could, so he gets a kill onto Rainmaker here. Very nicely done. He's just going to diminish their economy little by little. But talking about diminishing economy, AGO, they fully invest in this round as they should, and they're not going to come away with too much success. Very nice from SKADE. I mean, I think this really epitomizes what we were talking about, Pete, of just SKADE, they have the individual prowess, and it's kind of like pick a player to pop off this round, and this round it was Rainmaker just to open the other bomb sites.
Yeah, I mean, that was so impressive, and as we see our odds at the top middle of your screen from our friends from Pinnacle, of course, their name is above the door. Please go check them out if you're over 18, and please do bet responsibly at pinnacle.com/odds. You can see that certainly SKADE are pretty well favored here, despite the teams having the same record coming in.
Yeah, that was one thing that actually really did surprise me of the fact that AGO are genuinely seen as really underdogs in this game. I wouldn't thought of it to be that much, but Echo, look at Echo here. Youngster pushing up short. He's going to try and get 2 kills there, but isn't it traded out by the IGL? He was the only player with the rifle going into this round. He's going to die early on. I think he had to get 2 kills there, had to get the kill onto Bubble, but it will not be the case. And AGO seems like they'll lose another round here.
It does look like Ultimate from Ego is going to try and sneak around, maybe kind of go after that rifle again to increase their chances, but right now at least the numbers are even in terms of bodies on the field. It does seem like Ego have got something in mind here they're going to try.
Yeah, just trying to do some damage here. They're actually going to pick up another AK, save a Galil as well. So yeah, they've got an AK, a Galil, and then also an A1S if they're able to retrieve it off the body of... Yeah, oh, do they get it? Not yet, I don't think so. But at least they do bring something into next round. They did fully invest into this. So that I don't... What are they going to do with this now? They've saved over some weaponry. They've saved over some armor. I do still think going into this next round, they do just save again.
And it was a pretty solid salvage job there. As again, as we get through, of course, we'll be letting you know about our various different partners, including AstroPay. You can see on the screen right now. Please go check them out for your international payments needs. Again, by supporting our partners, you are supporting future competitions just like this one. And we've already gotten off to a pretty strong start. I mean, you'd expect teams to give, you know, as we saw in the first round, SKADE a lot of room, a lot of respect, but Ego doesn't actually seem to be intimidated.
No, I think that's like, to be honest, I do like that from them. I don't like a team to give too much respect. And AGO, they've played against literally the best team in the world in Na'Vi and gone head to head, especially on this map, going 34-37. And very unfortunate there, Lehman, he just tried to get aggressive, but he will not get any success. Ultimate, Orba by nature, he's had a pretty slow start since the pistol run. He's in a very unfortunate position here. Somehow he's actually got out of that of Dark there. I have no idea how that's been the case, but they will just clean house and SKADE. They're looking to propel themselves onto a third in a bit of a cleaner fashion. And Dreamer just walks out from Palace. I'm pretty sure, just kills everyone.
Still though, we know not to count out Ego before the last one is done, so Echo picking up another tail end kill and scarpering out as fast as legs can take him. Suddenly this does mean we've got at least some money in the bank for them, but SKADE, they got the 3 surviving members, 3 rifles. They're actually actively hunting for Echo, and they'll find them.
I think that's actually a really big kill as well, because the money isn't too great. You see Fiku, Lehman, all below 4.3k, so they're going to be able to buy up and invest in this, but you can see like they only have 2 flashes and a smoke. That's not bad, but you want to be getting these Molotovs, and you want to be getting this just full utility, especially when you're coming up against the buy of SKADE, which is just so full. And Denny Slaw has the AWP out, and so does Ultimate. This is the first time we've seen both players have a AWP out, and I'm really interested to see how this duel will go down now.
I think this is going to be such an important turning point. I was kind of hoping that Ego would be able to hold on to the weapons which they established before, but no opportunity as Ultimate hits Denny. The sniper battle is 1-0 to the CT side, and SKADE are in real trouble.
I didn't even see Ultimate on the X-ray there. That was a very nice shot from him. He's like holding his face to his monitor there, seeing if you can see him out. But shift. Oh, he's lurked in towards window. Only good for 1. Furlan will get traded out, so still good. Not alarm bells just yet for AGO. Wait, Ultimate. He did see the head of the player in Tetris, misses the default kill. And out of nowhere, this round's got very scary.
You can see Echo covering in through connector. Got Fiku on the flank as well. Echo, now they've got a minute to work with. The bomb is in the wild and covered by Echo. This should not be any chance for SKADE to go forward. We've only got 3 pieces of utility left to play with. They're going to be so careful, but Fiku finds the cover.
That's such a huge kill from him. Rainwaker not able to get anything more. So AGO sustaining 3 players and saving a double AWP. I'm actually not even sure who's going to be using this second orb. Yes, it's going to go over to Furlan as well. Interesting to see if he's going to make a play with that. But very nicely done from AGO. And Ultimate, he had a bit of a squeaky bum round there. He had a very nice first shot. And then it all just got very scary when he went over to CT.
I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? You know, you get that first shot in, and then you know everyone's going to be gunning for you. The reward is so freaking high. But there you go. Really, they've got some momentum now. SKADE going to have to give them that much more respect, not coming in fully equipped.
Yeah, so see what they're doing here with the double up. Ultimate's actually going towards B solo. He's going to be met head on. He doesn't expect there's going to be so many players here. Furlan is positioning his orb in towards winner. It's all down to Ultimate. There is no rotation. He's going to have to hit every single shot. And Pete, this is quite tentative if you're him.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh no.
And I think they're just about to realize the fury that is coming their way.
No
they
way.
don't get spotted. Oh my.
No.
What? Oh, nicely played from Ultimate. They only get the one, but they buy time for Ego to move back into position. Bubble covering the flank, though, means this could easily still be SKADE's round.
I thought it was going to be a good game, and it's definitely proved it. I have no idea how Ultimate actually stays alive. It even gets one there, but they seem just so unaware that Bubble could be so close. Very unfortunate, but yeah, Bubble yet again with this Mach 10, causing so much damage. He's won the round single-handedly, pretty much, making so much space, getting those 2 kills in towards Markia, and Echo, his life's going to be very short. Look up ships, he's right behind him. Wait, Echo, no way he actually checked. Yeah, he actually read that, no way. But the 16-year-old, you can see, like, just because he's inexperienced doesn't mean he's got that. He doesn't have that awareness, but it will be SKADE to pull back and not allow AGO to get 2 in a row. And this game, oh my god, Pete.
And while you're enjoying this game, please do check out CS Money as well. They've got a 40% top-up bonus running right now. We thank them again for their support of the competition. You can find details about all our partners below the stream. For the fans of Ego, for the fans of SKADE, you've got to steel yourself here because this may be the last time you'll see them in the Pinnacle Cup number 4. Both teams giving absolutely everything.
But yeah, I mean, this is literally it's do or die. And whoa, Bubble! I don't know how he's placed that second shot from Lehman. Very nice. These eco frags.
No way!
Oh, he's got a 4K. And you know, every single little helps on those HLTV stats. They don't count. It doesn't say if they're eco frags, so it all counts up. I was watching a demo of Lehman, and he got an ace against a full eco, and I was like, maybe I know why you have such good stats now.
Well, Bubble, you know, Bubble usually kind of sacrificing their own performance stats in order to lead the team, but they're doing pretty darn well so far. And yep, it's absolutely, when people look back on this later, they're going to see that Bubble's got 9 kills, not that 4 of them all came from a pistol round.
That's really one good, like, you saw that his aim's crisp, and that's the very, like, Carrigan-esque thing of, they look really bad because their stats are low and they sacrifice themselves as a team, but they're actually just incredibly crisp. And look at this little off angle from Fiku, but he will actually get shut down. There's 3 players running down on him, and Ultimate's going to get tested with his AWP. He's going to fall back momentarily, but look at this now, because he's fallen back, it's put Lehman in a very unfortunate position. Denny Slaw just straight through the smoke, and SKADE, this round is all theirs to be taking. It's all down to Lehman on this A-bomb side, but he's going to have no chance.
Oh my gosh, wow, these rounds have just been so explosive, and SKADE is starting to build up that momentum that they need. The plant is good, and while I like what we've seen from Ego, you know, covering the mid before, I think they've just realized they've got to concede the ground and hold to as much as possible, because their economy is not looking good.
No, it's not at all. That kill is actually really big. I don't know if they can be able to save an AWP, but yeah, there's no way. If Furlan does go for this, Denny Slaw's going to be holding the cross, and they're going to hear him as well. So a little bit lackluster so far from HEO, I do feel. Especially there, Fiku just taking a solo battle in towards mid. I don't even think there was a single flash that went over, and it was kind of just people dying one by one. Definitely an improvement I will want to see, because HO, they were contending against tier 1 teams.
I mean, it's always a fascinating thing to see, you know, where a team really kind of starts transitioning to a new level of play. You know, normally you'd expect, it takes a while to kind of learn to swim with the sharks, but they're giving us a pretty darn good try, even if SKADE are really starting to pick up that momentum.
Because on paper, AGO isn't that great at Mirage. But then if you look at their score lines, they narrowly lost 16-13 to Astralis, narrowly lost in like a 6 OT against Na'Vi on land. So they're not bad. They just have very close losses, and that could be another thing as well. Like, are they unable to close out games? So hopefully they are able to contest a little bit on Mirage, but my money for them specifically is them going over to Ancient and causing havoc over there.
Oh, for sure. That's where the stats really do start to look good for them. But you're right, you know, any kind of upset here, certainly from the early going, it did seem like there was some real potential. SKADE going to be, again, this time focusing across to A rather than B. So Ego might need to start changing up the way which they defend. They've certainly been overrun before, This time it's 2 versus 5 rather than 1, but it's still a pretty big ask.
Oh, this is definitely a big ask indeed. Lehman, he is going to peek out and go get a first there. Stays alive as well. There's no tricks as the Molotov in towards ramp. This is really nice for him. Dreamer will finally expose himself, but does get a dink for his troubles. And AGO, they only go 1 for 1, and they will relinquish the bomb site now.
Of course, if we go back to the very first round, we're doing something very similar indeed. The damage has been done to SKADE. They're looking a little bit harmed before the fight really begins. You can see as well, SKADE, they're looking for a flanker. Their one is not there.
Ooh, what a nice little pop flash. Echo just going to allow his team a little bit more space. But AJ, they aren't actually really taking this. They're going to have to speed up. The only kit on play is Fico. He's in towards connector, so he's going to have to get towards the bomb. There is no smoke as well, so they're going to have to win these gun battles. But that's not going to be the case. Look at Dreamer in towards Paris. He gets a 3k. How has he been allowed to do that? It's all down to the aforementioned Fico, but he's going to have to save this. Rainwaker peeking at the perfect time, not allowing anyone to save. And SKADE, they're going to get a more of an advantage. 5 rounds to the good, and Dreamer, what a beautiful round from Palace.
And that was just ridiculous. You see, there's going to be some very happy faces on the SKADE side of things, but just wow. I mean, in those early rounds, we were trading back and forward, but now I think we're starting to see exactly what brought SKADE to Pinnacle Cup 3 victory. They've woken up, they've gotten themselves warmed up, and they are not playing.
I think that was Bubble that we first saw on the screen there, and last time I commented him, we had to stop for like 5-10 minutes because he spilt water on his mouse. So I hope he doesn't do that again. If I'm not mistaken, he actually had a very nice little super light, so probably why he's so good. I remember, I forgot who it was, but we were watching a game the other day, and I was like, oh, he's got this mouse, and someone just went, how do you know that? And I was like, I don't know, I don't go outside.
This outside is terrible. Inside is where you're going to be seeing action just like this, including what's looking like to be a stronger defense, even with only pistols and 1 scout. But I guess what? Ultimate gets the first kill onto Bubble, should be able to scoop up a rifle. Suddenly, this is looking a little bit more spicy.
That got very close there for a second, especially that smoke top con really allowed him so much space. Wait, they've got a bomb. Fico's going to get the kill onto ships. Sorry, what has happened this round? We were waffling, and then all of a sudden now, the bomb's down in T-spawn. No one's anywhere near. There's an AK down jungle for someone to collect. Furlan spots out the AWP, gets a very nice little dink on the Dennis slot as he's not looking at him. And it's just Rainwaker and Dreamer with 30 seconds left and no direction whatsoever to try and salvage something. They see one player towards top mid, and they might know where Dreamer is. I'm not too sure, but he is going to be going towards the bomb in T-spawn, and 20 seconds left. AGO could just survive and they've won the round.
Oh, they've heisted this round! This was not supposed to be their round at all. I think SKADE were just like us and basically writing this one off. Instead, they've been wiped out and also resupplied AGO at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's actually the most impressive thing, is the fact they've won a full eco, and they've also done it in a manner where they've then gone into the next round with, what, 2 AKs and an AWP left their spare? So they've invested a double AWP yet again in Furlan, and I'm interested to see what they're going to do, because last time they had this, it just did not work out.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got all the kind of setups there where you don't have a double AWP, and it starts to throw you off. SKADE, they've got enough money in the bank to buy into this round. They've got an AWP of their own, so prepare yourselves, gentle friends, for some heavy sniper battles. Yeah,
I can't wait for this. And I'm really interested to see how Furlan can perform. Ultimate going for a little pot shot through the smoke there, not hitting the mark at all, and just a dance of utility early on pretty much. And it looks like it will be some sort of mid to A split. They're faking out utility now. But the thing is, look how much utility on both seems to be exposed. Oh, but because of that, Bubbles actually crept through. Oh, what a timing. Ultimate with the awareness just flicks around at the last moment. And it's going to be down to Lehman on this A defense now to hold yet again.
Dreamer is coming up on the flank, though. It's going to rely on the save from Ultimate to see this one coming. Lehman being driven out of cover, and SKADE are moving themselves into position. AGO have got the numbers, but SKADE have got the numbers on the site.
This is definitely going to be very close. Very nice little smoke there dropped from Lehman. I do love that. It allows him a little bit more space to work around. However, the only problem is he just dropped it a little bit too early. SKADE are not going to pounce on that. But the one good thing for AGO is that Ultimate's not going to be able to smoke out. They've got a flash and 2 Molotovs. So he might get blinded momentarily, and they might get a Molotov down to Shadow and actually flush out Lehman. But by and large, this AWP is going to have just any right picking. Yeah, as I said, Molly down towards Shadow, but it still gets a kill. It doesn't matter. Ships is unable to support his team, is unable to get anything going, and so nice from this defense. Denny Slow just trying to put a dent in their economy, and he does that very effectively, actually. Does he expect the second player towards CT? That's the question.
Denny is going to go for the plant and get punished for it. What a hell of the last couple of rounds there. Lehman's defense was rock solid. And I just don't even know what to think anymore, Freddy. Like, we're getting to the point, where I was like, okay, sure. You go back a couple of rounds, SKADE, 4 in a row. It seems like they have reached a point where they're just going to dominate for the rest of, honestly, the map. But now Ego coming back in, they could even end out this half ahead.
Honestly, probably could, and they do favour their T side a lot more, especially against the Strauss when they played on LAN. They were fairly abysmal on their CT side and really picked it up towards the end, unable to follow through though. What a nice defense. Lehman's been tested so much. He's been really good at going 1-for-1, but I don't think I've seen him get a single multi-frag.
Gonna have to do that here because SKADE are knocking on the door of the A site. Dreamer is waiting to come in. Utility flooding onto the site. They go there with 2. They need to get back into position. Lehman grabs 1. And the second. Bubble's already taken one. It's Lehman by themselves.
What is that kill onto Ships? He jiggle dinks him. That's so nice. VQ coming with the rotation is going to end it off. And oh my god, what a round from Lehman. Firstly, I want to say, what a nice timing on that Molotov from Ultimate. What he does there is, I think it was Dreamer that was ahead. It was either Dreamer or Bubble was ahead, and there was no one else near him because that Molotov just sectioned them off. And yeah, so Lehman, it was Bubble there. Lehman gets his first kill with really no trade potential. And he does get very lucky with that second, that Dreamer's unable to hit that shot. But look at that, just jiggle dink on Ships. This man, we've been highlighting him as a pretty decent player for AGO recently. Probably the best and one of the best performing in this tournament. And he's shown it right there. I called him out for not having multi-frags, and then he gets a free K.
I mean, instead, Lehman, absolutely a player to keep it close on, and they'll pick up the first kill as well in the pistol round for SKADE. We are getting real close to drawing even between these two, and you have to wonder what SKADE are even thinking at this point. They kind of over-expected this to be so competitive on their map pick.
I guess it's the problem we've had with SKADE during this tournament, is that they've just been so lackluster and so inconsistent. Like, we saw them against Sinners just be normal. They played Unreal, they had just not even a close 2-0. And then on Inferno against For Glory, the map which I feel like they are the best on, and one of the best in the world, they barely beat out a team that is nowhere near their level. And then we come into this game, they have a really good start, and then drop the ball completely. But this is a CT-sided map, and I will be interested to see how they perform once they get into the second half, because they definitely will have stuff planned going into this one.
All right, well, there we go. Round getting cleaned up there without any mistakes being made by Ego at all. It's worth noting, as further to what you're saying there, SKADE, they've had a pretty darn good 2022 so far, locking down over $140,000 of prizing. Of course, a large part of that coming from the Pinnacle Cup #3, but still. This is a team, they've shown that they can perform extremely high level, and this just isn't at all what I was expecting. Yeah,
I think we'll come back to that on a later date as well, just going into this round now. Furlan getting that first kill from short is a little bit blinded, it appeared, but it does not matter. That's the IGL of Bubble out for the count already going into round 14, and it's a very good start and early advantage for AGO, because if you look at the utility as well from SKADE, they're going to throw a smoke. Are they going to throw a smoke, or is he not going to throw a smoke? I'm just looking at shit. He doesn't even have a smoke to throw. But they don't actually have that much. They'll have enough to sustain and execute if they choose to just go somewhere now. But they're going to have nothing after that.
I like as well this from Lehman, getting more aggressive through Palace, trying to, to change up their positioning to keep SKADE guessing. But what we can see, of course, with our bird's eye view, is that SKADE are moving back to pick up the bomb, presumably looking to make an advance down mid or through the apartments towards B, and it looks like it will be the B approach. They actually might have outmaneuvered Ego here, but the mid is evaporating.
I think Ships might have just been hit by that grenade. I'm not too sure. But Denny Stores left alone in mid. He could catch a player off guard. But instead of him catching someone off guard, he's going to kill off guard with his AWP. They are actually repositioning back towards 2 players on speed bomb site. So very nice read. And if Furlan does stay here, he'll be able to support this youngster very effectively. And with 30 seconds left, SKADE going to get a move on.
So much is going to be on Echo here. They spot
What
the
a
attack
angle.
coming and get the first takedown. They can't get the second, though, which means the bomb is on site. Dreamer is all on their own against 4.
What an angle there from Echo. That was so nice. And Dreamer, he's a pretty amazing man, and I do love watching him play, but this would definitely be a tall order. He does put the nade right next to him in the smoke. Swings out, good for the first. Doesn't hit the spray transfer. So close on the Furlan. And the B bomb site, I mean, honestly, I think that's all they need to do. They keep 3 alive. The bomb doesn't get denied. They still win the round. They're on to 7. Because the bomb does go down, though, for SKADE, it does allow them an extra $800. And just quickly going back, Counterfeit, to you were talking about the Pinnacle Cup 3 and their other wins. They didn't do it just by beating, like, you know, low-tier teams, etc. They 2-0 for Vitality. They just decimated Copenhagen Flames in the finals, a team that, you know, just made it to the major legend standards, one of the best teams in the world, swept out the park, just not even a competition. They did the same in Eliza to teams like Copenhagen Flames, for instance, and Heat as well, but they're an impressive team. However, they did actually get knocked out of Challenger League going to next season, so that's definitely one negative thing, but overall, they've won the money, and it's deserved.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, SKADE, I think if anything, you know, that's the kind of thing that's so little talked about. It's when you have that level of success, then you still got to go on and play games against teams that you know that on paper have no right being this competitive with you, and that's where the frustration can start to come in.
Oh, completely. You can definitely start getting in your own head. And this is going to be the last round, the half an hour SKADE. If I was them, this round, you have to pick it up. You have to have an advantage going into the second half. Yes, you are going on your favorable side, but you've had such a good half. It'd be such a waste to just throw it all away. And it looks like the A bomb site will be up for... Oh my God, as I was just saying, that shift... They've heard that as well. The A bomb site's going to get tested once again. Ultimate only going 1 for 1. And it's kind of just all down to Fiku and Lehman yet again here.
Lehman is one you would always want to count on as more incredible utility will soften up SKADE on the way in. Ooh. Lehman is lurking. Lehman is punishing. Dream around the corner gets one and Denny another. We're still in for a fight, 2-on-2.
That got a little bit close there. Lehman very struggling on a 25 HP player, but Echo and Furlan will be going in for the rotation here. But look at this, neither of them are from the same positions. They're both going to be taking 1v1s. Hopefully Echo can use his utilities to try and support his comrade, but that's not going to be the case. Furlan's going to die very early on in this scenario, and AGO is going to be very hard for them. It's all down to the 16-year-old now.
All right, Echo, let's see exactly what you are made of. Utility's going to give their position away, and that is all that Denny's ever needed. Dreamer and Denny hold SKADE above water after 5 rounds in a row for Ego. What a half. What a way to start our final day of Swiss.
Honestly, like that A site, I really don't understand how it's only gone 3 for 3. Like, they had all the pieces of the puzzle, and they just didn't have... Like, it was, yeah, like... There, especially with Lehman, he had the perfect positioning, which was unable to execute properly. However, they've came back very successfully. You can see on the at the top of your screen there, AGO, they were down, what was that, 9-2, and they did bring it, 7-2 if I'm not mistaken, and they did bring it back to an 8-7 half. So honestly, what more could you really want from them if you are AG? I think that it might be flipped over. I'm not sure. Yeah, so
it will take a little while to update.
Yeah, so 7-2 all the way into a 8-7 half. Honestly, not too shabby, and they've definitely got the momentum in their favor, even though they lost last round.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, as you said, you know, it does still seem unlikely we're going to win this one. And you know, our Pinnacle odds, I think, are reflecting that reality that, you know, as strong as an opening half,
I believe,
as strong as the series opener is, it doesn't necessarily, you know, start to convince people to start really significantly changing their minds.
I believe that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a very good T-side team, and they're all going to start with an unbelievable read. We see Furlan with smoke. I think it's going to go towards top connector, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to flash over. Rainwaker is going to spot out all the info for the rotations will come in. Yeah, this top con smoke is going to allow them so much space. They're going to try to get the bomb down on triple, but Rainwaker somehow been allowed to 2 there. That is criminal from him. And just as I was praising AGO in their read, it'll just be Echo, the 16-year-old, left alone. He's got a first kill, but I don't see him getting too much more now.
Oh boy, yeah, Echo, you know, so often providing that tail guard duty, still fishing for something more, but that was such a nice move from SKADE. They get back into position ridiculously quickly.
Yeah, this is just really, really nice, and they don't really clear out Rainwaker well enough, and it's just allowed them to farm through that little pixel angle in towards Sandwich. Hits 2 shots, because I don't think he even saw them. He kind of just saw like the outline of the body, and it just the bullets happened to cruise into their heads. But very unfortunate from AGO, and one player I do want to highlight is Fiku. He's been so consistent this whole game. He got that first 2 kills on the pistol round. He just kind of plodded along consistently, getting some just getting really good impact frags. And Lehman, he had some really good rounds on the A bomb site. But he definitely, to be fair, he was getting tested so hard. Like, I don't blame him for sometimes not being able to perform. And yeah, we see here Echo in an unwinnable situation. I feel like that everyone was holding him. Now the flank was coming in, so SKADE, they will pick up that first pistol round, and they do it in a pretty clean manner.
So, what I feel like we're kind of seeing here is when it comes to individual skill levels, for the SKADE players, when you stick them in the duel with one of the AGO players, and, it's not even going to be close a lot of the time. I really feel like need to be able to find a way to bring their team strength to bear, to do unusual things that SKADE won't see coming, rather than trying to get into straight duels.
Yeah, honestly, I think especially against these 2 teams, the map veto is very expected. I don't think any team has come into this unexpected by any pick. I think Mirage Ancient as the first 2 is so bog standard. So both teams would have really prepared well, I would assume, going into this. And AGO now, just going into round 17, fully go. The SMG of Bubble is up close and personal. He could be looking to farm some money here. $600 a piece could get very dangerous for AGO. He's going to be able to just flush out his economy very early on.
Something we started to expect more from AGO here, just because they've had some pretty good creativity, and they're going to try and run Bubble down. Lehman does get the kill before being killed in turn. Villain's actually going to sneak past and look for the plant. Not happening. But again, this is, I like what we're seeing from AGO here, that they are trying out some more unusual things. Even if they don't work, we see so many teams where they don't even necessarily try for anything that creative. They just, hope to get 1 kill and that's it.
Yeah, very, I mean, around like that, you're never really going to get too much. And at least they do get 1 frag. But the problem is, look at this buy from SKADE now. They've got 5 A1S. That's quite rare to see on a 3rd round. You don't see teams buy 4 A1S a 2nd round with not much utility against a potential force buy. But the bomb didn't go down, so AGO didn't have that much money to invest into it. And it looks like it will be a early, just an early hit towards B bomb site. Echo is going to get tested in towards middle. They know where his position is, but this B bomb site now is going to be imploded onto.
SKADE streamer having to fall back. We know that they are cool as a cucumber under pressure, and they are cutting down AGO as they come in. The guns are good, but it's looking like SKADE might be a little bit better. Denny is on site again. Another incredibly calm player.
Very, very nicely done. Echo actually in a genuinely winnable scenario here. 1v3, he does find that first kill onto Denny Slaw. The player you were just mentioning, praising, they seem to spot him out a little bit, and very unfortunate for him. He's not going to get anything going. And SKADE, it looks like they seem to be just solidifying themselves a little bit here. 11-7, they have a 4-round lead, and they've definitely got the economical lead as well, because look at the buy that AGO are going to have. They're going to be half buying here. A few deagles, a few utility, just trying to make a... This is definitely the round you have like a gimmick play ready in sets like a pop A or a mid to B, those type of gimmicky stuff.
I mean, you got to try something, don't you? Hopefully, we will get to see the turnaround here, because SKADE, they're starting to build up a scary amount of rounds, and you mentioned, of course, looking towards Ancient as our 2nd map. But hopefully we'll get to see something even more impressive as Rainwaker actually goes down first. Ooh. And a 2nd kill for AGO.
This is definitely very good. They just need to take down Bubble here. He's going to be the thorn in their side. They should be getting the bomb down, which is really, really nice. And Bubble's so close, playing with his life. The nade actually... Wait, hold on a second. Fiku just killed Dreamy through smoke, and that nade's almost just killed Bubble. What has just happened? But these 2 SKADE players will split up now. We've seen the low HP player of Bubble going towards CT. He's just going to tuck and wait, and then Shipped. It's kind of all down to him from Connected to make a move here.
That's going to be, I believe, their first plant of the half. Certainly the first plant that's going to be looking at any chance of surviving Furlan is getting flanked here. Does not see Bubble coming. Now it's all down to Fiku. 3 kills so far. The Deagle has to glow brightly. They're buying time. The defuse is coming. And I don't think AGO are going to get this one despite a heroic attempt.
What more can you do if you're Fiku there? You get 3 kills, 1 through a smoke, you've opened up the bomb site, and then Furlan just so fixated towards connected there, doesn't expect a player to be CT, and that's just so unfortunate. Fiku, a player I was praising at the halftime, and you know, he's proving it consistently, 21 to 13, he's having a pretty fairly neat game so far.
Fiku has been absolutely out of their mind. Certainly, going to be attracting a lot of attention going forwards. This is, of course, another chance now in this round, though. Round number 20 to see another potential comeback. Rainwaker's having none of that. Immediate kill. And I think Ego are going to be stalled out heavily now they can't get onto the A site reliably.
Yeah, such a huge scout to take Lehman, a player that just hasn't had any ability to maintain a start in this game right now, and that's really unfortunate. I think, to be honest, if he was able to have more impact, especially on that CT side in towards the A-bomb side, and potentially just opening up rounds on this T side, this could be a different story, but it's just not the case. And Figu here, he tried to do it all by himself, but look at this, the crossfires are clinical from SKADE. He's going to be walking straight into AWP, and it's just going to be easy pickings for the AWPer.
Yeah, that is so crisp from SKADE. There's no room for error whatsoever. Ego didn't even know what they were walking into. Maybe, it's one of those things where they thought, there's no way they'd expect us to go back into the A site after losing that first kill. There's no way they'd expect us to do it a second time. And maybe there's no way they'd expect us to do it for a third time.
Hopefully they can try and go for it. But going back to Lehman, he tends to be someone that slots into a very successful entry role for this Polish side. So yeah, like the fact that he's dying first off just eliminates all that potential. But the AWP and Ultimate now is going to try go picking. He's a player I do find does have a lot of impact on this AWP. And just so I'm saying that, he's going to open up this round. The question is, do they expect 2 players on this defense? Dreamer gets spotted out. And yeah, they don't even expect Rainwaker. He barely needs to come into action. He's actually only got 3 bullets left. They know where he is. Furlan, ooh, if he'd got that kill a little bit quicker, the rotations hadn't come in just yet, but it is to no avail. SKADE on 13, and they're 3 away from taking us to Ancient with already an advantage to their name.
Oh my gosh, Freddy, you were promising us a dominating CT half from SKADE, and so far it's absolutely delivered. 5 in a row. Only, we're barely seeing manage to even get into this game at all. I mean, coming into this series, this is what we would have expected. But that first half certainly gave some hope that things might be different than we had been led to believe.
Ooh, but look at this. It's a very nice little change of pace from AJ. They're popping out the same bomb site. However, it does not work. There's no smoke CT. There's no flash CT. Dennisov's been able to farm up. It's allowed for the rotations to come in. Now a 2v3. Now a 2v2, actually. Also, in Fiku, he gets bubbled through a smoke. It's all up to Rainwaker now. He's playing around these smokes. It's like 4 down in one position. They've just completely hotboxed the smoke at the bomb site right now. And Rainwaker, he's crept through. They don't know where he is. He does get that first kill. So ultimate Fiku with a 4K. That's absolutely incredible. This Polish player is on fire right now. He's continuously proving to us why AJO should still be in this competition and why he is just performing better than Lehman has ever done.
An absolute Fiku of nature. What an incredible round for them. When we, and I think anyone watching will be well within their rights to completely write them off in this half on this map, they still have that level of fight in them to keep on going. I think this speaks extremely well of Ego's long-term chances that they'll keep on fighting this hard, even when it seems hopeless.
Yeah, because the thing with Fiku, he is the best player on AGO. He's proving it why now. His stats are normally the highest, and I mean, it shows. It's not even going to be him this round. He gets killed by Dreamer when Dreamer's in the Molotov. How has he been allowed to do that? Bubble does see Furlan's legs a little bit, so will spam, hits him for 51 HP, tags him very tentatively low. These pistols could get quite dangerous, but look at this double AWP retake now. Ships and Denny's still coming in. They've actually dropped the bomb as well. No way is this going to be a round going the way of SKADE. And Furlan, playing with fire there a little bit, will pick up the AWP, misses the jump actually, does hit it the second time, lands the shot to Dennis Law, but yet again, will they expect all 3 players from CT and another AWP? Both players have been spotted out now, and so we'll see if AGO can just capitalize on this.
Oh my lord, this is only the first game of the series. Bubble is down. Ships is the only one left standing. The plant has been made, and apparently Ships is not willing to give ground. It's Sniper, and he does it!
What an unbelievable shot from Ships. We were praising Fico as being the god of the A-bomb site, but screw Fico. Ships is here to play. What an unbelievable one-time with the USP. That is phenomenal, Pete.
Like, it's just unbelievable. This is how hard SKADE can fight as a team as well, knowing that their tournament life is on the line. They are no longer looking past this game, this series, this map. That was astonishing. You can only imagine what the SKADE comms must have been like right then.
How has he been allowed to do that? That is actually ridiculous. That shot, that's just putting a smile to my face or something like that. That's so unfortunate. What can you do about that as well? Like, there's nothing you can even, like, try and contest.
Oh my god. So we're in a game which is 14-8 and somehow it's tremendously more even at the end than it has any right to be. There you go, they've got the guns for this round. The utility is light on both sides of the field. And it seems like, mercifully, the pace is going to slacken just a little bit to let us catch our breaths.
Yeah, I'm just like, what a game so far. We were definitely saying how, like, it's so surprising to, at the end of the tournament, at the end of this main Swiss stage, where these are two teams that potentially were favorites to go through the playoffs from, like, the right at the beginning. One's going to go home, and we're only going to see one going to playoffs after today. And it looks like SKADE, they're trying to book themselves in early on with their advantage on Mirage here. This does look sustainable as they are proving so good. Dreamer now into Ward's ladder. Is only going to go 1-for-1. Ships unable to trade more than one on him. But look, there's Lehman already low HP in towards Apeks. Is going to be trying and surviving alongside Echo. The younger players all down to him now. 1v3. He knows there's an AWP in towards Market. He's actually going to land that first shot onto Dennis Slow. Both of these two remaining players in towards Market. This is definitely winnable, especially with that kill onto Bubble.
Echo, I don't think they can. They can't do it. They can't make it happen for a fourth time. But that was a hell of a showing from the youngest player there. Oh my gosh, as we're coming very close, seemingly coming very close to the end of our first map here. But again, remind you to check out Pinnacle, the hosts of the Pinnacle Cup #4. If you're over 18, please do bet responsibly and only with money you can afford to lose. SKADE. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop here. Ego, they're going to keep them honest all the way to the end, though.
I mean, these rounds have just been so close, and it's so unfortunate that AGO just haven't been able to pull it over the line. I love the attempt there from Echo, just continuously tapping the bob until he got every single kill. I really like that from him. It actually very almost worked, but this A defense, we've seen this exact, like, this is the third time I think, Pete, they've played the exact same setup with Bubble in towards Sandwich, and Furlan's going to read it. Very nicely done. Very nice crosshair placement. And it does give AGO an early advantage at around 24. But then look on the other side of the map, the extremity of the B-bomb side. Look at what Fit Ships is doing. A player that's been a little bit slow this game and has picked it up in these last few rounds. Could be the difference maker here. But as I was just praising him, he's going to walk into crosshairs of Ultimate. And I think that is definitely the round going in the way of AGO.
Yes, going to try for the ships in the night technique, but I'm really impressed that they were able to spot that one coming. And I also like as well, we're seeing the learnings from before. You know, in previous rounds, AGO would have just rushed onto the A site and been cut down by the crossfire. Instead, they've got themselves a very easy path to the B site. Fico is there, letting them know that's exactly the case. So there's no chances being taken here. They don't have to beat the majority of the SKADE team to win the round.
Yeah, this is really good now. The one negative aspect is the fact that you've won a round where SKADE have kept 3 players alive. Where Denny, Store, Dreamer, and Rainwake are all going to stay with us this next round, especially with the AWP. And then on the problem of it, you can't hunt, because if you look at your own money, no one even going into this round has over $700. I think Furlan's the only player that can even try and contest something here, but I think even he knows there's probably going to be an AWP CT, which there is. Ironically, isn't even holding him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just sits here and holds his angle.
I could absolutely believe it as well, and to the larger tournament point here. Normally speaking, I'd certainly be advocating for teams when they're one round away from being done in the first game, just to sit back and say, okay, we're going to save ourselves for the second map, have as much energy as possible, and rather than try to climb uphill here. But of course, when you know you're going to be eliminated, if you don't make it through this series, you're suddenly that much more incentivized to make the most of every single map and round.
Yeah, because it's also just like pride as well. You don't want to be the team that brought it back and then just choked it choked it away. This is definitely winnable though. Like I do see them getting overtime here, especially if they are able to just fix up a few of their mistakes. And Ships, I do love this man on the Max 7. He's one of the only players that does use it, and hopefully I kind of wished we'd see an Inferno, because I did just want to see SKADE and especially Ships on towards Banana, just running circles around AGO.
That's always a really good time. I mean, for this round, as I said, the equipment isn't quite there for SKADE. Dreamer will go down first. AGO, they've got themselves a pretty solid chance here. Of course, the Ships is running to close quarters. Rainmaker is gone. I think AGO, they're going to hit the double digits here because they haven't taken a casualty yet.
This is really, really nice, actually. That was such a good round. Was it Rainmaker in towards Connector? Didn't expect him to survive for that long. That was like a good 3 seconds where there was like 2 players next to him. But Bubble will be looking to save his A1S, and Ships, you know, given that Max 7, some would say as important as saving the AWP.
Oh boy. I guess it depends on which side of the fence you lie as to which one's going to have the bigger impact, but I'm sure you're glad to have as much firepower as possible. And actually, AGO are going to go... Looks like they're not going to rush in, but they are slowly moving forward to try and punish SKADE further. I think you're right, they've got their eyes on going to overtime.
Yeah, this is really nice, and yeah, no one survived. Ships did actually pick up that A1S towards the end, and this is really good. Their economy is absolutely broken. They only had 1900 loss bonus going into that round, so now into round 26, they have nothing. They're going to have to full save, and it allows AGO just to maintain their economy, so they're always going to get a full buy regardless of what happens. And also just to garner a little bit more momentum and just edge closer to that elusive 15 it would be actually. They're going to have to win 5 in a row flawlessly. It's going to be a tall order, but as a team that is contesting to be one of the best in the world, this should be within their grasp.
All right, guys, as we get into timeout, just a quick reminder of the folks who are making today's tournament possible. Of course, Pinnacle themselves, you see them on the wall there. One of the largest betting sites in the world. You can check them out for over 18 and to agree to bet responsibly. CS Money for all of your CSGO skin needs and AstroPay for your money transfer needs. Again, details below the stream. If those sound interesting to you, please do check them out and be supporting the same future competitions while doing so. At one point, though, really about we talked a little bit about the history of SKADE. For AGO, they've been around for a while as well. Of course, the main player who's been, the kind of the constant for them as a team has been Furlan, who's been around for a heck of a long time, nearly 1,500 maps played with the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I especially remember back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, when they first picked up their team, and it was Guppy. Oh god, that was some time ago, and they kind of came out of nowhere and started really, really being very impressive. But then the problem was, I think we did see them fall off a little bit. Yeah, back in 2017, actually, when Grubby got picked up originally, and they were on that roster for a good 3 years, and they had like loads of success really early on, and then it kind of just all fell off. So it's good to see this roster and this organization back to, I guess, where it once was.
All right, well, we start to see our Pinnacle odds shrinking just a little bit. Again, we're still in a situation where any slip-up from AGO here means that SKADE will take the map, no matter how much work they put into getting to overtime. One mistake is all it will take.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is that, like, in a really weird sense, AGO have to get lucky 4 times, SKADE have to get lucky once. That's a perspective you can look at it of. SKADE can just have one player not be checked in one position, and he can just completely farmhouse, or they get one gamble stack correct. So, for instance, here, SKADE, they've completely put all their eggs in one basket and gone towards this A bomb site. They're going to fake out this B bomb site actually first. They're just going to flash off this angle, so I'm interested to see if that does cause a rotation. No, SKADE are firmly in their place, and to be honest, AGO, it seems like they're very sporadic. I'm not actually sure what's going to be the end plan here. Is this going to be a window smoke? Looks like it's going to come in very late. Very nice from Ultimate there. And it's going to be a mid to A, it does appear.
Yeah, we can see immediately SKADE coming back with smokes of their own. So Connector's going to be completely cut off. Nice molly in there. Doesn't look like there's any thought of going over to B. So it's going to be a straight fight between the two. And we've seen what happens when you go 1v1, but Ships is gone immediately. Maybe Echo can pull this off.
This is a really, really good start on Rainmaker. Oh, that is so unfortunate for him. He literally looked away at the last minute, and just as I was saying, if you just don't clear one player, he could be the difference maker, and that one player is going to be Dreamer. He has everyone in front of him. His trigger discipline is supreme. He's not pulling anything. He's just waiting for the bomb to go down, seeing if he can get 2 kills, and this is really weird. No one's turning to look at him. No one's checking him. He hasn't even exposed himself yet,
God.
and he's finally going to reveal himself, pulls the trigger, gets the first kill to Lehman, gets the second one to Ultimate, and it's now just down to Echo in a 1v2. How has this been allowed to happen? But Dreamer, the hero of SKADE right now, is going to be able to salvage them 16 because the clock has ticked down. There is no time left, and SKADE, they are taking us to map 2 with the advantage, Pete.
Dream on, Dreamer. That was incredible. What a way to end our first map of the day. This is only, of course, the first of our 3 series that will send home 3 teams and allow 3 teams into the playoff stages. We will be taking a break before we come back for our second map. Do bear in mind, of course, SKADE are very, very good at getting the 2 and 0s. So Ancient is going to be absolutely explosive. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 7 to 10 minutes time.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing very well on this fine Friday morning. We've got this absolute banger of a game so far. SKADE, they narrowly clinch out map 1, which was their pick of Mirage. We're going into map 2 now, which is going to be Ancient. AGO definitely quite strong on this map, so I'm really interested to see if it can be a little bit more contested. But firstly, my name is Freddie Oguri Rana. I'll be taking you through the rest of this series alongside my wonderful co-caster, Mr. Pete Counterfeit. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well indeed. I mean, for this to be the last day of the Swiss, to have that amazing of a first map, it's an absolute treat. And we were teasing everybody with how good you were on here on Ancient. SKADE are very, very good, pretty much anywhere you care to look for the most part. This should be an encounter for the ages.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially looking over AGO's T side. They're very good at conditioning towards B and A bomb site, and then just leaving SKADE guessing of where they're going to go next. Both, what I'm really impressed as well as with Lehman is that his ability to lurk, to entry, to do pretty much anything you'd ever want on this T side, but it is going to be this pistol round to start off with, so we're not starting with anything too explosive just yet. Fiku with a 250, he was very impressive on Mirage. He's already stepped up here with a kill on 2 ships, 2 Goliaths clashing heads early on, and what it's done is actually caused a little bit of a rotation, because Fiku, he just picked up a second kill. Dreamer's the only player to defend this, and only in his wildest dreams will he be able to defend against these three attackers.
But it's worth remembering as well as Bubble manages to get hold of one almost a second as well, that Fiku, even on the losing team, was still the strongest performing player of our first map. Denny's the last one left standing. We'll find Fiku, but I don't think AGO are going to try and do anything more than this. Now they've got the plant down.
Yeah, because one thing that you did bring up, and something that we were alluding to at the very beginning of the series, was that SKADE are in one of those positions where they're a team that, apart from Bubble, no offense to Bubble, but I think we are going to discount it from this conversation, that every single player of those 4 remaining have the ability to step up in any scenario. Ships, the lowest rated player across the whole game, going 13 to 19, had that unbelievable 1v2 we saw at the end. Like, even though he's having a bad game, he still has some very impressive performances. And then Dreamer, because he is consistently one of the better players and consistently the best, does top the scoreboard. But it's like the difference between AGO was that Fiku was a top, but he was a top by 11 frags. Dreamer was a top by 4 frags. And there's a lot more, I think there's a lot more culmination of frags across the board for SKADE rather than AGO relying on like 1 or 2 players to step up.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to need to see more of from the AGO side of things. It's just consistency across their entire squad. Decent buyout for this round for AGO. For SKADE, they have got the Scout and the MP coming in, so we'll see if they can make something of that. Bubble will be leading the charge and might actually be able to catch Furlan off guard, who's isolated themselves from the rest of the team.
Yeah, that is that's very interesting there, actually. And I'm interested because Furlan, not getting anything going for himself though. Bubble is going to eliminate him in towards middle. These are 3 Deagles, now 2 Deagles, will be trying to cause some havoc. Rainlock is actually upgraded to a Mach 10. I'm not sure if that's an upgrade or not. But honestly, SKADE, they could just look to save this. They've got 3 pieces of armor. They don't need to force the issue here.
No, I mean, certainly the situation here is pretty amazing for AGO. And yeah, I think it's right, SKADE going to take the same approach as you recommended. Back off with what they've got to hold on to. A quick note for anyone, of course, who is joining us who didn't catch map number 1. I'm sure the replay with Dreamer's incredible lurk to end out our first map is going to be going around the place, because that was just absolutely ridiculous. Just holding and holding and holding off on taking the shots until the perfect moment.
It's just the trigger discipline. What more could you really want from a player? And we had a little chuckle after the game, because pretty much about 20 seconds before, I was like, you know what, Dreamer, but not necessarily Dreamer, but like SKADE, they just has to have one player that doesn't get checked, and then Dreamer doesn't get checked and wins them the whole game. So that for me was a little victory for myself. But what is a little bit of a victory is AGO on their T side. It's very unorthodox to see a team actually better on their T side than their CT side. AGO, it's not a common trend, but especially against K23, we saw them get 12 rounds on their T side, which is really just unheard of. You normally see teams get lucky to get even 5. So let's see if they can replicate that success. But talking about replicating it, Dreamer is going to put a stop to that right there early on and already get a very early advantage for his team.
Yeah, really nice shot from Dreamer. As we said, They are completely unshakable under pressure. Even being the only defender on the B site, they still managed to sneak the kill through. And I think just how crisply that was done is the thing that's keeping Ego from pushing in further onto B. It seems that someone that confident must have backup.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this round's going to be played out now, because AGO have just halted. The momentum's kind of been halted, especially with that frag. And a gap through the smoke that doesn't even show where Dreamer is, but Fiku still spams him through the smoke. There was so many smoke kills he got in that first half, which actually really, in the first game, which actually did propel them to victory. But AGO, they're going to be ascending down towards the B bomb site right now. Rainwaker's the only player that's anywhere nearby, and Fiku's going to continue his just reign of exuberance.
Exuberant indeed for Ego as they're looking to try and clean up here, but Bubble is able to surprise us, popping Furlan and grabbing hold of the AK, so this is not a done deal. I mean, there is money in the bank for the SKADE squad. They can play a little bit more risky than they might otherwise.
Yeah, they just got to make sure they don't lose too many players here. Ships is going to supply himself with a Galil. Not something he necessarily want to save over. Ooh. However, Ultimate losing his life as well. Just making this round a little bit more close than it necessarily needs to be. And Echo, oh, that got very close. I think if he died there specifically, it would have been very, very unfortunate. Considering actually maybe a lost round for AGO, even though they theoretically would have won the round because of the scoreline. But then they've lost so much economy here. And because of that, I don't think we're going to see an AWP out for Ultimate just yet. And that's one thing I'm very impressed with, especially on the T side of Ancient. Players do struggle to find impact on the AWP. Ultimate is not one of them.
All right, as we get things underway properly, just a small shout out to our friends from AstroPay. Just saw them on screen. Do check out more details about them below our stream right now in the breaks between games. Ego, though, they're going to have to deal with a fully armed and equipped SKADE squad, and it seems like in respect of this, they might be trying a different approach.
I'm interested to see that, if you look at them, they've actually put any slot over towards, say, bomber site with the AWP. That's a very interesting play there, to not have him either in towards middle, donut, or the B bomb site. They've put him very far away, and that could be because AGO, they do actually like to go to the A bomb, so a lot of the meta sometimes is just go B until it doesn't work. But what AGO do very successfully, but talking about success, oh my god, what a nade. I've just cut myself off because that is a phenomenal nade. Just complete, look at them, they were trying to get a boost there, it's just been absolutely stopped. Those three players have been tagged down enough where a dink from the A1S is just going to straight away take them out.
Again, it's Dreamer staking their territory here on the B site. Not even hesitating a second when seeing a crowd of enemies coming their way. And they bought time for SKADE to get back into position. Note that we have got Echo out on the flank there for Ego. They have got options. They don't have to go B.
Yeah, that's the wonder of this right now. They have got 30 seconds left, but the problem is they're going to have to make their decision quickly if they don't want to go towards the B bomb site. They don't have much utility, and I think because they don't have much, they've actually already dispersed it towards this B bomb site. It will look like they will be going here. There's going to be 4 defenders rearing and waiting. Echo with the 2 flashbangs. He's nowhere near to even throw them in. He's all the way over towards middle, and this is a very scrappy round for AGO. Be surprised they even get onto the bomb site. Ultimate trying to see if he can get something going, but it's just going to be a Dreamer 2K alongside Rainwaker to shut off this Polish side going into the first gun rounds.
I'm absolutely with you there. It did not feel like that was the round we'd have liked to see from Ego. If they're going to come back here on their map pick and show us something a little bit different, to show that they can dominate SKADE. Getting into a desperation situation like that where you've got maybe a 20% chance of that play going away, that's not the kind of gamble I want to be seeing from them.
Yeah, that was a really, really strange round, and this is definitely a team which I will praise on their T-side as being probably one of the best T-side Ancient teams out there, and you see so many games where they do just get so, more than normal, they get so many rounds on their T-side. Most of them getting 8 or 7 or 6, which is phenomenal, and hopefully I'll be able to see the same against an opponent of this tier. And Rainwaker's going to get tested in towards middle now by Furlan. He's been lurking a lot towards middle, but not finding a huge amount of success, though.
I have to see if we're going to get a showing from Ships there, who's at the top of mid, just on the other side of that smoke. A small reminder, of course, for anyone who is just coming into our broadcast, these teams fighting for their tournament lives for a chance at the $100,000 prize pool that only goes to first and second. And of course, SKADE, they've already tasted the prize pool in Cup number 3, walking away with 80,000 for themselves.
I mean, they've also been doing so well in the other Pinnacle tournaments across the year, placing very high, getting to playoffs, and just considerably doing very well against all these opponents. And they're trying to do the exact same here. It'd be a big upset if they don't make it to playoffs, and if AJO are able to defeat them. But Lehman, unable to get the kill into Bubble, just takes a lot of damage in the end. Gets a dink off, but through the wall. And again, there's no utility to try and help them. Eco did have a smoke, but he's not going to use it. They're going to run into the meat grinder, all down to ultimate. And honestly, this is such a strange occurrence for AGO. I would have not expected something this scrappy from them.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. It's like they feel like they want to test Dreamer over and over again, and each time the results are pretty much the same. That B site hold is ironclad, and of course, it's worth bearing in mind, SKADE are a team notorious for locking down 2 and 0, so there is no room for error.
Yes, it's definitely. I think if AGO have any chance of the series, it will be on Ancient. Pretty much their best map in my opinion. And I do want to see Lehman pick up the pace a little bit. A player we have praised so much going into this tournament. Not a player that normally does so well, but has been. Only had one negative map before this series, and that was the other day against K23. He's already picked up a second negative map on Mirage. Very lackluster. But it's nice to see Fiku stepping up to the plate when his team needs him, though.
Well, this is a kind of throwback to the previous map as we are seeing SKADE cleaning up. AGO have been doing some really good stuff on their pistol rounds. In this case, I think, being caught up there, near cap, they really weren't able to maneuver too much. But also, a quick thing before we get too much into this map as well. There's a small note to check out CS Money for all your skin needs below the stream right now. But yes, further back to this, so we've got 3 rounds on both sides. We've now got the bye coming in. This feels like a real turning point here on map 2.
Yeah, because AGO, their money still is pretty weak, and we can see that from utility. They're going to pick up the pace a little bit towards this B bomb site. And a lot of their game plan, especially on the T side early on, is fire success towards the B bomb site. So they can condition that with players like Lehman just being solo, and then go over towards A. And they're going to be going on a Fiku, opening up the kill feed, taking Dreamer out, and he goes for a second. That's absolutely monumental from him. What more could you want from your star player? And he pretty much guarantees AGO a 4th here.
I mean, I will sure as hell just eat my words there. Apparently, they convinced me, they convinced SKADE that there was no way they were just going to rush up towards B again to face down Dreamer again in exactly the same way. But this time, it worked tremendously. And we can see that, there is some money left in the SKADE bank accounts right now, so they will be able to get another good round in it, particularly Denny, who is on 8,500. That is crazy. But still, this is a huge round win for AGO, who are much, much worse off economically.
Yes, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to start getting the success early towards the B bomb site, and then they'll be able to play their game a lot more around SKADE. And one thing I really did notice in their past games is how they love to condition, and they love to leave Lehman in this position where he's either entering the B bomb site or lurking around the B bomb site, and then every now and again they pull him over to A. And now actually, talking about entries, Fiku, just what more could you want? He just completely destroys them.
Yeah, Fiku has definitely been stealing a lot of the limelight here. Now this is the next round where SKADE have actually got a chance to get into trouble economically. A fight in the mid, even trade so far.
Even trades, but look at the HP that has actually been induced onto SKADE. Ships and Denny's Law both tagged down so much, and it does allow AGO a little bit more space because they're going to be a little bit tentative taking those battles. Bubble completely pushed up alone now, will find support in his teammate on Dreamer, and it looks like there will be a massive rule towards K there. 3 versus 2, and they're all going to line up for Bubble. The IGL gets a perfect timing, and it's just down to Echo now, actually. Sorry. There is an AWP very low HP next to him, but this is such a choke from AGO. They had everything going for them. They just didn't expect the IGL to be where he was.
Prepare for trouble and make it Bubble. Echo at least does pick up the tail end kill to make sure that it's not a complete disaster around for AGO, but this is not, they started off so well. this is not remotely what they could have been asking for.
Sorry, that was amazing. As a Pokemon fan, and pretty much that was my childhood. That makes me happy.
I'm sure Bubble's pretty happy as well.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there like he doesn't even hear us, but he's like, yeah, nice, because he's been not too bad this series. He's definitely held his own when normally he does struggle a little bit, which is not good for AGO whatsoever, especially when Lehman's going 0-4, and Echo just trying to save here, doing ring around the roadies around ships right now. They've passed like ships in the night, and there's only 15 seconds left, so it's not really going to be attainable. But he could definitely get a kill onto Bubble if one of them extends to each other. But no, it's not going to be the case. He's going to save, and he's going to go away with his life. Neither player, because Echo though, he has gone around a corner and just not checked his angles. To be fair.
Yes, it's always a little bit of a heart stopper when you see that kind of thing happening. And with this drawing at 4-4, as you can see, our Pinnacle odds are still favouring SKADE dramatically. They were favouring them coming in, they're favouring them right now, even on Ego's choice of map. Let's take a look again at that bubble play.
Oh, that was so good.
Oh, they just got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not really much more to do. It's just not really much about that, is that they can do. Very unfortunate, and just a little bit, like, I kind of say a little bit lucky for Bubble, where they all just line up, and he gets the advantage because they're not really looking at him. But, I mean, I'll take it, and they're going towards a bomb site. They're going to leave Lehman on alert. They do love this play. This is something they do a lot. Daystore's up close and personal with the shotgun orb. Damn. He's actually going to hit the shop and able to get away. He turns his back, and there's no trade, but it's all going to be him in the kill feed. He goes out for thirds. That Echo will finally shut him down. But look at this now. The attack of AGO has just been squandered. Lehman on this lurk is going to find nothing. And SKADE, on the basis of Daystore's orb, will secure them a 5th.
Oh gosh. You can really feel this map slipping out of Ego's hands at this point. Just, I think, when we're talking about sort of stylistic matchups between the two teams, you have some rounds where it's like, okay, this is looking really competitive. And this round, where there was really no excuse for it to be this way, it wasn't even a little bit close.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trade spacing there. Like, there's not really much else to say about it. They knew what they were doing, and Daystore's has played that angle. I think every single round he's had an AWP in this game. So yeah, just pretty poor form from them. It felt like too many players had utility out in their hand, and Lehman on his lurk as well. What I'd like to see normally is, wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna cut myself off because, okay, Ships was up with the USP. This man's a god with the USP, it appears. It's like the second time he's got a crucial kill with it. But Lehman, what I'd like to see when he's lurking a little bit is him condition and hold rotations, but I just found that wasn't the case, and everyone rotated off just like that.
I don't think any reasonable person could have been expecting Denny right there, though.
No, sure,
I think there was that moment where, I think this is something maybe we can call out for Ego, is that when stuff goes wrong for them, they do tend to just keep on trying to press through irrespective. I think Denny getting that first kill really tilted them as a team, and made it so they just couldn't win the fight to come afterwards.
There's some interest to see with especially the addition of Echo, and he is a very, very young player, 16 years old, played his first HLTV game in January. Like, what's his mentality going to be like? Because I'm 18 and that would tilt. I'm 19 actually, I forgot my own age. That would tilt me. However, AGO have erupted onto his bomb site, and they actually might get the bomb down.
Yeah, this is surprising. Maybe SKADE were thinking, given how badly it went on the A site before, they wouldn't be seeing them back there again. No kills so far, Fallon dropped, Akio gone as well. Chips in return. We can see that Ego are still willing to take fights, even dramatically under-equipped, but down to Lehman, one gun left, a plant at least made.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins, this will be astronomical, but it's not going to be the case. Just so much utility, kits across the board, and the Bulgarian side are going to claim a 6, pulling away momentarily with this game. And AGO, they just need to be able to give themselves a leg to stand on going on to the second half. This is a CT-sided map, the most CT-sided map in the map pool. You tend to see that like 60% of the rounds won on HLTV are on the CT side, and that's ridiculous. There's nothing even close to that, and you could be a second, but even then, it's not even as CT-sided.
All right, everybody. Well, it's looking like, kind of the way I'm reading these rounds from Ego is it feels like they're maybe, if anything, kind of over-rushing things, and they're running right into the guns. I mean, beautiful utility there, reading the advance. Bubble's actually going to be the first one to drop, though. Gives across the M4. Lehman gets in for just a second. I don't think we're going to be seeing any miracles here, but maybe I'm wrong.
This has been such a strange back and forth round. We've been live for 15 seconds, and now it's a 2v2. Dreamer is still pushed up here. If the trades aren't successful, it could be very tentative, but ultimately he will do it with the P250. He still does have armor. He's going to throw a smoke in towards short. It's going to allow him a little bit of space to work with. Denny Slaw's only got his AWP. Definitely not the most ideal weapon you want in this scenario, but look, his ult is actually going to make noise going back into cave, so this is definitely readable for Denny Slaw, and this could be a round win for SKADE. However, AJO, this is must win. If they do win, it's going to propel them straight back into it.
What an incredible round this would be. Denny, of course, we know is more than capable of performing. And missed the shot, and Ultimate gets it. Ego apparently are not done here. That is such an important round.
That is definitely something Denny Slaw will go to bed tonight kicking himself for if they aren't able to take home Ancient. Ultimate getting a little bit lucky there, and we finally... Is this the first time we've seen him on an orb?
Probably, at least on this map. I mean, things have been going pretty poorly for a while.
I actually think this might be the first time we've seen them on a orb. And it's good to see him step up finally. He has so much impact on AWP, but Lehman, he's been sent out middle. There's 3 players right in front of him, but everyone's full blind. Furlan's flashes aren't successful. And it's going to be Denny Slaw to pick up the pace now yet again going into this round with a snow scope. But look at this. Speaking about picking up the pace, AJO right onto this B bomb side. Because Fico with his AK. He gets an opening 2 kills. And this man, he does it every single time. He's not stopping there. He's going to continue. He's going to run into CT. Going to do so much damage. And finally gets the kill. Now down to Denny Slaw. He started it off. And he's going to be ending off this round. AJO onto a 6. Fico, this man is on fire. Pete, who is this guy? I want his morning routine. I want to see what he had for breakfast. I want to know what he does before going to sleep because this guy is amazing.
I mean, this is the Fiku returning from what we saw before. They have been sleepy during the opening part of this game. We haven't been seeing them pull off performances like that. Denny, though, apparently didn't get the memo that this round is done. They're going to be heading out, and they're actually going to end up trading places with Fiku. This is starting to become a little bit of a tradition here in this second map.
A bit of a theme going through. Like if I was back in, if I was going to go write an essay today, I was like the theme of SKADE versus AGO. Like everyone just passing through an A main. But God, what a round just seeing. Fiku, he's made this game just so interesting. And SKADE, they only have 1900 loss going into this round, so they're going to have nothing to invest in. Denny still will have the AWP. It's not imperative that he has it going into next round, because he will have enough to buy into an AWP yet again into round 14 regardless. But it will be good if he saves this. And what he can do here is just try to do a little bit of economical damage.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think if anything, SKADE might be trying to keep Denny very, very well protected, though. I say this, we can actually see on the map that Denny is one of the first contact members. Instead, Bubble is going to be moving out to get hit off first of all, and Denny gets dropped. That's the AWP down. Ships will be able to grab it, but also falls in turn. There you go. Maybe they are going to be back in control as Rainwaker hits the flank, but gets cut down.
Man, I love how, like, because what you said is completely correct. It's like, that's exactly what they could be doing. It's kind of like they had 2 choices. Either Denny Slaw makes a play, or Denny Slaw goes and like hides at the back of the B bomb side. No one gets a single kill there as well. So AGO, their economy is good for the rest of the half now, regardless of what happens. That's definitely a valuable asset. And they're genuinely on the road to get 9 rounds. If they win this round, it's secured at 9, in my opinion. Because look at the utility of SKADE. It's lackluster at best.
Yeah, I think they're really, really vulnerable here as SKADE coming to the close of our first half of our second map. Ultimate getting taken out very early on, though.
That's huge.
Could signal the start of trouble. They've hit the flank. Fiku is traded, and now AGO have to do without, down to 2.
Figu getting killed early on is so big there. Such a scout to take. Lehman attempting to make a play up on towards this B ramp is going to get shut down. And AGO looks like they will concede this round unless we see a little bit of brilliance from Furlan, the veteran, alongside Echo, the youngster and the newest member of this squad.
And it's, well, as Echo will fade away, Denny picking up a very nice kill. It's worth noting, further to your point, Echo is not just, not just a young player, but also a very new player to the team as well. Less than a month played together, at least on the current record. And Furlan dropping means that SKADE are back in with a chance of taking the half.
Yeah, because especially with him coming in, from my perspective, it's kind of like a post-Pro League roster change for them, if that would be correct. Because it says 17 days on HLTV, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, since... Yeah, so the only official, the first official back after Pro League, they played with him. So it looks like it was like a post Pro League shuffle. Definitely, honestly, it seems like they had something in mind going into Pro League. If you're making a roster change, they didn't even do that badly in Pro League. They beat both the American teams, held their own against everyone else apart from Heroic potentially, but still there was changes to be made, and now it seems to have success actually.
So we gather ourselves for the turning point of the half. Who will win? Elsewhere, picking up Dreamer is certainly a good start. We can see the B site is currently vulnerable. But there you go. It's been a while since they've made a move towards aim. I think that's going to be the right call here. As Ultimate gets taken out by Bubble, the decision's going to have to be made.
They still do have time. They have a minute left, and they do have a lurk in the form of Furlan going towards the A bomb site. They have, yeah, I mean, they have so much time left. And SKADE, they're a little bit sporadic with their defense right now. They're split up, but it looks like it will actually be a commit to war. Nope, a fake. Just a miss smoke though. So Shits are going to have so much advantage. He's going to go into a cave. They see nothing. And this is so huge for them. But Fiku, he had to get that frag. That is probably the most pivotal frag of the round. Because look at this reaction now. Denny Slaw's pivoted over towards the A bomb site. Rainwaker's not going to get spot. Oh, never mind. Because Lehman's going to tear his head off. And Denny Slaw, what are you doing, my man? Why have you unscoped? Why have you repositioned? And it's all of a sudden a round which I felt like was a little bit unwinnable has all of a sudden become very one-sided for this Polish side.
Bubble is barely alive. Ships is half dead as well. It's going to take a miracle for SKADE to pull this one off. But it seems like a two-pronged assault is on the cards. There you go. It feels like all they need to do at this point is just wait this one out. SKADE, make us believers, doing a good amount of damage for that first exchange. Keep your eye out for Ships as well. Takes down Furlan. It's 2-on-2. Time is not their friend.
No, it is not indeed. The bomb is going to get tapped, but it's just going to be double now. Left alone this 1v2, and Echo is going to find those last two frags. AGO, they get the advantage going to the CT side, and what more could you want, especially with Lehman finally picking himself up. And Echo, he's really impressed me so far. Like, oh my god, he's been doing, like, he's only got, what, 12 kills, but he's very high impact kills. He's rivaling Fiku.
Yeah, and that's not an easy thing to do at the best of times based on Fiku's performance on Mirage. Still, though, it's so up in the air. Again, you know, if EGO lose out here on their map pick, they are gone from the competition, and SKADE will take what many would consider their rightful place in playoffs, starting a little way down the line. It's still, though, we're at the turning point where we could still see easily a map 3.
Oh yeah, this is a really this is a good this is a really nice position where it literally could go either way. It's so neck and neck, but it definitely does favor AGO. I feel like will undoubtedly. It's going to be a nice little start for Ultimate here with these dual Berettas, and oh my god, what a shutdown! SKADE not getting anything in. The long range dual Berettas aren't necessary to play, but what a pistol round from them.
Wow, that was absolutely crazy. So we get a little taste, if you missed our first map, of what Lehman is capable of there. Incredibly strong defender generally. We're going to be seeing the buy-up from EGO's side of things. You can see that they've got the steely determination to at least force us onto Nuke. They want so badly to make it to playoffs, and to do it while taking down the previous tournament champions. Now that's a story that will get a lot of attention.
Oh yeah, this is really, honestly, couldn't be any better for them right now. And it's going to be really interesting to see, because they're going to kind of guarantee double digits here. PP Bising on Echo. I'm not sure if that's the correct play right now.
It's New Blood. New Blood does what they like.
Oh, New Blood bringing in some new techniques, and it looks like it might be actually down to him as well, because Lehman has just given away his life. He's been really lackluster for me going into this series so far. I really was expecting a little bit more. And the bomb going down is a genuine possibility. There's only one defender here, and Ultimate's just relinquishing the B bomb site.
Yeah, I think just waiting for the rest of the EGO team to come in from the side. SKADE It looks like they are going to be able to successfully get the plant through. Nice pickup there from the side, though. Bubble trying to rush forward, and it's all over. The plant still remains, though, and that's a decent amount of money in the bank looking towards next round.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how they've been allowed to get that that first frag that first frag there, and then able to get the bomb down. That for me is just a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, particularly to see what SKADE end up doing in this round, because just talking about they've got the money now to be able to spend out pretty convincingly. Looks like we're going to be seeing the full buyout of as much as possible. Ships, I think, might be falling short very slightly, but AKs across the board. If SKADE do not get this round, what a world we'll be living in.
A world where AGO are on top, and I'm very happy to see that, because this is definitely an underdog going into this game, and I'm happy to see them prevailing with success. And ultimately, he's going to pick up right there and then, filling up the kill feed. He's getting supported very nicely on by the youngster. That's an early 5v3 advantage for the Polish side. The bomb does go down. They've got more than enough to retake this.
Oh my gosh, what a round for AGO! This is unbelievable. It's like SKADE are running a pistol round here. They're getting cut down. And this was on a A site that wasn't even defended when they got there.
Yeah, it's just, especially we saw this on Mirage. If AGO are really good at kind of relinquishing the bomb site and then retaking it. We saw that in pistol round and many after. Then he still left alone this 1v5. Oh my god, no way it's going to happen again where they're both going to cross over A main without seeing each other. Furlan's going to die. He only had an MP9, so it's not end of the world. 3 AKs going into this next round, Pete.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, exactly the same. I think maybe if anything, it's telling us that AGO are more of a team who are comfortable on their T side, that they love going for retakes. But honestly, 3 rounds in a row, they've broken through to make sure that SKADE don't end up being comfortable. And SKADE coming to this round with more or less the same as the previous round, just less utility to work with, and an even tougher round as they're going to run the same play again.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to force the issue yet again. Hopefully they do learn from their mistakes of not peaking Temple and losing 3 players without any trade potential. And Echo, yet again, the first player to arrive to the crime scene is just going to get smoked out. But this is the problem with having such low utility, is that they're able to get themselves on the bomb site. Fiku's already got one through the smoke, but they've got nothing else now. They've literally got 1 smoke left. The bomb just got planted, they've got 1 smoke, and it's pretty much going to be down to Rainwaker on this lug. But it's been expected. Furlan's reading him like a Harry Potter novel. Is going to be hopefully trying to catch him out.
SKADE down to 3 members. They're going to need themselves to order a Phoenix to get some resurrections in there if they're going to win out this round. At least the plant has been made, but you can see AGO are all over the site like a rash. And SKADE, they've got nothing left to say.
No way. Wait. Actually, I think they might have something to say because the bomb plant has been killed. It's all down to Rainwaker. Such low time, and he finally will be neutralized. There was literally milliseconds left on that. And AGO, they will pull it through. What a loss that would have been if they had actually been defeated. And because they got the bomb down, SKADE actually going to buy back into this round. They got full loss bonus plus the $800 from the bomb plant. They're going to continue forcing the issue. It's not something I necessarily agree with. I feel like just taking a 2K buy and allowing Dennis to finally get the AWP out might actually be the play, because these rounds they've been close in the fact that the bomb's gone down, but the AGO have kept 4 players alive now twice in a row.
And that's going to be so important. You can see the money in the bank for them is truly extraordinary. SKADE, you can tell that this is not what they were expecting. The first half looked pretty darn good for them. The 2 bursts of 3 rounds in a row. But that is going to be all she wrote. So far, no rounds this half at all. And there you go. We promised a strong Ancient performance. We didn't expect it necessarily to be this strong.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
5v5.
I'm still recovering from a little... Sorry, still recovering from a little bit of a cold there. And it just springs out at the worst timing. But yeah, I expected it to be good, but this is it's been superbly dominant. Like, they had a slow start, but they've picked it up in a tremendous fashion.
Echo on the A site now. You can see that we're seeing AO starting to switch up their defensive style a bit. And they're actually moving out their resources from the B side, anticipating what SKADE apparently are about to do.
Yeah, this is really nice one. They've read it like a book yet again. Mid to B's been shut down. Actually only going 1-for-1, and Lima's going to lose his life as well. This could change the shit. However, the bomb's kind of committing towards a bomb site. They're getting kills everywhere, all down to Fiku, the one player I would want in a 1v4, but he will be neutralized. That genuinely was winnable if he'd got that kill onto Denny's story. He would have had 2 1v1s to play off them. But they've still got the advantage. As I was talking about, they kept alive so many players in the rounds prior, where they're going to go into round 21, even though they've just had a loss, they're going to have the AWP and full utility out on all players. And SKADE, they can't let their foot off the pedal just yet. And their bite still isn't that great. They had 3 players left alive, which is a success, but they're going to change it up now a little bit and head towards the B bomb site early on.
So SKADE in
very
the
early
half.
on.
They're looking real aggressive here as they come in, all guns blazing. Lehman is here. Lehman, the defender from before, grabs 2. Look at number 3 and finds it. Lehman will not leave any survivors if they've got any choice in the matter. Smoke down, and SKADE's momentum might be coming to a screeching halt.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, they're going to get the bomb down, but it's going to be 5 players stay alive. I feel like that's been the real theme of this game, of just like every single round, SKADE do get the bomb down, which gives them just a chance. Yet again, they're going to have a buy into this next one. So, you know, it's still one of those things where it's like, AGO are going to really start just denying this bomb plant. But I guess if it works, you don't need to change it, because they've only lost 1 round to the what was it? They've won 5 and they've only lost 1, so not too shabby. And I think Ancient definitely is going to be going their way, and Nuke is most definitely on the cards now, Pete.
Oh my gosh, we don't know what to expect from Nuke either. This has been a transcendent performance from AGO. It's a rare thing to get to see a team, in the kind of coming out of their chrysalis, to be a team that's going to be attracting a lot of attention going forwards. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here and now.
Yeah, and honestly, I love that from them. And the AWP is going to be coming out for Ultimate yet again. Dennis also going to be building his AWP. So it's going to be a battle of these 2 big greens. However, on the rifles, they've already had a very expensive start. Bubble will go 1-for-1. But it's beautiful trades from Lee. Wow, how on a second? How has Lehman got away and actually got a dink onto Denny's slot? That is no way he should be allowed to do that. And all of a sudden, this round is very winnable. But Ultimate was unexpecting of this ship's presence.
Lehman and Echo, last one standing. Nice flash onto ships, but they are on full health. You can see Lehman is desperately checking from side to side, and they don't see Rainmaker coming. It's down to Echo to salvage the round, at least try and get a kill. We know this is their speciality. Find a kill, then fade away.
This is still very winnable, though. A lot of these rounds, like this 1v3, is very attainable. He does have a kit and a smoke. He's just going to be careful. Does he? If he gets this kill on the ships cleanly and quickly, he's going to realize that it's probably not towards this B bomb site. But I think he might get backstabbed, which is going to about to come in. So yeah, he does lose his life. And AGO, they kept 5 players alive in the round prior, so their money, it's still grand. They're still going to be able to buy up. And I think Ultimate will have an AWP out, yeah, because Echo's going to drop it over to him. And this round, it felt a little bit sloppy there towards the end. I can't lie. Well, I mean, I guess towards the beginning of that round in towards lane.
I mean, maybe, tell me if you agree on this. It feels like for AGO, I really get this sort of mental image of, a kind of a runner on a beach kind of situation where, they can run really fast and do really well, but when they start to slip up, then they will trip up again and again, just trying to seize back the momentum that isn't theirs anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and that definitely will be the fact. This is probably a team with not as high quality as SKADE, and you've got a newer player who's incredibly young. And yeah, I mean, it's showing as well, especially here. Ultimate got very close there. He definitely could have lost his life. He just turns his back. 2 players on the B bombs are already lost. And this is honestly, if I was AGO, I'd save this. Don't need to force the issue. Save over these 3 guns into the next round, and you'll be able to have a buy very soon afterwards. Yeah, I don't know why Ultimate's hanging around for so long. He just needs to tuck Tail and Scarper away. There's going to be double digits found for SKADE now. And this game, like, they've still got the advantage by 3 rounds, but it's still very close.
And yeah, I mean, even with how much momentum AGO have gotten for themselves now, yeah, just, the ability to back down. I think that's what, probably what we're talking about here for AGO, is they don't seem to really have that ability to do so. In some cases, it's serving them well, like with that pick off onto Dreamer. In other cases, I think teams are going to start reading this more and punishing them for it. Still, as you said, though, this round is pretty much done. It's only a case of how many kills are exchanged on the tail end. Not looking good for AGO. They will be wiped off the map.
That's actually really huge. They've only got 1,900 lost. This is going to be a forced eco for them. If they had sustained 3 players alive going to this round, they could have, they wouldn't have bought into it, but they would have had so much room to cut down the economy. And yeah, SKADE there, they're going to do a very AGO fashion style round, keep 4 alive, and they're going to have so much money going because of that. Timeout will be called. AGO, they're in a bit of a sticky one now.
I do think this is a very well-placed timeout from them. Because, you know, they are so close to seeing Nuke, seeing that map number 3. But I think, again, you know, if we're talking about the overall experience, exactly as you said, they don't necessarily have that kind of ground and that foundation there to be able to completely clear their minds and get over the finish line in quite the same way that SKADE would. You know, when you feel like you deserve this map, when you feel like, you know, we're done here pretty much, that's the most dangerous time where you can still give the game away.
Yeah, I think that's one good thing about SKADE's grind is that it's paying off in the fashion of if you're playing so much CS, you're putting yourself in every single possible scenario. You're putting yourself in a place where you've come back from every single scoreline. You've choked at every single scoreline, so you kind of have that experience where a lot of teams who maybe don't as grind as much in officials won't. So SKADE, they'll be able to go like, oh, okay, we can pull this one thing out that we practiced or stuff like that, which will definitely be to their advantage. But going back into this round now, they're up against 5 USPs, and they have started to be bomb site. But as I said, 5 USPs. How much can you really take away from this round?
We shall see. It's going to be a full-on charge in. I think this has been smart from SKADE. They're really limiting the ability of Ego to do anything shenanigans-wise. Piku going to take a leaf out of Dreamer's book and hold their fire. 1 kill back in. Looking for number 2. Lehman finds it. Fallen is dropped. And a ton more damage being done to SKADE than there was any right to be happening.
Honestly, the fact they've got 2 is more than impressive there. It won't accumulate to too much long term. I think it just does. I mean, I guess if AGO win this subsequent round, and then they are starting to convert a few over, it will start to just matter a little bit more. But 2 kills, honestly, what more could you expect from now? They will have this this gun round coming into the next, and if you want to be really facetious and be a little bit extra, Lehman and Fiku, they'll be able to invest into like an extra smoke because the extra $300 they got from the kill.
And Dreamer picking up the 3k there. I did like, you know, from SKADE side of things that they weren't taking too many chances, even though they did drop those 2 kills. I think if they'd, you know, gone for a more spread out approach, there was a much, much higher chance of seeing some kind of upset happening in that round. So I think they've learned their lessons from, you know, from the previous map, from this map indeed as well, that you just don't take the chances on the pistol rounds at all.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's going to be SKADE going back towards this B bomb site yet again. There's a lot of counter utility this time, so it will only really be Bubble that's been able to make space. And he could catch off Furlan here, but exactly, to be fair, the same can be said for vice versa. And a very nice nade onto Dreamer and onto Bubble. But as I was saying, he did catch off Furlan, and that's a huge advantage early on for SKADE. Bubble's going to creep away. He's actually going to get so much space here, and such a nice offensive early on for SKADE here. AGO barely starting already on the back foot.
Lehman just on the other side of that smoke, though. It's going to be crucial which one of them spots the other first. Back up from Ultimate. It does look like the B site will be the focus of aggression. That's where the bomb is. But keep your eye out for Rainwaker as well, creeping their way up through a long. They may well report back to SKADE that this route is clear, especially now Lehman's picked up 1.
I think he had to get both there. That was a must. Yeah, he had to get both there. And Dennis Law just picking away, to be honest. There's easy farming for him. What more could you want? And the flank even comes into fruition. Echo unable to gain anything. And no way are AGO going to stumble at the last hurdle here, Pete.
I mean, you say that, I think we might be about to see it happen. We've gone from a situation where AGO, they were ready to move on to map 3. Now, at best, I think it's going to be moving on to overtime. SKADE have had such a good run here in the back half of map 2. They are not to be taken remotely lightly.
Yeah, God, I'm just shocked, but this has got to this stage. I really thought this was going to be a done and dusted game, and it looked like AGO were just so calm and collected, so solidified, so methodical, and just rounds like that last one just show that they just aren't. Ultimate, bit unfortunate there, really. I think Rainwaker, no, not Rainwaker. Ships did hear the sound of the pellets going into its body there. And Lehman, he's the player in this scenario that you want to get some kills, farm up the extra $600 because he's invested a wee bit more than everyone else. But Dreamer, he's up close and personal. He has to extend the fights a little bit here and try and take the long-range battles, not these close-range battles against the pistols.
I mean, it makes a hell of a lot of sense. I think for Ego's side of things, as much as we're very, very likely to see this going to 13-13, you have to imagine, them stealing themselves now, as Lehman will not get the SMG kill they were looking for. But Ego, still, they need to steal themselves for the rounds to come. They still got a good chance of putting this into the end zone and getting this second map to bring us to game number 3. This round may not be the one to do it, but they still need to have that in mind going forward.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I'd be really disappointed, to be honest, if I do see AGO bow out in a fashion like this. They've fought so hard to get here, but it will just be the dominance of the Bulgarian roster, I think, that's going to persevere. Denny Store's finally picking up the pace a little bit. He was really, really slow on their CT side, so it's ironic that he's doing better on their T side with the AWP now. And Echo, just see if he can get some exit frags. Not going to come his way. Going to save the armor into the next, which will definitely at least help him a little bit. Extra 650, he doesn't need to reinvest. And SKADE going to keep 4 players alive. Will there be a gun to be saved? I'm not too sure. And Echo's actually going to lose his life.
Oh boy. I mean, this is the crucible that teams will go into again and again. The pressure being put on them in this situation here, knowing elimination lies at the end of just a few short rounds away. For Ego, is the team coherent enough? Has the time with the coaches, the practice, is it enough to allow them to thrive under these kind of conditions when everything is on the line?
13-13 on the line indeed. It couldn't be any closer. And Lehman, oh, that is not the play to make. 18 HP. He's got nothing from that, only just negativity. He's going to be joined up by Fiku, and Fiku, I feel like, is a player that I do want to see step up a little bit more going into this later half. He has to be the one to step up. A lot of mid control gained by Furlan early on. He should be careful he doesn't get caught off guard here and give away an advantage. But Ultimate, talking about an advantage, he will pick it up. But just as I was saying, Furlan's going to give away his. Fiku's going to get pushed out a little bit by this Molotov. And it just will be so much control gain now by SKADE. Look at this on the mini-map. Bubbles pushed all the way out to Candles.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of this so far on this map of people trying to lap around through mid towards the B side. It could work. SKADE are backing off and looking towards A instead, where the only defender there will be Echo. Echo, they've committed him pretty hard and it's been read successfully.
Yeah, there needs to be a rotation sustained here by AJ. They've got 3 players on this B bomber side. They're not taking any map control. They're just sitting back. Echo, he's going to be in a very precarious position now. The Molotovs are going to start coming in. He's going to hear the footsteps. The rotations will finally be in place, but it'll be a little bit too little too late.
I think this is why the mid control is so important for SKADE. They're stopping those rotations from happening. Echo is gone. The A site is laid bare. Ultimate does sneak through without getting caught by Bubble, but the rest of the team still needs to join them.
Yeah, I honestly just don't understand from AGO. They've got 3 players on the B-bomb side. No one's taking any initiative. No one's taking any info. All they're doing is just dropping utility with so much time left to play. And it seems like they've thrown away that round. They had the advantage. Furlan gets caught out on middle. And it's just leaving Echo, the youngster, in a very hard position there. Like, there's 4 players coming down on him. What can he do there?
Yeah, I don't think you could have really expected too much of anything from them. I mean, from Ego, you can look at the money they've got in the bank. It's not even remotely comparable with SKADE. They've had so many rounds in a row. If this one ends, it will be the 6th. I mean, they've been holding on to so much equipment. They've got the AWP. They've got everything they need. Fiku picking up a tail end kill is certainly something. And they're going to go for a second one. This is punishing the economy so badly. Fiku stays strong to the end, but they are the only one.
Yeah, I felt like that really had to be around where first they won and secondly Lehman stays alive at the end there. Very precarious for him. And yeah, talking about the money, you got 2 players on 5 digits. They're going to have max loss bonus next. They're going to have max money next round. Timeout's going to come in, and yeah, they just need to sit and talk things over because I don't get what they're doing right now. It's just, it feels like it was going so well, and then all of a sudden they've just crumbled, and there's no other way to put it.
So guys, as we come close to what could be the end of our first series of the day, if things do not turn around as a result of this timeout, ECSTATIC versus MASONIC will be coming up next at 1300 CEST, assuming that we don't overrun too badly on this first series. And if this, of course, ends in 2 games, we will definitely be starting on time.
Oh, they're on boot camp.
I think it might be.
Well, there's definitely, yeah, it seems like they're on boot camp. Oh, okay, yeah, that's, yeah, to be fair, you see a lot of teams on boot camp nowadays, like, especially in this Pinnacle Cup. I genuinely think a majority of them are on boot camp. I know SKADE aren't, but, like, Isurus are, among so many others, and especially from the teams that are about to go off to the major. But it's going to be a smoke that does just miss the mark a little bit. And SKADE doesn't really matter because they're getting so much info up towards Candles. Both ships and Bubble just getting so much map control.
We shall see. Fiku surviving, Lehman dropping the SMG. Fiku, number 0, the only player with any real equipment left in play. Looks like they're going to be going up against Streamer here. This is, of course, a callback to when we saw these, SKADE running the defense. I don't even know if Fiku's going to be able to actually make a significant impact on this round.
Fiku's been so quiet. I just haven't seen him do much for this whole CT half after they started losing some rounds.
Oh, come on!
Is he gonna get? I kind of want to see him get a knife. Oh my god, Echo actually gets the frag on Bubble. Now that is unfortunate. He outthinks himself a little bit, and the youngster will actually pick up this kill. No way is this actually, oh my god, look at this timing from Furlan here. He might get caught in the back though. Oh, he does get around the corner. Dreamer doesn't expect him. He sees 2 in front of him. He gets a long range shot on the ship. He gets a dink on the Dreamer, but he doesn't get the kill. 18 HP had to suffice 2 there, and AGO, that was their one surviving hope.
Echo has still got the AK. Ultimate's going to be going in first. Echo staying well back from the fight. 1 versus 3. And they are gone. Echo, I think, is going to have to give the ground here and crawl away from the fight. SKADE now going to be 1 round from going to playoffs.
Yeah, wow, this is, like, Fiku had the AK and getting assessed, and it's just so unfortunate. Furlan there, if he'd come, it just so, literally, 1 more bullet, and I think this round would have been completely different. Ajo, they will at least have a bye going into this potentially final round. This saved AK will help them a lot. Ultimate should be on an AWP for the first time in ages, it feels like. And, God, it's just, I don't understand how this game has got to this stage. I feel like Ajo had everything going for them. And before we end, big shout out to CS Money, one of our amazing partners. And I don't know about you, Pete, but CS Money, I've invested a lot of money into. I actually just picked myself up a Bayonet freehand. I do love it. I love the fact that you can trade in your skins and like you get the 40% bonus when you deposit money. It's just a great ski. It's just great, and I don't know why you wouldn't use it.
And again, by supporting our partners, you are supporting a future competition. So if that's of any interest to you at all, please go check it out. As SKADE look to put the finishing touches on the performance that sends them to playoffs. They've got nothing to lose, but everything. As Bubble gets taken out very early in the initial exchange.
There's actually such a huge dancer utility that's definitely favoring AGO, but look at this from Fiku. I don't think he's going to expect Bubble so close, and he's not going to check him. Bubble's going to get 3 kills. Never mind, because Fiku at the last moment swivels around, but now the smoke's dissipated. Fiku, how is he going to get away with this? He's got 3 kills. Furlan has failed to support him. He's still alive. And just as we were saying, AGO are on the back foot. They bring it back, and Pete, overtime is still in the cards, and I believe, baby.
This is the Fiku Unleashed. I can't believe that they still got the fire to fight at this point. Apparently, that timeout was well served. Oh my gosh. SKADE, though, we cannot count them out. They may be down 2 members to 4, but when we look at just the A site, there's nobody directly on site itself. We've got Echo waiting in the corner. Ultimate is a way away. Echo, they're out of position.
They heard that. They must have heard that. Yeah, they've just heard that. So Echo would have heard them dropping off there. Ultimate just he can't get caught off here because they can allow the bomb to go down. The bomb plant does not affect SKADE whatsoever. They've got enough money regardless, so it does not matter if the bomb goes down. AGO is going to make sure they don't lose more than 1 more player here. if they keep all 4 alive, that's best case scenario. Echo's going to spam through smoke. He doesn't deny the bomb, but he will get that frag. Then he stores all left alone. He's holding towards CT. Will actually get that first shot to Lehman, and he will not suffice anymore. Ultimate with a very clean trade, and AGO, they're on to 14. They keep 3 players alive. Their money's going to be fine going into this last round, and we're on to the final stretch here. Round 30, it all comes down to this, but in the end, you can't understate SKADE's impressive T side. I am super impressed by what I've just seen from them. They've won, what, 7 rounds in a row? That's amazing from them. Like, that's actually so impressive.
You see our Pinnacle odds reflecting that what a difference one round is gonna make here. Either we're going to overtime or AGO are gonna be done with the competition. There's another timeout coming in. Fiku, again, though, from the AGO side of things, stepping into the spotlight. Most kills in the game, even when their team is behind.
Super impressive, and he's been so consistent this whole series, been really impressive. And God, he's definitely, in my opinion, now a player to watch out for and a player to keep an eye on going into the longevity of his career. Because he's picking up, you know, that 3K we had in the round prior, like that is just unbelievable. Like, that's such a crucial round. We're going to have a technical pause, and it's a very unfortunate time to have a technical pause because, yeah, this is literally like the last stretch, and then all of a sudden, just halting to a stop, and it seems like, wait, 2 players DC'd? Because I know for a fact SKADE aren't on like boot camp, for instance.
Yeah, so it's much more likely.
Both just timed out. Wait, no, Bubble and they sort of just timed out simultaneously, and that actually I think helps AGO so much because it allows SKADE to just like all the momentum's gone.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, this is the whole thing. Particularly at this point in proceedings, knowing how to measure out your energy and keep, you know, firstly to keep, you know, your adrenaline going, as you say, when we've got a pause like this. But for our teams, they don't know if this is the end of the series or not. So if you pour everything into this, as you kind of have to, you don't know if you're then going to be called upon to play a whole other game after this.
It's also Nuke as well, which I think is a bit of a wild card pick for. Well, it's definitely something which, in my opinion, SKADE will definitely struggle on a little bit. They've got a negative win percentage on, and they have actually been losing it to. Well, it's really weird. So they played it in the finals, if I'm not mistaken, against Copenhagen Flames, and like absolutely swept them. And then they'll go and lose a little bit carelessly. Yeah, so they beat Copenhagen Flames 16-6 on Nuke in the finals of the Pinnacle Cup IV, which is a map Copenhagen Flames are very good at. But then, you know, they lose it to Mad Lions, which is a team which I think is really disappointing, who have actually just disbanded because of how disappointing they are. They lose it to teams like Saw. They lose it to teams like Kova, who I guess Kova are really, like, they had that 11 win streak, but it's still like a level of opponent that is proportionately nowhere near what SKADE should be like. So I don't know what SKADE we're going to see going on to Nuke. I'm just interested to see if they're able to keep it up. If, to be fair, if we ever see it, that is, I think,
I was going to say, point. Like, it's not a guarantee at this point at all, because best case scenario here is we go to overtime, where we all start over again. So that's another chance for this all to go to pot for a go before even seeing map 3.
Yeah, because one thing I am interested in is that AGO have actually decided to play Nuke, a map they've played 3 times and lost 3 times. They decided they didn't want to play Inferno against SKADE, which is fair enough. It's a map where they're like they're a little bit more familiar on Inferno than they are on Nuke, but then they're deciding to play against the weaknesses of the opponents, and because SKADE are just like, they're amazing on Inferno, so they don't want to be able to challenge them on Inferno. That's the main thing.
Well, Freddie, I think, you know, further to what you were saying before, you know, SKADE, they've actually given us a very good data set to work from in terms of our expectations of them. You know, when you've got a 0-3 win rate across 3 maps, there's still a degree of, okay, that's just 3 games though. So it may be that they're actually totally fine at Nuke. They just have 3 bad games in a row. But when you've got, you know, 29 maps on Inferno and you've got a 66% win rate, you've got a pretty clear and decisive picture of, okay, we know what to expect here.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to contest SKADE, I think, on a 3rd map on their best map. That's definitely my opinion. So I think Nuke, they would have, from my perspective, it was like they've potentially prepared going into Nuke, and they've got like a little bit of the gimmicky plays. So if we, to be fair, like we're saying, if we even ever get there, because firstly there's one round to go to overtime, and I'm looking at Bubble now on the screen. He just put his headset back on. Hopefully he seems like he's come back a little bit. And I do love that, you know, that like that wall next to him where he has those, like the 2 karambits, the medals. Like, I think that's a really cool little, like, just little feature to put in the camera. Oh, they're both restarting their PC, so we could be here for a fair while. Bubble looks like he's back because, you know, like we can see him. Yeah, it's definitely like all momentum just stopped. We're going into this last round, and I think it's anyone's game.
Gosh, I mean, I feel like
there as well. I think
if anything, I would, presumably I would give this the advantage, even if the momentum is drained away for SKADE here. They are going to be vastly more used to, coming out of a long pause like this. Exactly the same. They're completely dry of momentum. To come out of that and then immediately perform at a level which could then put them over the edge into playoffs. It's quite an ask for a team to be like, you sit there for an indeterminate amount of time and then perform at your top level immediately.
Oh yeah, this is like the problem I find, especially at LAN in the UK LANs, of like we'll sit down to play and it's like right, 45-minute wait, and it's like okay, nice, cool. And like open qualifiers as well, when you have to sit there for ages and just wait for like the mold over the play. And I've got a feeling that the players will be joining back momentarily as they are back on their PC. There's the hope anyway. I assume we'll have to have a round restart. And yeah, it's going to be just it's going to be such a good game. This is going to be such a good last round. And I'm hoping SKADE, what like a play they could do here is just straight away, just out of the gates, bam, rush B, rush A. Just continue the pace, bring it back up, and just bam, straight in their face.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. On the T side, that's their prerogative to go for a hyper-decisive play. And I mean, that's the thing. We're working with very different stakes for them here. For SKADE, they can afford to take higher gambles because they've got. Firstly, if they lose that gamble, they've still got overtime. If they lose overtime, they still got nuke. Again, I think we talked about this in a previous on Mirage on map 1. When you've got this big of a lead in the series, you can afford to take gambles and only have one of them pay off and have that be the end of the whole series.
Yes, and I think, Pete, to be fair, we could have a little bit longer. We have just got a notification from production. I think we might potentially just slide it to a little bit of a break. And I hope everyone is having a good day, and we're just going to see you in a couple of minutes, hopefully not too long, but we will just throw out some music, throw out some ads, and we will see you in a few minutes now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the turning point for SKADE and ECLOT. One round to see if we're going to overtime or if SKADE are going to the playoffs. My name is Cannavit, aka Pete, along with Freddy, aka Grimy Renard, and we could not be in a better place to see this round for ourselves.
Yeah, it's been such a good game so far. It is do or die. AGO, it's all up to them now. We see the heroics of Fiku in multiple rounds. Can we see him prevail yet again? SKADE is such a dominant T side. Try and do it again, but Fiku, he has just spotted out this B offensive, and they're running up. They're going to get denied by the smoke. Very nice place. It's actually gone, wait, that got into the floor.
Not even sure, but certainly SKADE have been scared off of that initial advance. They're falling back with no damage being done on their side. There you go. Suleiman taking a little bit of damage themselves. It looks like SKADE may have been faking out the retreat though, because they're coming back in.
Oh, what a shot by Dennis. Well, that's such a huge scalp to take. Fiku, their star player, their hero, their saving grace has been eliminated. It's all down to Lima. He has to be the hero that AGO need, and he's going to step up when his team needs him. He gets a 2k, but will be quickly traded out. He doesn't expect Dreamer to be so close up on site. The bomb's going to get planted, and it's now down to Ultimate and Echo to see if they can salvage this round, but it seems like it might not be the case. They split out the AWP, and Pete, I'm very upset this is going to be the way that AGO bow out in the Pinnacle Cup.
We did think it was going to be tough to come back from a long break straight into an incredibly important round, but it seemed like it's going to be a very tough ask. Echo are there, the time is ticking away. Echo and Ultimate, this is your time to make your names, but it's going to be a hell of an ask.
Very big ask. There is only one player left alone now. Ultimate's going to get knocked down, and it's going to be SKADE. 16-14. They go straight to the wire. The tech pause does, as soon as it goes out, we are straight back to the end. And oh my god, what a game we've just seen, Pete. So devastating for the Polish players with the Bulgarian players. You can see just a smile of relief across everyone's face. T-side masterclass on Ancient we saw from them towards the end, and they'll be booking themselves a one-way ticket into the playoffs. They made it very close indeed, I must say, but in the end they came back from a 0-2 scoreline all the way to 3-2, beating out 4 Glory, Sinners, and finally AGO. Very impressive, Pete. What a game we've just had.
I mean, honestly, I think everyone would have been absolutely shocked if we didn't see our previous champions at least making it to playoffs, if not back to contest in the finals as well. But I think, you know, it definitely does speak to SKADE going to be needing to do some work between now and the playoffs starting towards the end of the month. You know, the fact they even got to this point, had to fight for their tournament lives, that is a pretty big concern going forwards.
Oh yeah, completely. We saw them go from kind of being absolute flawless and undefeatable, just destroying teams in their path on playoffs last time, to a little bit more mortal now. But in the end, you know, they have booked themselves to playoffs. And something I saw Ryan and DK Truman pick up yesterday was the fact that Isurus have made it through to playoffs for -3 round difference, which I find so funny. However, it's not all from us today, because we will have a Danish derby on next, MASONIC versus ECSTATIC, which I can't wait to see. I'm definitely gonna be sticking around to watch that. I think it'll be in about an hour's time, and then right after that you have Finest versus Apeks, if I'm not mistaken. Will that be
Wisla Krakow?
Sorry, Wisla Krakow. Yeah, sorry, completely had a lapse in judgment there. But yeah, 2 banger games to come. Don't go anywhere. And I think, Pete, if that's all from us today, we'll be shortly wrapping it up.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. So, today is just getting started. Do remember again, we will be taking a break after this one, of course, for Antwerp, and returning it back on the 25th for the playoffs. But for now, we'll be taking that break instead, coming back in around, well, let's say 15 minutes or so for our second series of our 3 today.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup IV. We're down to our last couple of teams today. I'm here with Pigeon and I'm Paladin. Very excited to get started with ECSTATIC versus MASONIC today.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting 2-2 matchup. We've seen ECSTATIC that, you know, haven't really been themselves for a while after bringing in Zello. And we're looking at MASONIC. They're actually on the uprise right now. They're really starting to find their footing with some really talented players. Here's how the brackets played out so far, however. We've only got our final 4 teams remaining right now. 2 of them can only go through to the playoffs stage. And right now, as mentioned, we are with those ECSTATIC versus MASONIC game. You know, a Danish core versus a full Danish lineup. Technically a Danish derby, if you want to call it that, in this matchup. Paladin, this is going to be a really fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. It's like this perfect clash of 2 Danish. I'll go with Danish derby. I'd say one team coming up on the up and up, and one on the downturn. We have on one hand the MASONIC core, who have been a very young roster that's been bridled with potential, and they have a lot of good scalps off of some bigger teams. And on the ECSTATIC side of things, you have them trying to struggle to find a rebuild with bringing in Zello and stuff like that. So let's take a look at the ECSTATIC roster. I think they're a little bit more important to talk about because you'd kind of want these guys to be at the Pinnacle Cup playoffs, just with the amount of pedigree that they've shown in the last year, and how much this core of Manx, Bird from Sky, and Dafu have shown just in the last year.
Yeah, these are a group of players that individually they have the chance to take over the entire server when need be. We just haven't seen that as a unit yet recently, and I think that's the main downfall for ECSTATIC. You know, they had this explosive playstyle they came out the gates with, and now it's starting to be read a little bit. They haven't really came up with anything, you know, that might sort of bring them back into the fray, so to speak. So, you know, you've got the talent there. I mean, Bird from Sky is a great in-game leader, so I'm sure they're going to be working behind the scenes to bring some new elements into their gameplay. Alongside, we've got MASONIC here. Now, this is a roster where there are individuals that can also do the exact same thing. Cabby is nuts at the game. Yensi's really good with the AWP. Like, the last couple of times I commentated them in this event, Cabby's always been popping off. Yensi's always been up there on the scoreboard. Kraken's had his great moments. So this is a roster that has really good potential, and I think we're now starting to see the full end of it.
Yeah, you have the IGL of Queenix, who's been around the block, around the various Danish organizations, having him be previously on Singularity and Copenhagen Flames. So it's good to have somebody who was still on the younger side, but also still has a little bit of experience on her shoulders to carry some of these younger individuals and go toe-to-toe with some of Danish or Denmark's best. So I'm excited to see how the chips fall in this game. Hopefully we'll be able to get that veto up very soon, because there is quite the spicy affair, just considering the permaban being, I believe, Mirage for both of these teams. ECSTATIC having only played it once, and MASONIC refusing to play it at all. But yeah, here comes the bans.
Yeah, so this is the interesting one, right? You mentioned it, like, you've got the insta-ban of Mirage of both of these teams, so ECSTATIC are going to go out the gate and ban TUS too. Now, we end up with a map pool that actually both of these teams really enjoy and have a very, very solid, you know, sort of foundation and base on. So we end up with Overpass for MASONIC's first pick, Vertigo's our next for ECSTATIC, and then our decider is Ancient. So this is a really decent map pool for both of these teams to get their teeth sunk into. Let's talk about Overpass first of all, Paladin. We commentated ECSTATIC on this map a couple of days ago. That was a bit of an affair on that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, they very much struggled on that map. I think they were absolutely outclassed by Wisla Krakow at that point in time. There was no reason for them to really be stuck into that game. I think the main points of contention is just that they were getting pulled across the map without any real understanding of the timings of everything. And for that reason, you know, Wisla Krakow ran away with it. The individuals also on that team just had a way better understanding of, you know, how to take bathrooms, how to take a divider without, you know, overextending, how to move up long underneath the CT's vision. Stuff like, very simple stuff like that wasn't necessarily ironed out by ECSTATIC as opposed to the polls. So I think it's a very good punish pick from MASONIC. They'll be very comfortable on this map. They've shown that they're comfortable on this map. And I mean, for ECSTATIC, they're going to have a lot of work to do to patch things up there. So of all the 3 maps, I think I prefer MASONIC the most, specifically on Overpass. You move over to Vertigo, that's a little bit more of an even map. You have ECSTATIC loving that map. Their old core, they alongside Wolfie, they used to play this map a ton. But Now, you know, Masonic also have maps played on this one, so we could very easily see a 2-0 in this situation. But then as well, if ECSTATIC do decide to show up on that map too, we could have a very spicy third on Ancient.
Yeah, this does look like to be maybe a 3-mapper here in this series, to be honest with you. Now, I think we touched on Overpass. I think we can maybe touch on it a little bit more as we are about to get into our game. Yeah, here we are then. We're about to get into our game. Let's talk about Overpass this very tiny bit more. I think if the individuals get fired up here for this Masonic side, you know, we've got Yensi, long angles to get himself into this one. So this is going to be really exciting to see how, you know, these two AWPers on both sides actually get themselves into it.
Noise in this map. He's the one that the MVP is so ever important on this map.
Fascist Community find the contact, Braden with the bomb up, and Blind taken down. Is that lone man on this B bomb site? So playing a retake now. They've got a double nade setup that they want to throw in case they spot this bomb going down. There it goes. A good amount of damage. Nade from above. Kraken goes down. So the bomb's out in the open. They sort of have to retrieve it, but they've got players up close and personal to find these frags. Cabby yet again coming into this game, coming alive in the pistol round. So Bird from Sky now has got to find something. Zello from the heavens gets one, but a 1v2 now to put himself into this round. Nothing to work with. There's a kit dropped right in front of him. So now time isn't that much of an issue anymore. Just thinking one's heaven. They're both on pillar, on short. So as soon as he starts to make steps, play around, Yensi's going to hide. Queenix is going to play into this one very, very shortly. And I think this could be done for Zello. Needed that tap instantaneously. Still worried about Short, who isn't going to peek. And Masonic, they pick up the pistol.
Yeah, I was very worried there for Queenix that he might show face a little bit too early. But he played that absolutely perfectly. And not showing his face at all. Not even a shoulder, not even a bit of the body. And Yensi can just dance around the pillar, no problem. Even if the fight is won there by Zello. You know, Queenix has essentially secured the round with that kid being dropped over there at back graffiti. So well done from Masonic. Great little B pop there. And even after the little double nade setup that ECSTATIC had set up, Masonic passed the test with flying colors. Cabby reignites the round with the double kill onto the backseat players. And ECSTATIC don't want anything to do with the force buy earlier on this time around. So just a double flash setup for ECSTATIC, and I believe they might just have a gamble stack here, try to, you know, maybe go aggressive once this site execute potentially comes out of the B site. But with this default here that Masonic has in store, I don't necessarily expect them to just explode onto the B bomb site. They'll get a little bit more information on long. You see that smoke coming out in back bathrooms and a molly divider. They'll be taking all this map control, and they'll really understand what's going on around this map.
Yeah, they've put it pretty heavily too on the side of Masonic, so it's crucial that they actually keep all 5 alive here. The reinvestments are going to be very, very heavy. They won't have much money to do so coming into round number 3. So they've just left a lot of the map open. Keeping position, gaining it slowly together, working their way towards bathrooms, and well, now Kraken's joined the pack with the bomb. Just jump spotting towards Van. I think this is just more of a passing remark on this round about what's going to happen because Manx now here's the execute. ECSTATIC are probably going to rotate all the way up as well just to maybe go for this one. You've got USPs after all. So, contact made. It's just going to be the bomb site surrounded. I don't think there's anything ECSTATIC can do here, especially now all this utils comes out. Stalling time. ECSTATIC with pistols. Nothing more.
Yeah, there are these 2 flashes here. They'll probably want to send all their bodies in, see if they can get any sort of exits, keep the economy honest. And there goes Manx very early on. Cabby very quickly onto the 3-1 scoreline.
Yep.
But it looks as though they don't even want to send them to... Okay, here it comes.
I think with how long range these players are, it's only going to end badly for the CTs. At least a nice little dink on Queenix. Cabby's there to support him, and it just does all fall apart. Cabby has been impressing me these past few games that I've commentated him. He's always actually been in a very impactful position towards those mid and late rounds, and I'm actually excited to see how he plays into this game as well against a more experienced team that can handle these sort of like mid-round, late-round plays. Of course, Zello's now got the AWP as well, so we're going to see this first gun round very instantaneously. A lot of util from MASONIC, decent for ECSTATIC, but not enough. Let's see how they work with it.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Cabby, I think both of these rounds have gone to a bomb plant, and every single time where it might be discounted from the round, he's done very well to get them back in a contention and firmly secure the round. Now, Zello does have this AWP up, but his glass cannon. Faster that MASONIC want to run this round, the more dangerous things might get for Zello, and he's definitely not playing as though he has no armor.
And 2 have snuck by long as well.
Very aggressive. Yeah. But look at Cabby, he's walked all the way up. He already has the A-bomb.
Very lovely.
In the palm of his hands.
Oh, couldn't continue the spray to find Fasher, so Notan's here to finish it. Surrounding, getting the bomb down. This might be a bit too early. ECSTATIC are already in a good position to execute the retake already. But by that time, everyone's fallen back. They've got their post plants. Bird of util. Smoke going out. Bird from Sky opts to go past it, and he can because he's got the space to do so. Nice flash. Blinds him. Slows his advance. They've got a smoke for the bomb as well if they want to throw it on. Queenix popping a flash out. Kraken gets it before he's blinded in the Galil spray. Nice for 2. So there we go. MASONIC handled very, very well the sort of initial loss of a man. Then they come through and get their kills, and then the retake played out perfectly. So well done.
Yeah, that was that main thing that I was telling you about. If MASONIC wanted to speed things up, Zello was going to be in very big trouble with how aggressive he was playing there on the divider side. And you saw just Cabby and Notan just run up long. No stopping them. Full W, and Cabby with some great entries. Notan a little bit overzealous with that peak, with the bomb plant, but luckily the ECSTATIC members didn't want to chance any aggression earlier on with the bomb plant going down, and MASONIC come up with the round win very early on. So 3-0 start for them, very comfortable. Doesn't necessarily feel like they're being pushed too hard. And now that loss bonus has to be built up just a little bit more for ECSTATIC before Zello can bring up that AWP, because as you could see in that previous round, he didn't even have a chance to fire off even a warning shot, frankly. So hopefully things can turn around for ECSTATIC, but right now it's MASONIC in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it is. They're gaining space very nicely in these initial first rounds. And we can see actually on this one how they're playing the default. Nice flash through. Max's going to be blind. Whether it's checked a different matter. Of course Cabby's going to check it. It's Cabby, for goodness sake. Can Dafu play around anything? But he might be overrun. Perfect flash again. At least Fasher gets a deagle kill. So that's something to work with until everything falls apart for ECSTATIC. MASONIC are just too good at getting these picks and not letting everything unfold as soon as an answer back comes. And well, Yensi's already in position on 8, so this should be a done deal. There's only one to face as he rotates up. I think Fasher is dead to rights, and from every angle punished, and leaves Dafu in this 1v4. He's got a Mac 10 to save. So ECSTATIC looking on the back foot yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the A rotate is a little bit overkill there from MASONIC, but you know, a round's a round, and they take care of Fasher, make sure that he doesn't get anything extra in the round. Any kills to be given over would obviously boost that economy as much as possible. And Notan should be taking care of Dafu just a little bit. Long range Mac 10, quite difficult to get activated. We've got a 4 on the board for MASONIC, so great start for them on the T side, and this is a little bit of what we expected, right? Being able to pull apart the ECSTATIC defense and really show them why MASONIC loves this map and why they deserve to win their map pick very comfortably.
When we commentated ECSTATIC last, we saw their best side on this map was their CT side. So to get off to a slow start here doesn't actually fill me with much promise. Now, MASONIC have been playing a slow default every round. It doesn't look like it's going to change. You do have Queenix in that connector position running up. He's always been in that place. Zello up long, quite aggressive. Has to fall back after the first initial shot, but he still has time to stick around slightly. But does he find one? I don't think they want to push him right now. They're waiting for the utility. It's not going to come out perfectly, but it still does force Zello back. So still in the back of his mind that someone's going to be up close and personal at some point with a bit of util. And they have all this mid control for free.
Yeah, so they disassemble that long setup and they reassemble it here down on the short side. They want to get Zello set up for an opening pick earlier on so that they can rest on that man advantage. But Kraken here, this is the important frag.
Very
a great kill on as the B lurker. It's going to propel MASONIC to fight here on the A side of things. Queenix gets a great trade, but Burpham Squad quickly responds back. Kraken with another B lurk can kill him. That's both the players on the B bomb side. They can just evacuate. He's taking all of this down, and any bit of control that ECSTATIC was jostling for here on the A side of things is just ripped away from them. And MASONIC have another bomb plan. Burpham Squad left alone.
Yeah, Kraken, it was perfect in that round as Burpham Squad pulls his knife out. Yeah, no, Kraken was perfect. He does all the work in just terms of space creation in that round. Forget what's happening on mid. If you lose that B player, then that tells ECSTATIC, because there's only one there, okay, that's the lurker guys, well, let's maybe rotate back towards there. I don't think anyone else is here. So very, very good to isolate even that first fight, first of all, and then to get the second as well. That's just amazing work.
Yeah, it's a little upsetting that ECSTATIC wanted to fight on all fronts across the entire map. In that sense, giving Kraken free, at least the first kill was something that he searched out for, but the second one, that was a little bit more difficult to get onto another player on ECSTATIC. And so I'm happy that Kraken decided to push the issue, and as soon as they got those kills, they wanted to double back, and that was definitely the more intelligent play from MASONIC. Didn't want to potentially give a highlight reel to somebody like Zello over there on the A-bomb site. So good stuff from MASONIC earlier on. I'm happy with the T side they've shown thus far. They're very calm and collected, not necessarily overextending in too many scenarios, getting too excited once they get a piece of the map. You'd like to see that from a younger team like this, trying to master the balance of aggression and passive play. Cabby being rewarded with a kill on a Fasher. Great stuff here from MASONIC to have that opening man advantage and really work the map as they please.
What I love as well is after that timeout, how they readjust. They know that Queenix has been taking fast, aggressive pace towards Connector, and assume that ECSTATIC are going to adjust by putting a player there. Well, they did, and they methodically clear it out. And at this point, MASONIC have a really, really good read on what's happening around the map. ECSTATIC have put everyone over towards A. It's not going to work out for them. Notan's the only one even just playing with the idea of making some space towards A. And I think Dafu's now slowly starting to realise he's going to throw a smoke over towards, I believe that to be Yet Monster. But it's with...
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's with false alarms because 3 have gone through short. And that is the best thing that MASONIC can see is a clear B bomb site. So ECSTATIC, well, they can probably go for this, but they can afford to go for this retake. They're going to be buying up full in next anyway, because it's still on a full loss bonus. But how do they play? So they go for exits, maybe? I don't know, try and get something? I mean, MASONIC are pretty clean on how they're handling this right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have max loss bonus for ECSTATIC, so it's not the end of the world. They don't necessarily even have to go for exits at this point. The money is already quite strong for the MASONIC side. It's going to be quite difficult to tear through it. There's a good kill there for Dafu, but whether or not they'll be able to actually grab that rifle, Notan definitely doesn't have anything in his mind to allow Bird from Sky to get this weapon, and Jensi through the metal grating of the connector gets that 6th cleanly and quietly. And look, the problem with that smoke from the A side up into Monster is if you have short control, you can very easily see that flying over the air and through the heaven side, that it's a little bit more obvious that they can have a little bit of an understanding that, you know, maybe there isn't that many players on the B bomb side. Maybe we can just re-aggress very quickly. And another attempt here from the ECSTATIC members to go aggressive down into mid. It hasn't worked out twice, and Dafu as well.
Yeah.
flubbing his lines a little bit here, and Kraken takes advantage. Manx
What?
goes down as well. It's all on Bird from Sky and the B bomb site. How has this gone wrong so quickly?
And they're not even changing the pace now. They've got this first two initial kills. They're just waiting. And all this time, Fasher has been able to put himself in this lurky little position. They've got to realise this at some point. Setting up the execute still, and now Notan's here to make sure he's just holding down this line. As the smoke fades, the nade pins might be pulled. Fasher's here on this lurk. Now he's been noted. Does this force Masonic's hand to go in fast? Well, you've got 2 here on the side still. They're just waiting. So
Look at
patient.
Queenix. He's running all of the way up A. He's caught this timing beautifully, and I think they're still going to go for this B play, but he's well aware that Fasher is far and away from the situation now. If he's got to speed up, though. If he doesn't catch this timing, he might get shot at the back from Fasher, but he just seems to have found it. Just has to walk down into heaven. This B bomb site's about to get ripped open.
Very nice from Zello to start with the first. They realise that Burfen's guy is close, and while Queenix has come from behind, that's unexpected. Gets both of them as well. A perfect wait for the lurk, and Fasher, well, he's left wondering what on earth has happened, how Queenix has slipped by. That is perfect from Masonic, understanding that Fasher isn't going to move a muscle at that point. Just rely on the 2 players on that B bomb site to work, and while they don't find anything.
And that's the thing that we were talking about, right? Queenix getting early connector control that early on. He can abuse the CTs in whatever way he chooses. He can hold on to. He was holding on to that map control for about 30-40 seconds, and as soon as they get that B pick, they spot Fasher out. That's when the alarm bells for Queenix were ringing that there doesn't necessarily need to be any players on the A bomb side. I can walk all the way up through Divider and see what's going on the A side. If there's nothing, I can just backstab on Heaven. And he does it very well, getting both of the kills necessary to lock in that B bomb plant. And a flawless T side here from Masonic, already confirming or near confirming the half win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing as well, because they also throw out the execute from Monster at the same time Queenix's lurk is activated. So everyone's just sort of thinking, where on earth are they? What's happening, lads? Like, so ECSTATIC are in a very questionable position. Manx is yet to frag. Dafu's only got 1 to his name. And it's not even one individual on Masonic that is doing all the work. Everyone's actually chiming in. I feel like we said everyone's name in a crucial situation for the side of Masonic. So this is really, really cool actually to see. And I do love this team. Like, Masonic have not had the best of luck in terms of just, get games in general. They haven't been winning as much, in these sorts of tournaments as, you'd maybe like an up-and-coming Danish team too. So now they're starting to find their footing. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, Krag has been great on the lurks.
Oh, wait, hold on, lads.
Oh, the quad boost comes into play. Yensi doing very well for himself to get that first kill, but look at ECSTATIC. This is what I'd like to see them to actually be a little bit more proactive.
Well, they
Fight
are.
for this control.
They're doing it out in
Fasher,
yeah, they're doing it out in B, and it's actually 2 to find it. And that smoke's thrown down. They go back, play the man disadvantage, and maybe rotate, stack towards A. Look, they've got an AK on Fasher right now, and he's got armor as well. So maybe that can come into use.
And yeah, you want to hightail this guy out to the A bomb side, because look at this, Masonic's all the way up on A.
They're coming for them. Nice flash. Fasher can't exactly peek. P2 bombarding. And a lineup headshot goes for a second as well. Can't continue the spray. And Yensi and Cabby answer back perfectly. Dafu, what can you do? Well, there's one low HP player, up close and personal, swings out with the USP, but that's all he's going to find. So even though it's a lost round for ECSTATIC, still fairly decent. Only problem is, there are loads of players on Masonic capping your money right now. That's going to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, close but no cigar there for ECSTATIC. Good on Fasher to early rotate and just gamble. You are the only rifle in the situation, so any onus on the round win comes from you, and you pushed it to a certain degree, and then eventually Yensi takes care of things. And as we were saying, all the individuals are really on point today. Kraken especially doing well to lurk properly. Cabby, Notan being very proactive on the A side, and now Cabby as well, just absolutely decimating Zello. We've said his name a couple of times in the post-plant situations, and now he's doing it in the early round. Very well done from him. And now, the only real saving grace for ECSTATIC in this situation is Bird from Sky on this boost. Does it get rewarded with anything? That's another question.
Well, they opt to not even use it anymore. MASONIC are ready to line up this push towards B.
They're gambling again.
Yeah. Does it work off well this time? Well, Dafu's found one. Cracking in quick response, but Manx coming from towards Monster, able to find another. Queenix is just popping off right now and actually needs this clutch. Does he able to adjust to Bird from Sky? No. So with the barbecue kill, he also finds the last. Bird from Sky secures ECSTATIC there first. Still MASONIC have won the half.
A little odd there. It just felt like ECSTATIC wanted to take as many gunfights as possible. Felt like they were a bomb site hit came in. The entries have been really good for MASONIC, so why not break up the pace a little bit, take a little bit more advantage, and take some more gunfights. They win it very well. Manx does well to get that double. Gets on the board in a very impactful way. And oh,
they're trying it again.
Being assembled again, and it looks like Manx has spotted it out and tucks back into heaven. Yensi playing a little bit of mind games, and Fasher being proactive as ever to go all the way into Fountain, getting an opening kill as well. Very, very good stuff for the CTs, trying to garner a little bit more rounds back into this half later on, even though the half has been won by MASONIC. We see this, it's great to see from ECSTATIC that Dafu's pushed all the way into short, and they're still a little bit more aggressive in the divider side of things. So, pole position for ECSTATIC to double up here.
Just back turn, Zello holding the line, nice adjustment down. Now Notan's cleared that part of the bait setup. The AWP's the next one to follow. Zello's still sticking around these. Got to be very, very cautious on how he plays this right now, because he could give away the man advantage. Notan spraying through, and actually Zello down to 34. It's going to be a bit of an issue. He's got to now play cautiously. Dafu's created elevated position over towards that short water position. And I know as Kraken gets one, it is now down to Yensi. Nice find on the AWP. Now the bomb is dropped in short water. It is retrievable. Spots one ABC, so at least he knows that is where one of the players are. Yensi throws out a smoke, gives himself a little bit more space. Bird from Sky rotated towards heaven. This actually could be the perfect read, could be the perfect play to stop him. Yensi has just got to be cautious right now. Still got a flashbang. 10 seconds left, able to plant the bomb. Bird from the Sky is now going to play on this railing and flash to try and reposition. Bird from Sky drops. I don't think Yensi notes it, but now understands. Zello's from behind as well, so yeah, activated. Bird from Sky doesn't even need to peek. ECSTATIC, they find round number 2.
Yeah, it's not. There's no question that MASONIC had to get a bomb plan, get some extra money. They have so much money, probably enough for the rest of the half anyway. So Bird from Sky giving that bomb plan over, playing for the round rather for, economics, because clearly that's very difficult to get under control at this point. And Zello finding form here, staying alive after that little aggressive divider play, and goes to secure the round through short. Well done from ECSTATIC to confirm that round, regardless of how close it got there, keeping a cool head. Now Zello wants to get a little bit more aggressive yet again. They're really trying to put him into a position where he can get that man advantage earlier on in the round. But he hasn't been rewarded as much as he's been hoping to. They've been working. Yeah, look at Monster. They're just through. It's contact.
Cabby just missing the head, able to tuck away. That's where Zello from short comes through to find 2, maybe even a 3rd. Tracks the head perfectly. Still 2 more. Oh, we can't quite hit that one, but Bird from Sky is there to assist, and Zello comes online at a crucial point in this half. ECSTATIC find 3 off the back of the AWP. Perfect from Zello.
Fantastic work from that Barrows player to stay alive as much as possible and let Zello do the work, because they're not going to smoke off short there. They're going to leave it open because they want to clear that later in the round. But that's where Zello does his best work, when he's put under pressure. And he hits every single necessary shot. Bird from Sky back graffiti as well. They handle that contact play with ease. A good idea from MASONIC turned awry from how strong ECSTATIC looked there with that beautiful CT setup, allowing Zello to just get that impact that he's been looking for all half so far.
They turn
12th round.
Yeah.
Here for MASONIC.
Now they turn their attention back towards Connector. Kraken's over towards B, still trying to fulfill this lurk. All this time, making space in mid. It is very methodical from MASONIC on how they clear this one out.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things, you leave Kraken here to lurk, try to work his B picks as he's been doing throughout this game. But the port of call will be the rest of the A bomb side, taking all of this bathrooms control, the long side of bathrooms, working in tandem here with Notan to walk all the way through and then maybe get a little bit of an advantage. It looks like they want to go for that A play, but now it might be a little bit more difficult, especially with the lurk of Kraken going down. You don't have the benefit of the B lurk kills going in your way and having the CTs getting pulled around. Zello to be tested, and he passes with flying colors. Cabby down for the count. And now this round is going to be quite difficult to break through, especially with how aggressive Zello's been playing.
He's still up close. They're still trying to find the parts of the puzzle. Can't quite adjust the no-scope. Queenix is able to activate. The bomb's dropped right in front of Bird from Sky and actually goes back through that smoke. His own smoke to lurk through. They're still got to be very cautious of Bird from Sky from behind. 10 seconds left. The bomb is just about to go down. And then the Bird activates. And he even finds another as well for 3 in the round. ECSTATIC, they seem to now be reading what MASONIC want to try to do. And actually giving them that early space instead of trying to fight for it when they've been losing that. So ECSTATIC, they're up to 4.
How ballsy is that from Bird from Sky to smoke himself off, spam, and then push the smoke himself, and then catch the players off guard. That was beautiful there from Bird from Sky. He's getting a lot more impact than I've seen in recent times. The game against Wisla Krakow, he was severely under fragging.
Yeah, true. He started off 0-9.
Yeah, the IGL has definitely stepped up here in the closing sectors of this first half. It's good to see that he's leading by example here.
Yeah, but what I want to point out as well is that this was their best side when they last played it. And they've got 4 rounds so far. There's the opportunity to get more, yeah, but this still doesn't seem that good. Now look at this. 2 players pushing long. I think Notan sort of got the idea. And actually it works out really, really well. Even the trade potential there isn't needed. Fash are able to activate, and now they rush towards short. Manx is going to be tested. Blind, but so is Queenix. Doesn't matter, the T gets the frag. So Bird from Sky is forced to play this retake now. 4v4.
Beautiful work there from MASONIC. Very quickly pulling the plug here on the A side of things and executing onto the B. It's very well done. Bird from Sky tries to delay, but the bomb goes down pretty much unscathed. Now this post play is going to get quite difficult here, wow. But Yensi starting off things very strong, getting rid of the B flank. It's all up to the Bird from Sky.
Oh, and Kraken finds a double as well. It's only Zello left in heaven. He's going to be swung on by Yensi as well. MASONIC are answering back now. Very, very well played from them to change at the pace and just go towards B instantly.
Yeah, as soon as they lost that A fight there, great spacing there from ECSTATIC. They had all of short control already unlocked. They said, let's go. There's no reason for us to really hang around here. At worst, there are 3 players here, maybe one playing a little bit more passive. And they're rewarded for that little bluff that they called off of ECSTATIC. Well done to grab a 9th here. An outstanding T-half here from MASONIC. It just feels like they've been outclassing ECSTATIC thus far, no matter what's been thrown at them. Even with that 4-round spree, it still feels like they're in control.
Oh, it doesn't work. Up towards short they go. This boost seems to be solely to shut off that connector player, but Kraken finds Fasher. That's beautiful. Bird from Sky is trying to find the player who slipped by the net, and Kraken reads it perfectly. You ain't gonna stop this guy on the B lurk because he's just gonna take your scalps. And in the chaos, look at Notan. He's gotten so much space towards A that actually the bomb's gonna work with it too. Rotating back down is Zello. This is so damn impactful from Kraken. And the A bomb site's open for business.
Yeah, he's done so well throughout this game.
He's gonna keep going.
Yeah, he can do as much as he wants. And he doesn't get the kill there, but 5 HP on Dafu. Bomb going down 4v3. They are just scratching their heads ECSTATIC. They have no choice but to save here going into that final round. Look at their money. $500 on Dafu is being the only little bit of cash that ECSTATIC can even write home about even a little bit. But a 10th on the board for MASONIC, and it's down to Kraken and getting these picks on the B side. and just throwing a huge spanner into the works on the CT side of things. They have no choice but to gamble a little bit heavier on the B side of things, because we've seen those contact plays come out as soon as those entries come in. The conditioning has been on point for the full Danish side, and they get rewarded for it with a whopping double-digit affair here on overpass. They're hunting. Phoenix might catch Dafu off of here. And he does. This is quite dicey here earlier on. Alright, I can't even say earlier on. It's quite late now. Overpass is slowly but surely just falling through the fingers of Ecstatic.
Definitely. Definitely, me go to Vertigo next as well. Like, Masonic are no strangers, it seems like, to Vertigo too. So, if they're playing like this right now, Masonic on their T side, like, what's in store for the next map too? Is this going to be a quick 2-0 in the favour of Masonic? Now, if you gave me this matchup about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and said, yeah, Masonic are going to be, you know, 10-4 up at the half and overpass, they're probably in potential for a quick 2-0 here, I'd be laughing at you, mate. But in this situation, it just seems almost, you know, it seems like it could happen.
It's definitely possible. Momentum seems to be on the side of Masonic, and with how these individuals have all been on point so far in this game, there should be no reason as to why they can't propel themselves to an 11th.
They're aggressive out towards mid. Look, Fasher, he's going to be surrounded from all angles. Zello's here to provide support, and, well, he actually supports well with too. Fasher's unable to net anything himself, but you're still leaving the AWP around up close. I don't think he can escape now. He needs to go up close. Norton actually lucky to escape with his life, and Yensi's now going to help with the angle scoped up. Both miss, actually. Zello's sticking around here. Like, he ain't falling back, hasn't got the opportunity, so he just has to die. And Bird from Sky in position, head taken off as well. And Kraken, even though he's on the B-lurk, he can still come up and find him in toilets. Forces Ecstatic to rotate now. Both going towards the A bomb site, but Masonic, look at where they're headed. The other bloody direction.
Yeah, they know how easily they've been able to pull around Ecstatic CT rotations. And Masonic wants to get that 11th on the board. They're not here for frags, they're here for rounds, they're here for the map. And 11 rounds is nearly everything that you need to close out the game. Regardless of whether or not you win the pistol, you still have so many rounds to play with on the favored side.
Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, they've caught a little bit of a timing, but it's going to be very difficult to really close things out. Kragan gets a kill back. It's only Dafu with the 5-7. Yensi doesn't able to. Yeah, it's impossible to close out the round there in the half, but Dafu picks up an MP9 Kragan low. It is possible, but no kit.
Yeah, no kit. That's the crucial factor, and there was the potential for the double swing anywhere, but no time finishes. 11-4 for Masonic at the end of the first half of our first map. And, well, we go into our second half. I want to give a quick shout out to our partners as well. We have got CS Money as well with a 40% top-up bonus for you. AstroPay, of course. You can click the banners down below. There's also a giveaway, so get involved in that. But this now comes to an Ecstatic T-side Paladin. Let's give a quick discussion before we get into the action about how badly it went for them the last time they played it.
Yeah, I felt like they ran up to a wall, a CT wall against Wisla Krakow. They didn't really have any too in-depth of a strategy, and as you can see here, they just want to take contact. They just want to see if they can win any sort of gunfight. Because at the end of the day, that's where they mainly got their first round from. It was just through heads-up aim duels. And they want to see if they can push that issue here. Yensi though, yeah.
He's gonna be frightened when they start to face him. Looking towards long right now, actually might have slipped the net of the timing. Spots one, drops the bomb as well. Does he understand that someone's long? But he switches around, but Manx is there, just one click better. So Masonic, as soon as they spot the bomb, rotate two members up, and Cabby's spotted it yet again, so they're going to be starting to reinforce the numbers here on this CT side. Nice peek, actually up towards Truck, but Queenix deals with it. Manx with another headshot yet again, and Queenix does need to reload. Can we see the action at some point? Zello finds a P250 kill, and they find a one-man advantage. Now Kragan, up behind. They haven't planted just yet. No space, nice tap. Don't expect Kragan to be that behind that quick. And he now falls off, backs away, trying to tap Manx as the hero in this round that Ecstatic desperately need. So Notan has a 1v2.
No10 definitely has a 1v2. No kit here, but full armored up, USP'd up. He has a good understanding of where Manxa spots the shoulder, and surely has the awareness that Dafu is hiding behind Dicebox. Safely makes it over, but can't complete the kill onto Manx. Unlucky there. Had the right idea, had the ability to cross over to Optimus, but isn't able to complete the clutch here. A much needed pistol unlocked for Ecstatic, and it's going to be quite difficult here for Masonic to answer back. I don't even know if they want to particularly buy into this one. Looks like they're going to go with the latter option of just going for the earlier gun round. They want to shut this down as early as possible, and it's just going to be a singular flash, perhaps just a quick fountain rush. But look at Ecstatic. They're running up B.
Yeah, just avoided. So what can Masonic realistically do with the Exus on their pistols? Ecstatic need to stay all 5 alive here.
It could be that unicorn round that we all love to see.
Good flash. Good flash. There's actual opportunity for kills here, but never mind. It all goes array in the space of 2 seconds. Ecstatic finds 6 fairly cleanly. Mac 10s are able to farm a little bit of cash as well. Fasher gets 2, so that's 1,200 netted already. So, Masonic, yeah, as you said, quick early gun round here. Let's see if they can change the momentum back towards their favour.
If their T side is any indication, Pigeon, I feel like we're going to be in for a treat here, having the rifles out. Yancy isn't even relying on it too heavily, that AWP. He's completely fine with going 5 rifles.
Yep. And they're just given space right now. They're not willing to contest anything. Playing safe for the lead that they have. I mean, why not? I mean, you've got to let Ecstatic come to you and make the mistake. You've still got a very, very comfortable lead right now. It's going to take a while for Ecstatic to build the momentum to actually get back to 11-11. If it does end up being that.
Yeah, this game will look very different if it's a tie game. 5 rounds on the T side, back-to-back, is quite an arduous task. The more important thing here is Masonic has already set themselves up for success. Look at how much control they have on the B side of things. Queenix here pushed up on the short side.
It's just
caught
timing.
between a rock and a hard place. It's definitely timing, Pigeon. Getting the kill onto Manx is important, but is he prepared for the second?
Well, they're just going to surround him. That's the best way to deal with it. Fasher retrieves that AK, and now it seems like the execute's coming towards B. Stalling time. Masonic have actually used the majority of the AU tool on the initial pushes from Ecstatic. So now they've got nothing to work with. They've just got to avoid everything. They've got to fight fire with fire and use their guns. Cabby, nice first. And actually, Notan can't quite get the second, but it is Kraken and Cabby just to alleviate all of that pressure. And Bird from Sky with a Mac 10 smoke in hand drops it. Maybe there's an escape line here now. Smokes around him. No flashes, no kits on the side of Masonic, so Bird from Sky can escape cleanly and quietly. But what does he do now? What does he do? He's searching for a gun. Yeah, but he can't find it. So this now gives Masonic all the position in the world to work with. Bomb's going to be tapped. Bomb's going to be stuck. Bird from Sky with the flash is going to be noted. And Kraken actually is going to finish that kill. So Masonic, they enter back straight away. Paladin, it's what you alluded to first of all. So let's call you the Prophet. And secondly, Masonic now have a 6-round lead again.
Yeah, and I think in particular there are great stuff from Notan to elude all the utility from the Ecstatic members, and just staying alive in water for that long was so important that it activated any of the players back graffiti, and that synergy that they had, the chemistry that they had to watch every specific angle with the specific timings that they had. You can very much tell that they've done their reps on this map. They have a very good understanding of how it should be played. And they get rewarded with that 12th, and although it was a little bit of a bonus situation for Ecstatic last round in round 18, round 19 has their last and final opportunity, essentially, to shut this round down, and things go from bad to worse. Cabby through the wooden walls of overpass. And
it's just one of those games where everything goes right for you.
Yeah,
and it's so hard if you're on the side of it to actually get back in the momentum and get back into the swing of things. And that might be a good start, however, with Manx finding one. And instead of trying to ball on that, they actually just back off. They play this now equal round They've still got utility to go somewhere else. They've actually got a little bit of space in the forms of Fascia to work with. So MASONIC, this is going to be now a blind execute towards A that they're going to have to face because they haven't got much info. The only first point of contact is Kraken pushing up long.
Yeah, the difference between MASONIC and ECSTATIC, when MASONIC pulls the play onto the A side of things, they're pulling it with the lurk.
Oh my god.
This time around, MASONIC has the read. They have a better understanding. He's catching Zello off guard. But Kraken isn't aware that Bird from Sky is that close up. It's all onto Yensi here, but the A read is completely on the cards. They have a good understanding of what's coming.
Cabby maybe in support of flashes. They walk through. Nice first. Still blind, still making ends meet, and still Yensi finding 2. It's now Zello with 1 more HP than the amount of kills that Cabby and Yensi have. That is an amazing adjustment to Kraken being caught off guard. And actually, going for that early info might have won MASONIC that round. Might have set them up in great position, and Zello can't even save that AWP. Perfect for MASONIC, even though Kraken goes down, they find 13.
Bit of a slip up there from ECSTATIC. If you do want to pull that A play, you need to have the lurk to find a little bit more map control while the rest of your players rotate from the B side of things, because you're entirely changing the scope of the round. And it doesn't necessarily work out for them this time around, ECSTATIC. I hope they can go back to the demos and review that, because they definitely had a potential of winning that round, especially with the opening kill that they got.
Yeah, they also took really long to work over towards that long position to get onto site. Look, because by that point, Yensi hasn't actually made contact on bathrooms. Before those players come out from long, you're going to have contact towards bathrooms. That's just how this map works. So it feels like Yensi understood that he's actually got time to just look back towards long because no one's coming from bathrooms and banana. So very well played. Cabby going down the mic right now saying, lads, help me out here. I'm doing a lot of stuff for you. But honestly, MASONIC are looking very, very good right now. And when ECSTATIC pulled that timeout previously, there was a huge adjustment and a huge read of that adjustment from MASONIC. Will they bring it out again?
Regardless of the situation, the fact of the matter is Zello's on an armless deagle, Mank's on a deagle, Bird from Sky with the Tech 9, and you're only having 1 AK here on Dafu to try to muster up whatever sort of comeback is possible.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes that would make you a bit nervous if Dafu's on a hero AK. Not at the moment.
Not at all.
They're just trying to find space on ECSTATIC right now. Space that is being given to them by MASONIC. They're going to go for a booster as well. This could work out. Oh, there's a double nade set up to clear the close angle. And it's going to find nothing. So now they know at least 2 are here. This could feel like the beginning of the end, realistically, with how MASONIC are now adjusting. Still 3 here. No one budging from A, but why not when you haven't got that info? So walking out slowly, Fascia needs to find this first, does so, and Notan burned alive, can't quite escape. Queens is here on this angle, drops the bomb in front of him, and actually going through that fading Molotov is Fascia, but he only goes to his death. And it's starting to spiral out of control on both sides. Zello with a nice blinder of a deagle shot, he's cracking in a 1v2. But we know he can do these situations well. He's actually got a kit too. Is he going to put a smoke on it? Read that they've fallen back. Flash is going to go through as Zello decides to peek. This could be perfect. They're all blind. But no. The defuse doesn't come out just in time. And ECSTATIC finds 7th and get away with it.
Oh, there might have been maybe half a second left on that bomb. He'd done very well to catch the timing. You could see as soon as the kills came in from the ECSTATIC members, they wanted to reorient themselves to short. And in transition, Kraken hops on the bomb. Doesn't work out this time around. Commiserations to that attempt, but at the end of the day, we finally cracked through the CT economy. And it's only 2 rifles on the MASONIC side of things now.
This is a nice push coming towards Monster, but well, Notan doesn't opt to go through. One of these rifles was holding down towards the fountain. Dafu making his way up towards connector. He's made some footsteps, so Kraken knows he's here. So Cabby What can you do? Finds the first, drops the bomb in front of him. That's all he's going to find. Flasher trades. Kraken with the deagle shot. This could get dangerous. Yensi's holding down a really tight angle. Somehow find something for it. And maybe they're going to try to double peek connector. Double peek mid, sorry. One from connector. One from those bathrooms. But they're allowed to get let by. Queens is going to face the first. Nice dink onto Manx. And the 5-7 can easily swing and clean it. MASONIC steal a way around. What on earth has just happened?
Yensi in that insane bathrooms peak there. Just a sliver gap. That's the types of shots that you see on highlight reels. But he gets it done there. Kraken as well with his deagle down in connector. The pistols surprisingly sing more than the rifles.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, wonderful round there. That's one that they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank for, because that's essentially you securing the map, getting yourselves on a 14, pushing the ecstatic members simply on the pistols, and it's a force buy. Nonetheless, it seems as though it's destined for the Danes to go into Vertigo map 1 in their pockets.
ECSTATIC haven't shown any steam, it feels like. Zello's on this hero AK now. But you've got to pull something back, right? Maybe just take a risk. Because with how MASONIC are playing, it does just seem done. Now, there's a saving grace of ECSTATIC have position over towards long here. Kraken is still holding down bathrooms, so there is actually, I believe that to be Cabby, to actually watch towards long. And Yensi's in support as well. Like, this just seems like MASONIC has the perfect read. Kraken's going to take a peek, finds the first head, and can back off. Maybe just leave Yensi in this bait and switch position. He's going to get the first. Daffy's going to run him down, but Kraken is here before he gets sprayed by a Mac 10. I think Cabby can clear this one up, however, because Daffy's low HP, still finding some things, but the bomb has to be retrieved still. They're probably going to surround. This should be done for Daffy.
Yeah, you saw that little bit of a weapon throw as a fake flash, but doesn't amount to much here for Dafu, trying as he might. And it's match point here for MASONIC. An absolutely wonderful game from them here on Overpass. Such a crisp understanding of both halves, and really sticking it to their older guard of ecstatic. Should be the end of the map 1 story.
They've got the same buy as well to try and finish it too.
Yeah, and it's all reliant on this B play here. Not much else, just but a clean little execute here. Quick contact with those flashes. But they have short control so early.
But everyone's here on the side of the Sonic Bar 1. At least there's the first, but Queenix is able to keep that man advantage. And as they rush in, the flashes come through. Queenix, nice spray, and Yensi's here to clear up. One on the M4, maybe a second, but the smoke denies anything for Bird from Sky. An absolutely clean map 1 Paladin. This is just brutal from MASONIC.
They absolutely deserve this map win. They deserve to edge themselves ever closer to the Pinnacle Cup playoffs. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from them. I'm sure they'll be happy with converting their map pick. We'll see you back shortly for map 2. It's off to Vertigo. Ecstatic's pick. We'll see you then.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay's withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
It is time for the 2-2 elimination game here at Pinnacle Cup IV. We're live with MASONIC versus ECSTATIC, and Pigeon, I have to say, MASONIC definitely feel like they're in the driver's seat this time around.
Well, not with Manx taking that first frag. Mid control gained, Kraken finds that trade. Now falling back, maybe opts to stick around, maybe catch the net at the timing, but finds nothing. Notan's even down here, needs to tap away, can't quite find anything. Does the mid player peek? Well, he does, to his own demise. A 4v2, MASONIC just over-aggressing, overstepping.
Yeah, they definitely want to try to push the issue from the beginnings of Overpass, but it's a new map, it's a new ECSTATIC. Their mindset has definitely been reset at this point, and they want to come back into this series and push for that Pinnacle Cup playoff appearance yet again. They've done it once, they've done it a couple of times actually, and they want to see if they can try to replicate that success with Zello in tow now.
Oh, he's missed it by the mark. And, well, he's not even going to get one. Queenix has just been driven by on. So Cabby has a 1v4. No one's near him as well, and he's still insistent on the B-bomb site, but the game's going to be given up at some point. Bomb's now going to finally go down. Zello has 2 flashes to work with in this retake. Maybe they give Cabby the space to maybe tap the bomb, or does Cabby just try and force the issue here? There's a smoke over towards the elevated position, so can't quite just clear until it's dissipated, which is now. And he's got so many different angles to worry about at this moment that it's not even going to probably net anything at this point. Zello, tap down though. That's nice, the util gone. Bird from Sky has to rush back, but now the time's going low. No kit, just has to stick. And Bird from Sky knows what the game is now. So, round number 1 for ECSTATIC here on their Vertigo pistol on their T side.
Not too much to write home about from MASONIC. Going aggressive as they did, it's kind of an all or nothing situation, and ECSTATIC were prepared, fully prepared, especially after spotting out Kraken, pushed up into the ladder room in middle, but pistol round on the board for ECSTATIC. Good conversion from them to stay level-headed regardless of how overzealous it might have been from the MASONIC boys. And the buy comes out immediately. Very similar story to both pistols on the first map, where the losing side decides to go for a full save. It's nice to see that they're a little bit more tempered with their economic aggression. And with that, it's again a pretty aggressive stance from all these CTs. Not much that they can actually fight back with, though.
Now, the only problem is I see Cabby with a deagle and some armor. He has been dangerous. No time cleared out by a nice double nade stack. Cabby's all the way in T-spawn, however. Drops down. I haven't heard it just yet because they're so far towards ramp. Doesn't matter. Manx is just watching the flank right now. There's nothing more that MASONIC can realistically get. Cabby still is quite unsure of where and when to push. So, Yensi just can't do anything other than die like that. Brown's going to take first contact. Yeah, this round has always been over. Has always been over. And Cabby needs to find this and can't. Bit of a labour deagle spray. So Manx nets 2 with the Mac 10, 1200 in the bank for him, and Queenix with the USP, nothing more he can do.
Great anti-eco there from ECSTATIC. Manx taking care of business with the only little bit of threat that might have come back in the flank of B. And now the guns finally come up with the cheaper M4A1S prices. It seems as though they've just been opting for a eco, no matter what the situation might be, or obviously if they lose the pistol or what have you, to get those rifles out earlier on. And that's what they'll have for going into this third round. Quick A ramp aggression, and Dafu being that A lurk as usual. Bird from Sky through the smoke early, and it seemed like he might have been a little blind from that affair, and Cabby takes advantage. One of the Mac 10s, one of the aggressors of the situation, taken out of this round. And a great man advantage to kick off this first gun round here for MASONIC.
And it stalls out any sort of pace that ECSTATIC would have wanted to bring into this round off the back of Bird from Sky. MASONIC they still want ramp control. They're still sticking around. They don't have much util to hold off an execute, so they're going to hold it off with their bodies instead. Fasher can work his way up now. Smoke away, and Cabby's head, off his body rather. Calling for rotates now. Ecstatic are still sort of slowing this pace down. Still smokes to work and execute. But what do MASONIC do? They go aggressive yet again? Maybe this might work out well for them. This is a very interesting situation. Maybe catch them off guard when they try to pull their nade pins, and Yensi doubles up, but it's Manx with the Mac 10 to react well. But still, we got a 2v2 Paladin. Look, this could get interesting. Kraken is down to 20 off of the back of a retrieved weapon. So Queenix and Kraken, they've got a kit to work with on the low HP player. A smoke as well. Manx can't escape just yet, but with the back of the smoke, you might think otherwise. Holding down the angle. Oh, nice flash. Well, Manx can swing out. Could get forward around here as well. And Fasher cleans up the last. Well played and well adjusted from Ecstatic.
I like the idea there from MASONIC, going a little bit aggressive, catching that perfect timing with all their pins pulled. But Manx, he didn't have a nade out. He just had his Mac 10 out in full force and gets those very, very important trades off. And as soon as the bomb goes down, beautiful flash in the post plant to make sure that they get that first gun round locked away for themselves. It's back down to pistols here for MASONIC. So definitely good start here from Ecstatic, showing the signs of why they were so lauded in the end of 2021. And hopefully they can carry this momentum just as MASONIC did on their T side on Overpass.
The Deagers are still deadly, but they're all being taken out of the hands of the CT players. He's trying to go aggressive, but with the ESP and no armor, he's going to be caught off guard as quick as that. So we look for a round that MASONIC have no business even getting into, even from the start. As Ecstatic find an easy fourth. And this was the sort of same start we saw on Overpass, just on the other side. Ecstatic maybe showed a bit more comfortability on Vertigo, because the last couple of times we commentated Overpass for this team, Paladin, it hasn't exactly gone their way. Like, they haven't felt in the game in the slightest.
Yeah. They look a little bit unawares as to just how the map operates, and I'm sure if they drilled it a little bit more in scrims and what have you, maybe the results might reflect that. But as of right now, it seems as though Vertigo is one of those maps that Ecstatic still feels very comfortable on. It's Vertigo and Inferno. That's the two main maps that these guys like to play very often. And you can see with this quick start here, they have a pretty good understanding of what aggressive CT timings might come their way, and they're handling it very well. They're countering MASONIC's playstyle pretty comfortably so far. And look at Fasher. Look at him go aggressive here on the ramp. He might catch a time train player. Shot in the back. Yeah,
that was always going to happen. That was always going to happen because of that ramp setup. It was perfect for that play. Ecstatic have adjusted towards mid now. Kraken has opted to just take himself off that headshot angle, instead work his way to more of an anchor position in mid. Because Ecstatic are still looking like they want to go towards A. Dafu's going to line up a flash of smoke as well, rather. Molotov, actually, that was, never mind.
Yeah, that molly allows them to walk up ramp unscathed. And funnily enough, it actually allows for Yensi to re-evacuate the crane position and try to take a stance more so on the sidewalk.
He could find himself something for it as well. Excited, you've got to realise this is an entirely a possibility. That Molotov was only to clear the space for them to work with. But they've got no smoke. So this is where Yensi, if he gets one, he's either going to be able to smoke off that yellow position and then fall back and play the site, those long range angles. And with 25 seconds left, this is where ECSTATIC actually need to pull the trigger and actually go. They're waiting too much. They're working with too little time now on this execute. Yensi isn't scared. He isn't phased. But the flash is going to force him off only for a moment. And Bird from Sky can actually readjust and find that frag. Zella's also got another one too, but Notan slows that yellow play down. And Kraken finishes off the rest. So MASONIC, they find their first. Very, very well played from the main Danish side.
As you were saying, Pigeon, they did take quite a long time, and I guess they fumbled around with their utility a little too much. Not having a smoke there is so important into scaling up onto the site. Having a clear line of sight to get the bomb down is so important. And it doesn't go their way this time around. Even though Yensi doesn't come away with the frag, it still works out beautifully for them. Again, with this A-leaning setup, it looks like ECSTATIC really want to push the issue there, and Bird from Sky gets rewarded. Great initial trade, but Cabby responds very quickly.
Very, very good response. It feels like MASONIC, when they're in that position to get the trade, and you know, they're able to do so very, very well, and pretty much 100% of the time. And I think that's how they're trying to play this map right now, is that, okay, if we're probably going to lose the early advantage, we have been doing so for the past 6 rounds, it seems like. So let's try and trade it instantly. Let's try and give ourselves a bit to work with towards the mid and late round. ECSTATIC have a lot of util to work with, though. I think that's going to be the killer here. If MASONIC just try and play the time with using their util, it is going to go to their demise.
Yeah, but this time they have a full built utility. They want to catch a timing again, though, MASONIC. Look at Cabby. Look at how aggressive he is in this situation. Might catch Bird from Sky off guard. Cabby can get that first bullet in. Manx, yeah, caught with his pants down, but Bird from Sky quickly on the trade bottom of Tarp. Very well done there from ECSTATIC to properly trade and make sure that they still retain the man advantage.
So Notan, he actually could find something here. Does he opt to go past these smokes? No, he's going to wait for Queenix on this flank. I don't think Zello might expect this so early on. This is a huge bout of timing. Oh my goodness, Notan, that's disgusting. That actually does allow Queenix to work his way through, but he looks at the wrong angle and at the wrong time too. I think Bird from Sky baited him well by the shot by Zello. So ECSTATIC answer back immediately off of MASONIC's first, and they find 5.
Man, Notan actually made that very, very close, and honestly closer than it might have seemed, because Zello was all too aware of how quickly that B flank might have come through. Don't know if he got a sound cue or something, because that was very, very impressive to find that kill there, and then baits in Bird from Sky, we'll say, with that miss, and they convert it very well. MASONIC wants to take a timeout here. 5 rounds on the trot, or 5 rounds in quick succession here from ECSTATIC, very well. And with the state of affairs that MASONIC have gone through, losing the round as close, or sorry, winning the round as close as it was, and then promptly losing the following, puts them in a dicey economic position. Now they don't necessarily want to buy all in. I guess that's what this timeout's all about, really understanding whether or not they want to go all in here, or whether they want to be a little bit more lax. But the economics of the situation will definitely be important to discuss before we get underway here.
I want to know the game plan here as well, what ECSTATIC are trying to do here on this T side. Because they've been going to A the majority of the rounds. When did they pull the trigger and go somewhere else? Well, is it when their default isn't quite working? When MASONIC take this aggression over towards ramp and actually net themselves a good bit of position? Cabby's trying to go up close and personal here. He's got a teammate in support. He's able to sneak by to this close angle and understands that Fasha is here. Does he expect Zello playing close around this box too if he goes any further? This smoke actually could play into Cabby's favour. It's just all about timing and when this gets cleared. But in the meantime, a lot of mid-control being gathered right now. I think Fasha spots it. Lovely. Couple of smokes just to work around that push. It seems like ECSTATIC know what the game plan is now from MASONIC on that timeout and what they want to adjust. And in such, Ecstatic now can respond by going towards mid. Fash has found one on ramp as well, still keeping 2 players over here. It is only Queenix on this B site, and on a B anchor position too. Fash is clearing it all up before being taken down by Kragan, who's left in a 1v4 with an MP9. Perfect play from Fasha, and Bird from Sky finishes.
Yeah, they look like they had an idea to get an A split going there. It doesn't even actually have to come to fruition because Fasher takes all of them down. He's definitely woken up since the overpass woes, and they get rewarded with the 6th. Very well done from Ecstatic to pull things apart there. And that was a force buy from Masonic. They wanted to see if they can push the issue, maybe keep the money honest, get their way back into the half. But we have a little bit of a tech pause here, checking as to what necessarily might be the issue.
Yeah, we'll find that out in a moment for you, Lesson Production, but yeah, this is a very interesting start for Ecstatic. 5 rounds to the better. Ecstatic, there's an illness apparently, but I'm not sure what's happening here. Match has been unpaused. I feel like we're all ready to go. It's very confusing. You just hear the patch of the text in game. Yeah, we are ready to go.
All good here. Okay. What can Masonic do to get back into this game? That's definitely the question, because the individuals that we were harping on about throughout Overpass have seemingly gone absent here. And whether or not it's actually the aim or, you know, this unbridled aggression that they keep wanting to push upon Ecstatic is something that'll have to be answered as this half progresses. But they're going to have to reel it in somewhere, somehow, or else, regardless, this game is going to run away very quickly from them.
Flash is down to 17. Unsure of how that one happened. Just still taking shots over towards ramp. Nothing is down and out for the count. Maybe Yensi can find one here with the P250. That'd be nice for him. But as such, it just all starts to fall apart. And yeah, and even Manx is just escaping with his life at this point. And Queenix alone in a 1v5. This just does seem done. Ecstatic will get their 7th hit. It just depends on how many players they lose in the process.
Absolutely, a rifle would be great here for Queenix, but the loss bonus is definitely built up. Any damage is always good damage, there's no harm in that. But Zello doesn't want to make things get any worse from the situation at hand. And a 7th on the board from Ecstatic. You can see those Pinnacle odds slowly but surely evening themselves out after Masonic took an early lead. And the guns finally come back. Yensi with that AWP. We haven't necessarily said his name too much after his heroics on Overpass. Only 2 kills to his name. But let's see if he can change his fortunes this time around. Going aggressive here on the B ramp, and has to pull the plug quite early without spotting anything. But a good amount of info.
Yeah, it also feels like Ecstatic doing the same thing every round, and Masonic don't have an understanding of what to do with it. I think that's just how the tale of Vertigo goes. Like, it's a very awkward map to get yourself into positions where you can find the foes. Like on Overpass on their CT side, they were going aggressive, finding the kills. Maybe Kragan can do it this time. You said he hasn't been having a great start to this game. Well, there's a nice first. There's a nice entry. They haven't actually had that to work with, have Masonic, for the past 9 rounds. So let's see how they evolve with it now.
Yeah, I mean, hitting on this man advantage always is going to be a boon for Masonic. And now Bird from Sky is trying to jostle for some kind of mid-control, but this is all being heard that he's running back down the ladder. They'll have a good understanding that they want to pivot back to A, and you can see the CTs slowly migrating over there to the A bomb site.
Yeah. This is when Masonic do their best work, when they have that early information and the early entry. Because they seem to have a good understanding, a good read on what the rest of the attack is going to do. So Cabby can't hold down the first bit of the line, but no tank can assist, and well, Zello and Manx are just tearing this one apart. Forget the advantage, Ecstatic can now work this in their favour. Does Yensi go close yellow, decides to back off? So many angles to face right now. Ecstatic have sort of pulled the pace to get in Masonic's minds. Does it work out well? Yensi misses his shot, and all the meantime Manx has found Queenix beforehand, so Ecstatic they find 8 now.
The difference maker between Overpass and Vertigo here seems to be the fact that although they have the right reads on both maps, on Vertigo they definitely want to see if they can catch a timing, but as you can see, the homework has been done from Ecstatic. They're well aware as to the intuition and the tendencies of the Masonic players, and they're catching after that one hiccup that they had, but Nanks rerouting the ship. It doesn't seem like Ecstatic can be caught off guard. They've fought tooth and nail for this 8-1 scoreline, and it all comes off of the back of how well they're playing these ramp situations. They don't even have to go to B. They've been going A every single round because they've been offered up so much space and man advantage situations that there's no need to. You can just place one player in the mid position, Dafu usually it seems to be, and see here again, another A crunch.
Yeah, but this time actually nets the Masonic side too. Do they finally hit the B bomb site? It's been a very, very lonely attempt for Queenix right now over here. Yeah, and they're pushing through. So this is the first time they've activated towards B. They notify Queenix's position? Well, yes, he does find one. It's messy, and Dafu so far up doesn't expect it, and neither does Kragan trying to jump through. So 2v2, however, this is still decently winnable. You've got armor, AKs on the side of Masonic, you've got a flash on Notan if Yensi wants to go further forward. But Dafu's got a smoke, so has Zello. So now any sort of space this flash can create is going to be shut down, and Masonic is stalling this one. Haven't got the time to do so. It's just because Notan's trying to come through from ramp, and Marzello picks apart this CT player. There's nothing left for Notan to do apart from falling to the scope. And then Ecstatic 9-1. This T-side half is sort of spelling almost the end already of Vertigo. This feels like we're going to map number 3.
Yeah, they finally won that ramp control, and it seemed like they were jostling for the piece that they've been looking for all half, and regardless of that and the man advantage, very well done from Ecstatic to pounce and make sure that Queenix doesn't get away with too much. As soon as that bomb plan goes down, things definitely get much more difficult for the Masonic side. They can't get past that 2v2 situation, and again, another round on the board for Ecstatic. Every little aggressive maneuver here, although some of them might go in their favor, Masonic, it doesn't seem like they're able to run away with the round. Kragan getting another man advantage situation. But the most important question of the day here is, Pigeon, can they absolutely convert this?
Yensi cannot go down. He cannot go down, especially without a frag, but he has found one. And Fasher slips by the net, and as he's crouching through, his head taken off. This is the perfect way for Masonic to get their second. This shouldn't, realistically, crumble apart. This perfect nade combo forces Kragan off of headshot. 2 players watching the push. Manx is able to eliminate one, eliminate the second. I'm getting nervous, but Kragan is just slowly taking off the pressure of this one. So Zello has a 1v3. There is one behind. He does understand. It's all about timing on that peak, using Neutral to get himself further up, and Kragan is elevated above for only a second. As he drops back towards yellow, Yensi's going to play the contact, you'd like to think, because they can't afford to lose another member. That's bloody quick. Maybe a second as well, but Yensi shuts down the attempt. That was bloody lovely, though. That was really nice. But Masonic, they find too.
Very interesting stuff for them, Zello, because we've seen how flashy he can get, how aggressive he can get. We saw the fantastic highlight that he had to bring a couple rounds there on the overpass CT side of Ecstatic. But a 1v4 is quite too much to ask, especially on the T side, especially with an 8HT on the attacking side of things.
Big contacts already made. Dafu has been able to open it up yet again. Couple of times he's fumbled the bag on the mid opening, but yet again he's got it. Ecstatic have got a very, very difficult default that can be picked apart by the CTs, and it shows by how much Masonic are struggling. Overpass, they were doing it just fine, but on Vertigo, they are showing some sort of teething issues on how they're playing this map. But Yensi, a while ago, traded it, so we're equal yet again.
Yet again, even after winning some part of the map back, they just keep trying to push the issue a little too much, some might say, because as soon as that happened, Notan goes down, and now Yensi is on call and put a little hot under the collar here. I'm not really sure what he can offer, but all it may seem is a one-and-done situation.
Right. He should just stick sandbags right now, to be honest. They have no mollies to clear him out. He doesn't know that, so that's going to be the concern. But actually does find one himself. This does give him the better opportunity to fall back here and play this 3v3. Bird from Sky and Dafu are decently low as well, so the M4s are going to be able to find one to the head if they are able to get that with the bomb drop right in front. Yensi, this is a perfect time to activate and find yourself here in this map, because he hasn't been able to fire much with the AWP. Dafu's the final one to face. He was that mid part of the puzzle and trying to spray through. Feet spotted, tapped away, but with 6 seconds left, he can't die after time. Just has to hide now and save this AWP. And Queenix does the same, apart from with the M4. So MASONIC find 3 here.
Dafu pulling it back very closely, but the star of that round had to be Yensi. Finally hitting those sidewalk shots that he was missing in the rounds previous. That's what we were looking for from the Dane. Somebody that I was expecting to definitely have a lot more impact, especially with how he was playing on overpass. Finally waking up a little bit more here in the tail end of this half. Any rounds here would be absolutely outstanding heading into the T side. And again, look at MASONIC going aggressive down here mid, trying to catch Dafu off guard.
Well, they do. Okay, fair enough. So 2 in mid, just for the trade potential to be played out. Not needed. But a Yuto dropped to over 2. So Yensi, instead of playing an anchor position, opts to actually reinforce this A bomb site. Which is where ECSTATIC are going yet again. Every intended hit right now has been on A off of a default.
They were definitely going to hear those ticks of Molotovs there on the Mangs. But as soon as it gets smoked off, it seems as though they have a very good understanding. Not as aggressive as they were before. And look at this. The trade's coming through perfectly for MASONIC. They've got the read. They've got the understanding. Can they get the frags to convert yet another CT round?
And they have the one-man advantage. Trouble is, they've lost this time and time again by going aggressive. And look what they're trying to do again. They're trying to keep this position. And as such, they understand. Bird from Sky spams it down. Bird from Sky's taking fights. Bird from Sky loses his fight, which leaves Zello, after all of this, in a 1v4, an unwinnable 1v4 now. And MASONIC find 4.
Yeah, great from Kraken there to go aggressive there as well. Make sure to secure that round. Especially with how aggressive MASONIC wanted to go on sidewalk yet again. A second or third time in that round alone. And the first timeout finally being taken by Bird from Sky and crew. They've had quite a swimming T side of things, but now they want to take a little bit of a breather. 3 on the trot for MASONIC. They don't want the CT side to get any closer than it already is.
I want to see a B rush right now.
It'd be an outstanding call, wouldn't you think? I mean, the B anchors have not been tested all too much throughout this half. And Queenix, when he has been, the very few times that he has not been able to step up to the plate. One and done isn't necessarily the most that he could provide. Let's see if your call pigeon actually comes to fruition, because I honestly think that would be an outstanding one to call this time around. Switch up the pace, make them feel very uncomfortable, and actually start to fight a little bit more for B ramp control earlier on, because they don't even have to at this point, MASONIC.
But yet again, we see ECSTATIC, instead of playing this default, they reinforce the numbers towards 8. Max is down to 50 HP. Cabby trying to work his way towards sandbags. Set up a crossfire, set up a longer angle, but he's been taken down. So Notan has got a huge job of trying to shut this one up, but Bird from Sky and Zello open up with 2. Kraken the same, but a man advantage now. And Kraken keeps on going. Has been silent the majority of this map, but now wakes up at round number 14. So Manx has 19 HP to work with, absolutely no utility. This is done. It has to be. MASONIC have to find 5 here.
Kraken did absolutely fantastic there to flash himself back in on the third player. Zello caught extremely unawares there. He was so instrumental in their overpass win, and he's instrumental there to get a 5th on the board, a 4th in the row for MASONIC. Slowly but surely, they're mounting a little bit of a comeback here. And any rounds, as I said previously, will be an absolute boon heading into the T side. Quite a difficult affair to pull all of this back, but they've finally run through the ecstatic economy. With this Mac 10 here on Bird from the Sky, a couple of deagles on Dafu and Zello. They just want to go aggressive on a B. Here comes that flash from Dafu, but a good opening entry from Queenix.
Yep, they know Queenix is falling back, so they take that B run position now. Gives them time to set up and execute. And look at MASONIC, they're rotating over because the bomb's dropped right in front of them. And Kraken alleviates the pressure of the initial entry. Zello is now going to deagle to try and find something. He's being spammed down through the wood, and a 4v2 just seems unwinnable at this point. And we've got a single flash on Dafu, who's now gone down. And Kraken, elevated above, finds MASONIC finally a 6th, and they've answered back now into their first half. And with the second half starting, well, can ECSTATIC find anything less?
Yeah, they found their form, MASONIC. The individuals finally waking up a little bit more. They have a good understanding as to what's being offered to them. And again, we have a little bit of a tech pause here. Difficult situation.
Yep, and while we have our tech pause, just give a quick shout out to our partners. We've got CS Money with a 40% top-up bonus for you at the moment. AstroPay as well, and Pinnacle bringing you the action on all these tournaments. Got a giveaway as well, so just head down in the description to the banners. They'll take you to where you want to go. Bit of a take pause right now. Water has been spilled on one of the MASONIC sides. Maybe a bit too excited about finding round number 6. So that should get cleared up ASAP. I wonder if they have any spare mouse mats in hand. Don't know who it is whose water is spilled. But this may sound, I have spare mouse mats on hand just in case I do. I'm prepared like that.
Take a quick flight over. Man, interesting tech pause. Not something that you see too much, but the match has been unpaused. We should be going live shortly. Very good comeback here from MASONIC. I've been happy to see that they're not going down on Vertigo without a fight. And perhaps the map can still be won. They're still in the running, especially with this pistol underway here. Just a quick default. Nothing too fancy here, but keep an eye on this smoke double flash from Yensi later on in the round. See where it comes into fruition.
Just taking jump shots right now and taking the peak. Doesn't want to lose his life. It's just an awkward fight here. Just warning shots being thrown out. Fasha's still going to stick around. There's no threat realistically. Cabby's down to 38 too. When does this mid lurk activate?
It might even be just a smoke double flash to help with the with the A side of things, but they have actually pulled back. They go back through the ladder room, and it seems like mid is the port of call. This is where they want to get the action into. They want to test Bird from Sky here.
Ready to throw the util over, and Bird from Sky drops off just off the back of that flashbang. Now calls for reinforcements as they fly through. Dafu really struggling to find that first, and Kraken head on the swivel finds 2. Manx is on back white but can't find much himself. So Zello's got to pick up pieces here alongside Fasha, who's now out of the round instantaneous on that retake. So Zello, 1v3. Julie's in hand. They say 2 is better than 1. So is this the case in the MASONIC hold? Yes, it is. Yensi finds it, so MASONIC gets 7.
In this case, it's the 2 individuals that are better than the 2 guns, Pigeon, and a pistol is confirmed there from MASONIC. Great little mid-smoke there to make sure that there isn't any aggression from the ecstatic CTs. And they fight tooth and nail through heaven, get a fantastic couple of entries there from Kraken yet again. And Queenix does well to silence the last B anchor. Very well done from MASONIC to pick up that pistol. Again, a full eco here from the losing pistol side. We're 4 for 4 on that trend. And it's going to be a quick response here from MASONIC. Great to see them keep this nearly even keel.
USPs for ECSTATIC. Bird from Sky with a flash. Moving as a unit. You've got to assume that flash is going to come through for an A peak as soon as contact is made. So Yensi throws out a Molotov. Bird from Sky is going to throw out a flash. And they're going to trickle into the Mac 10s. Notan has a lot of money in his bank now from that. Maybe even going a bit more aggressive. And he has picked up a lot of money for himself. 2,400, I believe, if my maths are correct. And he has 5,600 in his bank now. But I assume they're not going to reinvest too much into this one. An AK is going to be dropped over. Notan still has the same amount of money as his teammates, if not a bit more. So decent from the Mac 10. And now we see the M4s in hand for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, it'll be great to actually have a bonus here this time around. Look at the severe lack of helmets here on the ECSTATIC side. 3 vests on Manx, Fasher, Bird from Sky, respectively. And if we do have quite an aggressive setup here with this A ramp hold after the smoke fades, these A players could really get their work cut out for them. Look at this, Cabby's already up the ramp.
Yeah.
Fasher must be careful here.
He has snuck by, and you're right, Fasher has got to be careful. Swings out off the back of an assisted bit of util and finds the first. So Cabby has now been taken down. Zello has actually given up mid, and a lot of space for Kraken to work with too. We know how good he is at working this space with the lurk. We saw an overpass. Can he do it here in mid vertigo?
I'm glad he's been given the amount of space to work his magic as he's been doing throughout this series. But he gives up the mid control. He doesn't want to fight for it anymore. And the only A players remaining are on this sidewalk side, this yellow side. Oh, and as I say that, they pull back. All 4 individuals just give up A ramp control, but look at this ECSTATIC with how aggressive they are going. They'll have a good awareness of what's coming.
Oh my god, they're going to meet each other.
Yeah,
very,
look
very close.
Look how prepared they are for this.
Dafu is in a perfect position. Manx is going to bait him into this. Actually, doesn't even need the bait. Manx swings out on a flash from the other side. Yensi blinds his entire team and ends up paying the price, the last alive. ECSTATIC answer back in a very, very important way.
Yeah, such a difficult way to get into the B bomb site, especially if Bird from Sky or whoever the A site sidewalk pushers were. They got everything. They got all of the story once that smoke faded. They could immediately pull another player over, and it was just so difficult. Even with those Molotovs going down, the angles chosen were perfect. The Dafu and Manx crossfire was sublime. It's right back into the driver's seat for ECSTATIC. They've got 10 on the board. Double digits first claimed by Bird from Sky's men.
So this is the last buy in terms of a couple of rounds now from MASONIC. Unless they find a bomb plant and net 3 kills as well. Both economies are fairly fickle right now. Not in the greatest of states. But ECSTATIC, they just seem that bit better here on Vertigo. Cabby's trying to find that same bit of space again. But does it work out in the exact same way it did beforehand? It might do. And instead of smoke just blocks off that angle. So they still have ramp, all 5 towards here. This is just awkward though with how the util is stalling them out.
And with that stalling of the utility, we were able to rock back another couple of CTs back onto A. You can see Dafu pivoting back to mid and Zello here coming back onto A. But it's so... That doesn't even matter. Fasher and Zello going big here on the ramp, re-aggressing, showing why they are so damn good on this map, why they deserve this map win, proving to MASONIC why they are better on A ramp and not MASONIC.
Yeah, how does Fasher even find 2 initially there? Like, that's brilliant. He's in such a they're in a position to trade one another at that point. You know, make it a 3v3 it seems like, just to get that info. But it doesn't even matter when you've got Fasher performing like he is on this map right now. MASONIC, they want none of the business on the A-bomb site right now. They're just going to head forward towards B. Manx is going to have a field day, it seems like, and that nade is going to be really nice. Instead, 77-86 on Queenix. Notan only takes 8 points of damage, but with Glocks, you ain't going to find much more than that. Or you ain't going to find anything, rather. This is just it's just a done deal right now, because Manx spots it. I think Paladin, we're seeing number 12 for ECSTATIC, and just the momentum building in their favour here on Vertigo.
Yeah, they're inching their way towards that map win. They've been doing well for themselves on the ramp. Caught me off guard, and Cabby's caught off guard as well. Manx through the floorboards, going huge here onto the B ramp side of things. They've really stabilized here, ECSTATIC.
Yeah, you know how I said on Overpass that everything seemed to be going right from MASONIC? It seems that the tide's turned almost. But just how some of these kills are going in the way of ECSTATIC.
Yeah, great stuff here. Now, you kind of have a couple opportunities left in the tank if you're MASONIC, but it really comes down to this one. This specific round here. And they don't necessarily have everything they could ask for. There's no AWP here for Yancy, although they do love to run that 5 rifle setup. And the more important thing is the supreme lack of utility here. Only 3 smokes to write about, 1 already being used, and no Molotovs. So if they want to go up A, Basher's gonna have free control to just sit here for as long as possible.
They've only got 1 molly to clear him out. Did they use it in the right position? Dragon's throwing the assist if util. Notan's found the first. Fasher's still here. Uncleared. Unnoted. And that Molotov has already been dispersed. It's already been expended. The flash over actually blinds Fasher so he can't peek off of it. But it's still playing this all-important bait. Fasher swings, creates chaos, and he even doubles up for it as well. Everything's coming in favour of the CTs right now. We're still in a 2v2, but not for long. It's Fasher yet again, and Kraken's found a way to slip the net and go towards B. A 1v2 that seems entirely doable.
He's got definitely the tools to do it. No utility in the post plant for him. But look at this. Zello has a smoke, a Molotov, and Fasher with the flash as well. They play this together. They can essentially confirm this map in their favor.
Yeah.
Edge their way closer to Ancient.
It's going to be very, very hard for Kraken to isolate these duels here. So instead, he's going to play close. He's going to play the angle. He's going to find the first. Oh my god, he sprayed them down. He's won it. He's brought MASONIC back into this game off the back of a 1v2. Kraken, you're a monster.
Fantastic stuff there from Kraken. Just changing his angle up immediately after he takes that initial duel. The comms go awry there for ECSTATIC, and MASONIC, they have still got some life in them. Kraken still doing work. The MVP of the series thus far for the Danes. Well done.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done to, in a very impossible situation to do so, actually isolated those duels. You know, the players on the retake were looking either way. So he's able to pounce on that and reposition in a place that ECSTATIC didn't expect. So MASONIC, they've been given a lifeline back into this now, Paladin. How do they use it?
They've got to hold this opportunity with both hands, that's for sure. Whatever call they make, it has to be decisive, it has to be swift. You let the round play out, it usually doesn't net them the kills that they're looking for, the round that they're looking for. And the reads just seem to always fall into place for ECSTATIC. So we're looking for a little bit more decisiveness, I should say, from MASONIC. And it seems like that A ramp play is going to come into full effect. They want to take this part of the map and they want to take it quickly.
Kraken lineup util, supporting his team as they now pull the trigger on this ramp execute. Newton has one with the Mac 10, nice and fast, but can't swing and find Fasher. He's at least created this equal opportunity for ECSTATIC to get back into this one here, and he's still sticking around. Cabby's blind, perfect flash from Manx, and Queenix just shuts down that very, very key player who's found 2. He's on 24 and 13 right now. But ECSTATIC, they have this in the bag right now. Kraken is left lurking. Dafu even hears this so they can reposition to watch for this team player. But again, an adjustment. Left with another 1v2 off the back of a 1v3. How does he find this? Well, he finds the AWPer, but doesn't expect Manx to swing out. That got so close. Kraken nearly the X Factor yet again. Deary me. ECSTATIC, they actually looked very, very awkward in that position.
Yeah, good attempt there from Kraken. Try as he might, getting a fabulous kill on a Dafu, getting rid of the AWPer there on Zello. But it isn't to be this time around. MASONIC want to take another time out here. Their funds have been depleted. Really trying to decide what their last few rounds may look like. But man, what a tough situation to climb yourself out of. Kraken being the only real individual stepping up here on the ECSTATIC side of things. Fasher doing such a wonderful job across this map, especially on the CT side. He's been a rock solid anchor for this ECSTATIC squad.
And we mentioned it in the pre-game. ECSTATIC have the individuals to be able to take over a game. And we're seeing that now with Fasher. Like, he is single-handedly winning rounds because he's picking apart the execute that MASONIC are trying to throw at him. So yeah, you're right. The individuals are stepping up here now for ECSTATIC, and Fasher is the one proving time and time again that, well, he is not going to budge in any of these rounds.
Yeah, ever since losing Wolfie, it definitely seemed like the firepower might have been lacking, but the Dutchman has definitely stepped up, and he's brought them to this 13th round win. Another force buy here from MASONIC. They definitely see that there isn't much time remaining. Might as well throw stuff at ECSTATIC and see what sticks. And it's into mid now.
Yeah, Zello's angle has been blocked off. Maybe they just try and rush it down. I think that's the port of call here. Actually catches Not slipping by. Thrashes out of the round as well, but they just throw themselves at the bird, and he's going to deal with it as quick as possible. So the bomb's in his hands, notes that 2 are towards ramp as well, and he even smokes him off. Cabby can't slip by. Actually, he can, but he takes a lot for it. Dafu's watching the line. There is no way they're getting this bomb at the moment. MASONIC with 45 seconds left. A man disadvantage, HP disadvantage just seems done in this round.
Yeah, everything's starting to dwindle here for MASONIC. There's not much space and room for them to breathe here, and with Dafu and Manx re-smoking the CT spawn again, it just seems so arduous to get rid of these CTs from their position and take this bomb back. It's gonna be raw aim duels, and Dafu doesn't even allow them to get stuck into those gunfights. 14 on the board for ECSTATIC, and it just seems that Ancient is all but here at this point. Another force buy here from MASONIC. I don't blame them.
That's all they can do. They're having awful buys towards the end of this game. Every round is going to be just shoddy and sort of like very, very impactless, if that's even a word at this point. Dafu knows Queenix is here, spots him pushing through the smoke. Not ready for that aggression is that T-side player. And Zello here on sandbags is going to spot the backpack of Cabby and shoots him as he goes through the smoke. So individually, the execute being shut down, smoke even to allow Zello to keep the position. And now puts a thought in MASONIC's head of when is that player going to swing out. It's Fasher to just shut down 2 as Zello swings from the smoke. ECSTATIC find map point.
Clinical stuff on the ramp. They have figured this part of the map out very, very well, and it's just left MASONIC scratching their head, wondering where it all went wrong. I can definitely point to a couple things in that situation, but the ECSTATIC members stay strong, and it's match and map point only here for ECSTATIC. A reminder that... Oh,
yeah.
Go
So go on.
Oh, no, I was going to say that this is, in fact, elimination. There's a lot riding on this game. This map win might seem like a little misunderstood, but Cello.
He finds two. You know, like, what can you do when everything's going right for ECSTATIC? It seems like the beginning of the end for map number 2. An Ancient is our final. But Kraken doesn't want us to go there just yet. 2 in the round for him. The only one realistically awake for the Masonic side on Vertigo right now. And this double push to reclaim space shows them nothing apart from Masonic have fallen back. So how do they now adjust from this? What do? Do they anchor towards B? It looks like they're going to, and they might make the right call.
Yeah, I guess they were biting and hoping that ECSTATIC doubles back to A after they pulled away from this mid-aggression, but there's nothing to be spotted on ramp. Dafu and Co have a good understanding of what's coming to them. It's all so difficult for Masonic now.
And there's only a Molotov to clear every single angle you've got to face coming onto this B bomb site. Manx' over-aggression, Neps himself one, is able to fall back but once more, and it's going to pay to his demise. It's going to pay for his death. A kit on Dafu as well, they can play the time, and now all the bits of util have been extended out. But Queenix can throw out some more punches, and Fash has got a 1v2 to try and shut this one down. But Masonic shut him out of the round. They find 10.
Only 27 HP between the two members at one point, but ECSTATIC couldn't get the job done in the clutch. Well done from Queenix to get that entry. A little bit of life here for Masonic at the tail end of map 2. It might be too little too late, but gaining any little bit of confidence heading into your decider, the ever important Ancient fighting for that playoff spot. That's so important. So important.
Could be the last buy of ECSTATIC for a while as well. Look at their money. And because of how many rounds they've won in a row, you know what their loss bonus is. This almost seems like crucial right now for ECSTATIC here. This boost is going to be watched, and Zello is going to find the first part of it.
He hasn't nearly played this passive throughout the game, so it surely must have caught the Masonic players off guard after peeking into the angle there. And ramp just has to be their last Hail Mary play.
Oh,
Look at all the
nade!
HP here. Yeah.
That nade is fantastic. It actually takes Cabby down to 5 HP. And it's just rattled the Masonic side. They have no idea what to do. Sure, they've got flashes for an execute, but they've only got one smoke. One of these angles is going to be left open. I don't think Zello is going to let them come through, but Yensi popping over and above the deadliest game of whack-a-mole, and it comes out in the T's favour, but still their HP is so low. This AWP's got to do all of the work, all of the damage, and I don't think Yensi can do that now. Oh my goodness. Do Masonic bring this back still? Or do ECSTATIC have the ability to play the HP advantage? Because Dafu was sneaked by first, maybe the second, just above that smoke. Yensi is okay. Do they cross? Can they cross? The important question for Masonic, the bomb is going to go down. Dafu isn't going to contest. They are going to play this 2v2 as if their life depends on it. Masonic escape. Able to double up towards yellow. Dafu is going to be on the timer here. This angle is oh so crucial. Notan has been noted, and Yensi has only 15 HP to find 2 more. But he finds the first, but Dafu just jumps across. Okay, ECSTATIC, they take 16 here.
We're going to Ancient, Pigeon.
We are.
It's all up in the air at this point. ECSTATIC showing why they are considered a very, very strong team in this 2-2 bracket. And when we come back, we're going to see who will be advancing to the Pinnacle Cup IV playoffs with a chance for a potential land spot. We'll see you then.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
One map separates us between another playoff team here at the Pinnacle Cup IV. Elimination on the line, and a knife round to start here on our third map of Ancient. How you feeling, Pigeon?
This is going to be a big one. Whoever starts on the CT side should realistically have a field day. I mean, considering how powerful these two teams have been on their respective map picks on their CT side as well, MASONIC are going to have that option to go there first. Now, this is going to be, of course you said elimination. Got Ancient to decide it. One of the most CT biased maps so far right now. And yeah, so MASONIC, they opt to go on their CT side. We'll get the HUD switched around at the top very, very shortly. But here we are then, Paladin. This is the decider map. The crucial time. It's crunch time for these two teams.
On one hand of things, you have ECSTATIC, who kind of expected to make it to the playoffs and contend for the title. And on the other, you have MASONIC, who have fought tooth and nail to start being recognized as another prospective Danish squad. And here they are, trying to battle back against this A play. It's fast in the cave here, sorry, on a B. But they just actually decide to opt away from cave, run all the way up through lane and straight through donut. Here they come on to A.
Yeah, Yensi's got to fall back. He's got to now play with Queenix, so he's smoked off from Temple. He's backside, tapping away. Nice burst. Actually drops the bomb as well. Ooh. Swings out for a second too. He's just dancing back and forth. Yensi is going absolutely ham right now. And Zello shuts him down, but that's the least he can do. Yensi, you monster. And MASONIC, they've got a pistol round right at their feet. It's only Zello to stand between them and the first pistol round of map number 3. Oh my goodness.
There it is, the pistol round secured there. Yensi going huge there in the back of A. The only real player that could have fought in that situation. He had a great supportive flash to get the third as well. Take a bow there if you're Yensi, getting an early pistol to bounce back from all of the woes that they had on Vertigo is fantastic for their confidence here early on in the decider. Look at this. Just quick taps around the back A boxes. He's rewarded for his troubles. No bomb plant this time around for ECSTATIC, so just going to be pistols here in their force buy. Finally, we see one.
Yeah, for the first time in the series.
Yeah, we've never seen a second round force buy throughout, and now we see it. It's a little bit difficult to break through here on the T side of things, but let's see if they can try to make something stick here. Great amount of mid control here for MASONIC, and they can just evacuate and enter the donut position because they know how much utility might have to be expended in order for ECSTATIC to retake that part of the map. And all they have is just lane control. They want to go through cave and see what they can find, but look at this. A good amount of players here from the CT is 3 to attend to this execute.
Yeah, the swords come out though. Queenix might opt to swing out in the chaos, but Kraken's found the first. Cabby with the UMP, finding more as well. It's solo to get a deagle kill, but is it too little too late? While Surrounding gets another. This now gets a bit hairy if you're the side of MASONIC. Zello up close, can't quite reach Queenix as the smoke fades, and all of a sudden, we can take a deep breath as MASONIC take their second.
Yeah, good for ECSTATIC to get a bomb plan this time around, keep your money in check. But the second nonetheless comes through. Great understanding of the situation in that time around. The Queenix not necessarily supporting with his gun, but rather the utility in that situation. It works out in dividends. And with that bomb plant and how close ECSTATIC like to make it in that situation, they're going for a force buy here. 4 Galils out and a Mac 10 on Bird from Sky. They want to make sure that they can get any sort of economic control to garner some map round wins this time around, because out of every map in the map pool, we've all heard about this and we've all seen it in action. Very difficult to get T-sided rounds here. And Kraken starts off with a great opener.
Makes a slip by. Dafu might as well. Notan finds the first as well on the mid push. So a 2-man advantage right now. Dafu's just got to set himself up. And as that smoke fades, Notan's on the other side, just keeping check of who's here, and he even finds Dafu as he swings. This is explosive. This is so good for MASONIC because they keep 5 alive, it seems to be. And that's perfect for a round like this because they don't have to reinvest much into the next. Their economy's not great anyway. Last has been spotted. Fascia isn't going to be given an inch now. And so with that, MASONIC will find round number 3. It's just will MASONIC keep everyone alive?
And the answer to that question, Pigeon, is of course yes. And you can start to see a little bit more of a different shade of MASONIC. They're a little bit more passive after the loss on Vertigo. And they were quite aggressive on Overpass as well, but the timings were a little bit more understood there. Seeing them be a little bit more passive in this time around is great to see. They're being rewarded for it with this quick 3-0 start. And ideally, this 4th also comes and follows suit with the only Tech 9s being bought up here for ECSTATIC.
So MASONIC and ECSTATIC have actually played Ancient against each other on LAN at the Gamebox Festival. Would you like to guess the score and in favour of who?
You know, that kill from Bird from Sky is going to make me consider ECSTATIC to win it. Maybe 16-12?
It was 16-4 in favour of MASONIC.
Oh, blind.
Just check that as you were talking about the eco. Yeah. Now they've got an entry, as you mentioned, from Bird from Sky. Cabby has to fall back away from that util. The bomb is going to be planted.
Oh, it's going to be quite a difficult retake, Pigeon. They do have the utility, and they actually stopped the bomb plan altogether, so this really creates a spanner in the works for ECSTATIC. How are they going to get this bomb down yet again?
Well, they can't, because the smokes are fading at the perfect time for Cabby to double up, and even on the fadeaway, nearly gets a 3rd, and Phoenix is there to just make sure it happens. One way or another, MASONIC find 4.
Yensi absolutely wreaking havoc, dropping the bomb through the smoke there. As soon as that bomb doesn't go down, the smokes fade, and
yeah,
all
that's
the utility.
The round.
Yeah, and all the utility, the supreme lack of utility that ECSTATIC had in that situation. It's so easy for Cabby to wreak havoc here. Double kill back onto the player back lane as well. They secure their 4th. Guns back up for ECSTATIC though. Let's see what they have in store. What is their game plan earlier on here on the T side of Ancient?
I'm loving this A main control. But it's going to be checked on the timing by ECSTATIC. Queen shouldn't go any further, and he's right to just hold back. But now A main control has been taken, they have to smoke it off deep. And as such, they can make their way towards mid, try and meet anybody playing there. It feels like ECSTATIC is sort of stuck right now. These two players in mid are just stuck.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to wait for this utility to dissipate, try to take Cave a little bit later. Manx here trying to fight against the mid, but again, so many great utility timings here, putting ECSTATIC in a very difficult fights to take. Kragan baiting well here for his partner up in Cave. Let's see how this actually fares though.
Nice flash, allows Bird from Sky to cross. Cabby doesn't realistically need to activate at this point. If he shoots through the wood though, could be a kill onto Bird from the Sky, who is 27 HP. But they've gained mid control, they have that in the palm of their hands. MASONIC are now starting to cheat and anchor their way over towards this B bomb site. And as the execute comes in, so do ECSTATIC up towards the ramp. They've actually not smoked off Temple. They can't because there is no utility left. So the bomb has to stay behind the pillar. Fascia has to actually clear all of this as Bird from Sky goes down. So still this bit of cave control contained to MASONIC as well. They opt to push ECSTATIC. They have to. They have to keep this control, gain space. Queenix slows it down a little bit, and they opt to peek again, but this time double up in the numbers, and we're still in the 2v2.
They have a beautiful pause there, leaving this 2v2 very doable for MASONIC, but they have to get rid of this player back temple. Dafu playing the dancing game quite well, and the bomb's been planted for Zello. It's just so difficult all of a sudden for ECSTATIC to lose the round, and they close it out very well, and AWP gained for Zello as well, the Romanian getting his weapon of choice, and MASONIC not able to wrestle back that 5th round. It's a first finally on the board for ECSTATIC.
And look at the money from MASONIC. They will not be able to buy into the next if they lose this round. They will be forced down to what seems like maybe a double ego. Because the 1900 loss bonus isn't going to give them much going into next.
Yeah, a lot of onus on MASONIC to win this round here specifically. You want to shoot for double digits, as crazy as it sounds here if you're on the CT side, especially with this level of play. And Bird from Sky, while he goes down, Fasher is quick to trade. Kragan still trying to jostle for this banana control, and he'll get it in spades.
Yeah.
16 HP from Fasher, he doesn't really want to contest for it.
That's a very good smoke. Kragan really should have gone down there. It felt like with how fast he was pushing up, and instead, as this smoke goes down, he can opt to push up even further, but he misses the shot. Queenix is there to trade from mid, so we still find ourselves in a 3v3. Where is this bomb gonna go?
Regardless of where it decides to go, look at all this map control that they have. They have all of mid, Donut already occupied, the A anchor is secure, and now you have Notan slowly trying to slot into the B anchor side of things. Queenix is definitely going to get the first amount of contact here, though. Watch how he takes his fight against Zello.
This is going to be a very awkward timing. Oh, and actually, guess only the dink. Zello 3 HP, but does soften them up enough for Notan to actually have himself sort of confirmed one, it seems like, in this round. But where is Fasher
going? They're going back?
Yeah, they are. Okay, so this is a really good read, actually. Yensi's going to maybe go back. This is very, very awkward on how this timing is being played out. So Yensi actually has to be the difference maker here. He has to get these kills. He has dropped the bomb. So Notan can rotate now. Bomb is going to go down. Fasher's holding down the line with an AWP in main. If Manx swings, he should be dead. Yensi is going to be way too quick to allow Manx into this. But he is 100 HP. He has to go aggressive, has to find this, and does so nicely. And Fasher can just hold down the line because they know where Yensi is. So ECSTATIC, they find 2 in a row.
Oh, those post plants have been so electric for ECSTATIC. You could see that in rounds prior, when the bomb didn't go down, they kind of didn't have a game plan. But as soon as it does, the T side is obviously favored. A little bit odd of a timing, but a timeout coming here from Bird from Sky. Interesting what they want to talk over here, but maybe just try to iron out the defaults of these rounds, because that's certainly a little bit labored, to say the least. But they're getting the round wins, and at this stage of the series, that's what's important.
Okay. MASONIC have slowed down ever so slightly in the past couple of rounds. We have the opportunity to tie the game here. But I think MASONIC, yeah, they're fully ecoing so they can bind to the next. So a decent call. This should be ECSTATIC finding 3. I say should be because we've seen crazy things happen in the past couple of series we've commentated together.
Yeah, absolutely. But it seems like the ship has been righted. There will be no crazy stories to tell this time around. The main point of contact cave has been taken, and Cabby, the last remaining B anchor, has been chunked down to 41. Bomb on the B side as well, so not much to write home about here for MASONIC, just twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the guns to come back out soon enough.
What's not talked about enough is it's just genuinely how strong that B lane position is. Like, when you have that as a CT, you have every last little bit of information you need, because you have mid control at that point as well. So it puts the position of the CT players to be able to play the majority a lot towards A strongly on those defenses. So MASONIC have actually been doing a good job at actually taking that initially. It now feels like ECSTATIC is starting to get that initial control towards that B lane position and then keep it, you know, in sort of the mid-round scenarios. So, not much more to do here. Cabby has 41 HP. There is at least a chance for another couple of kills, but After his deagle has been noted, Bird from Sky swings. ECSTATIC find 3.
Yeah, you definitely make a good point there with all that lane control. They've been good to take it early, but when the gunfights actually do come to fruition, they have to win those, and they're quite CT favored in that sense, and if that's not able to be converted, then rounds can't come your way. So let's see if they're able to step up to the plate this time around with the guns being back up. No AWP here, more importantly for Yensi. And as they approach A very quickly, that could be a huge, difficult point when the bomb goes down.
I'm loving this change of pace. MASONIC is still executing their mid-take as they're on the bomb site for ECSTATIC. Nice. First from Notan. Just continues to spray. Somehow, there should have been a trade there, but it doesn't come for the ECSTATIC side. So what happens now? There's 3 smokes here from MASONIC Paladin. They have so much time to just block off every single angle. And the majority are playing towards the same main position. They have Donut from MASONIC. They know exactly where these players are, and they can smoke on the bomb. It's a bit fumbled. They tap it instead, but a rough spray from Manx means that he goes down, and now Bird from Sky has got to be noted, coming in from Donut. And while they've got a kit as well, they can just be stuck. This should be round over, but they're still trying to fight. Bird from Sky don't spray. What is going on?
It's over. He's
What is going on?
What has happened? They've misplaced the bomb kit. I can't even speak properly because ECSTATIC have just bagged an insanely difficult round to win. How the hell has Bird from Sky got that one?
Oh my goodness. MASONIC tripped up over themselves. I tripped up over my words. We had no clue what was going on. That flash. It almost feels like $200 just one Bird from Sky that round.
It seemed as though their own smoke screwed them over as to where the bomb was.
That one as well.
And then that flash combining with that, they just completely disregarded where it was. The flubbing of who had the kid and who didn't was also a big problem. It was just this perfect storm for Bird from Sky to just wreak havoc. Wonderful 1v4 from him. And equalizing the situation, potentially taking the lead as well on the T side of Ancient. You'll be loving the situation if you're Bird from Sky to hold this lead ahead for you.
I need a breather, man. I need a breather. I am in shock.
There's just no reason for them to win that round, Pigeon.
No, there isn't.
How do they do that?
There isn't. You know, this was the storyline. I was even ready in my commentary to shut out Bird from Sky. That's what confused me so much, is that how he was able to get those kills.
I was talking about the next round, and
yeah,
this guy just makes me eat my words.
And the next round was, okay, MASONIC have got this really, really cool buy. They can bring this one back. It could potentially be 6-4. And we've tied the game. I'm just watching it back on stream, by the way. That is mental. Oh, okay. Right, we're gonna have to... Let's move on. Let's all clear our minds and move on from what just happened. Okay. Manx. Nice on the first. There shouldn't be anything more. Cabby, bring us something huge. No, he can't.
The round kind of just fizzles out here. A fifth as we were expecting to come on board for ECSTATIC. And we finally seem to calm down a little bit. Finally a clean round on our hands as we advance through this half. But man, I'm not the one even playing at this point, and I still feel like I'm going to be haunted by that round.
Okay. A chance for MASONIC to recover themselves.
Let's see if they can right their wrongs this time around. Yensi with that AWP finally on board. And quick out the gate, just a bit of a default. Quick mid control though, protocol. Yensi going for the opening kill, but Manx importantly gets the trade. And now this space has just been opened up for Manx to try to weasel his way into the red room.
Yeah, you're right. This is very, very crucial space and a crucial trade for Manx, because now what's happened is it's actually forced MASONIC into being very, very concerned about what's happening in mid. Manx.
Look at this, 4 members, all of them just around this mid position.
And look where ECSTATIC are. They're ready and ripe to just contact their way towards B. Manx hasn't been spotted. NOTAN wasn't ready. So a 3v3. ECSTATIC, they sort of need to pick the pace in gaining this lane control. And Bird from Sky is able to claim it for his own. And even the flash pops through as well. Is he going to swing off of the back of it? Yes, he is. But it might be to his demise. As a 1v1 now for Cabby and Zello. Pulls out the Glock. Cabby's on 44 HP. Doesn't want to switch to a rifle. That would give away his position. They both know the whereabouts of where each other are. It's just all about the timing of how they play around this cube. And it's just an awkward timing of who is now in favour in which fight, and Cabby now has this sound noted. Zello, what's he doing? Is he going to retrieve a rifle? He is, but that might be his own mistake. And Cabby. Okay, there is life in MASONIC just yet in these gun rounds. 5-5.
Ring around the rosy there for Cabby, and he comes out on top. But quite a labored round to win there. I really thought ECSTATIC had the control to win that round, especially with Manx getting the trade and that subsequent 1 kill onto the bottom of Red Room. It was fantastic because at that point they'd caught all the rotates, they'd gotten back cube as well. But they aren't able to convert. MASONIC strike back, get that 5th on the board, but look at their money. Look at their economic situation at this point. Even after winning the round, they're in somehow a worse state than ECSTATIC themselves. Ooh, that flash.
It's not great. And look at this. Fasha's able to get one, nearly the second. But Yensi has to tuck tail and fall back. ECSTATIC is still in a very, very good position right now. It's just all about this timing in cave. Kraken needs to fire in this fight, and he's flashed off the angle yet again. So does Bird from Sky up to smoke and then take mid, or does he just fall back and give the position? Well, he's doing the latter. Keeping 3 over towards his B bomb site, and actually secures it as well. Because look at this. MASONIC are just stuck on B. You've only got Queenix here to hold down the defences on A. And he's got to go huge. He has got to go huge. No utility to clear it. This boost, head spotted, Dafu taken out. But Manx is able to be quick on the trade, quick on the trigger. And NOTAN understands Bird from Sky, hears him push towards mid. So that's when he can activate on this mid push. But Bird from Sky hears it. And he even clears it too. Yensi, unable to do anything more than to run away with an MP9 on 19 HP. ECSTATIC. Perfect working of the lane control, of the mid control. Very well done.
Yeah, what a pre-fire there from Bird from Sky. Catching off Kraken in the cave, and as soon as that happened, they pivot instantly to that A play. Queenix has too much on his plate to really complete. And although Yensi gets his parting kill here, it's going to be quite difficult to really get anything else. A 6th on the board from ECSTATIC, taking the lead on the T side of Ancient. I cannot stress this enough. It is so important for them to rack up these rounds. Because as soon as they switch over, that's when the confidence is going to start to swell like anything. They should have a 7th here on the cards as well, right, Pigeon?
It seems like it. MASONIC haven't been able to respond since the Bird from Sky clutch. Apart from one. Great. That doesn't fill you with hope, does it? I mean, they're taking mid fast again. But it feels like when this smoke clears, it's just going to be around in favour of the T side. Wait, hold on. Has Bird from Sky stuck the net here? They might not be aware of this. Okay, contact made in mid. He is about to be surrounded. Yensi with that hero AK, now they know it's a thing in this round. and so instead of going mid, they opt to go towards A. But look at that advanced position there from Notan. He knows. He can hear the footsteps. Puts Yensi in a position to be able to at least go 1-for-1 here as he pushes out, but the donut smoke. Bloom's just in time, blocks his vision. Notan from behind also eligible for one. But it's still a man advantage here for MASONIC.
Watch Cabby here in this cubby. Has a lot on his plate, but he passes with flying colors, doesn't get more than a singular kill, but it leaves it all up to Dafu. In this clutch, getting the first kill on a Queenix, having to choose where he wants to fight early on. But Kraken takes that fight win, equalizes things yet again. And it's an eco victory for MASONIC. Only that one AK on Yensi, but they do well to succeed there.
Yeah, very good. I feel like I didn't hype that up enough of how good of a round that actually was from MASONIC. Very, very clear, consistent timing on those pushes. Very, very good read, just from how much position they had. And ECSTATIC, they don't have the greatest buy into this one as well. So this is anyone's game at this point, economic-wise. Because with only 2 rounds left, whoever loses this might not be on the best buy.
And that would essentially confirm the half win as well. So, a lot riding on this swing round here. Confidence, motivation, passion for the next following half. All kind of rides on this one. And it's all going to come down to this cave fight here, which feels like a car crash waiting to happen. With a number of bodies here. Let's see how this unfolds.
Oh my goodness, Cabby taken down. Doesn't matter when you've got the supportive cast around you to find these frags as they push up ramp. And Bird from Sky, 33 HP, make it 0. MASONIC, they claim 7. They also claim the economical reset for on ECSTATIC as well. They have to eco now. Boy oh boy, this is a wonderful half of CS we're seeing.
Yeah, this back and forth affair is something that's not going to let any of the coaches on both sides to be comfortable. And the bend of the knee has come through from ECSTATIC, and they want to take this eco. As previously said, no force buy this time around, just sending it entirely at Queenix here on the A-bomb site.
Oh boy, they're coming.
Should be no problem for him.
Oh boy, they're coming. And he's got to run away. So maybe the best right now is a bomb plant. Never mind. Never mind. The bomb isn't going to go through, or is it? Okay. Cash secured. Going into round number 15.
Yeah, great for ECSTATIC, right? Having any little bit of money to bring into the last round of the half. Try to get that 7th. You'd be loving life if you could get that. And yeah, the Pinnacle odds reflected. The viewers know what the situation is at hand. 6 rounds is nothing to scoff at. And although this lead is temporarily in the MASONIC favor, whether or not it'll be permanent is yet to be seen.
Yeah, if ECSTATIC get this last round and then the pistol on their CT side, it is going to be really hard for MASONIC to actually get themselves back into it, it feels like. This is looking good control. Kraken's going to meet them. Kraken meets Manx jumping, and Dafu's there to trade. Notan through the smoke finds it as well. Like, this is all a bit messy, all a bit scrappy. And this smoke as well allows Cabby to see a foot. Just Bird from Sky crosses, and as it fades, Fasher's blind. Yensi, great supportive flash. And Zello in a 1v3. Well, we've seen crazier things, but not to be. MASONIC take 9, take a 3-round lead at the end of the first half.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff there from MASONIC to make sure Banana is under lock and key. And with that, they take a 3-round lead heading into their second half. And on the ECSTATIC side of things, you wouldn't be too upset about the situation, but how shaky this round had actually shaped out, it would be quite a difficult scenario altogether.
This might be one of the most crucial rounds of the game. With how close this is, with ECSTATIC now on the CT side of Ancient, this is pivotal. And MASONIC are running the exact same strategy that ECSTATIC pulled against them. As they rush towards Donut, it's going to be Dafu to do his best Yensi impression if they decide to push, but they actually stall it. Play into the heads of ECSTATIC a little bit.
Yeah, through the red room this time. This is the variation. Fasher up to bat.
But he spots them. What's the response from MASONIC? They push through straight into the crosshair of Manx. Now they know 2 is here. So they rotate back towards B. Well, Cabby sort of locking this one down as they all start to face him and can't quite track the jumping player. Zello is in cave. He might have slipped the net, might have slipped the timing. Bomb is dropped right in front of him as well. And it seems like it's Static have the number of what MASONIC have tried to do. And Notan is in mid, and now he's been spotted. And that Glock shot not perfect on the head. So Manx is down to 62. Only a scratch done by Notan. And this should be all but over. ECSTATIC are going to win this CT pistol bar anything. And they call themselves back now.
They had a good understanding of what was being thrown at them, right? And with that variation of the red room play, Fasher and Manx step up to the plate, make sure that they can get those trades accordingly. And as soon as that happens, they double back into B into Zello's open arms. The dual Berettas go absolutely nuclear. Probably the best position for that weapon across all 7 maps, in my opinion. Bar probably Banana on Inferno, but here is that full eco yet again. I guess we're only going to see 1 force buy on the second round across this entire series of 3 maps.
And that just shows you how like good these teams are in the pistol rounds. That they just completely shut it all down. Like usually we do see force buys come up in these second rounds, but every pistol for both of these squads has been actually perfect and nicely done, nicely thought out. This is going to be a bit of a scrap over towards mid, you'd like to think, Paladin. This is all but over.
Yeah, the crunch is too strong here. Nothing really they can write home about, but they can talk about this upcoming gun round here. Guns out, utility out as well. This is where you want to make a statement. You want to break through this bonus that ECSTATIC has to bring to the table this time around. But when MP9s are on the table for the CT side, that's where you like to see a lot of lane aggression. Smoke off onto the T openings. Aggression from Cave, aggression from Banana. This time around, it seems like mid is where they want to go aggressive earlier on. That seems more important to them, and they get it pretty easily, all things considered.
This is really good control, and then this allows them to take B lane control. So, within the space of 15 seconds, the majority of the map has been shut off from MASONIC, and it's still being shut off. Bar this boost that has just meant that they know no one is pushing towards B ramp. Cave is still a possibility, but B ramp is certainly not. And Fasher, this is awkward. He sort of has to stay here now. Flash is going to be pulled, then the start to entry. Maybe he comes off the swing from the Cave player and perfectly runs them down. The MP9 sings for 2. And MASONIC, they've got to sort of readjust, reposition, and think, what on earth is going on?
Queenix is definitely sent to the death realm to think about that, but fantastic bait setup here from Fasher and the Cave player. I believe that I'm not really sure who that might be.
It could have been anyone, to be honest. Like,
yeah, but it was just fantastic work from both of the players there to lock down any way back into the B bomb site. Notan gets quite the arduous task here, gets a first kill on a bird from Sky, but it's all but a parting gift. Fasher secures a round. It's all even Stevens, 9-all. And more importantly, it's ECSTATIC with economic control, completely and utterly.
Yeah, they survived these rounds with 4 or 5 players alive. And that's perfect for burning up your economy. It's so crucial. I believe it was Manx in the cave there. But, you know, like, that... I'm lost for words, Paladin. Because we've got to think, that bird from Sky 1v5, if that didn't happen, MASONIC at least have a couple more rounds to work with because ECSTATIC are on that eco. That round seemed crucial. It really did seem crucial because we're at this point where MASONIC don't seem to have much in the tank. And it's got to be heartbreaking for them. They've made it this far. They've made it to 2-2. They're looking like a team on the rise. And to be shut out like this, let's hope they've got something to claw back with.
Yeah, it's a soul-crushing round altogether, and momentum is a huge part for this team, especially for most young teams as well. Cabby trying to look for something but doesn't get anything. But back to the point that I was mentioning, younger teams rely very heavily on momentum. very coy to emotion, and it seems as though that it might have gotten the better of them this time around in this series. The more experienced roster of ECSTATIC paying dividends, and this time around vying for yet another Pinnacle Cup appearance in the playoffs. They're inching their way closer, Pigeon. They've gotten double digits first, and they kept 3 men up. Look at their money. It's just singing at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, Zelo isn't even to reinvest into an AWP. He's still on 7k. Like, the amount of money this team has been building up is incredible. A crucial gun round, it feels like now, for MASONIC. Because they can't let ECSTATIC build up this economy. They've got to force them to reinvest into something. And the best thing right now is that Kraken has got early advantage in positioning over towards this lane position, and that's good. That's nice. But how do they work off of this? Bird from Sky's past any sort of K smoke they've thrown. And they just net themselves an awkward fight, and Bird from Sky wins it through the smoke. It's just everything going in their favour right now, Paladin. It's just snowballing out of control.
And another one for Bird from Sky. He actually re-aggresses in that situation. And a fantastic flash from Dafu. They've locked down B and leaves no chance in a possible situation here in mid. He gets traded out. Manx gets a beautiful double kill. And Yensi, man, he's had some great moments in this map so far, Pigeon, but this might be a little too tall of an order. It looks like we might actually have an 11th on the board for ECSTATIC. They're running away with this one.
This is the biggest bait setup I've seen in a while, and Bird from the Sky doesn't even need Fasher to swing. Very, very crucial round from the in-game leader. And MASONIC are left just sort of scraping the barrels of a buy in this round. It almost feels like they just have to go Deagle Armor and just get this one over with. And the Pinnacle odds are going well in the favour of ECSTATIC right now, and I can see why. So take your time out. Take your thoughts, collect them together as a unit, and understand what's going wrong. It just seems like they're falling to individual pushes right now from this ECSTATIC side, and there's no response.
Don't even mind if you take a double timeout here. This is just such an important round here. This decides your fate at Pinnacle Cup IV. This could be the make or break round if you want to be among the best in the world. Because keep in mind, we still have some invited teams that are yet to be announced. And those usually are very, very strong teams that you can get a lot of experience with. And just join that conversation to be among the best. And be considered among the best. But we're back in a play, and as you were saying, Pigeon, it's that eco here. But instead of Deagles, it's the Tech 9s. Maybe something quick here on the B bomb site. See if they can crack it open. But Fasher, he's been a rock-solid anchor. We've seen how effective he's been so far.
And the thing is, right, with the Molotovs that are being thrown out of default, any sort of fast play towards B ramp is just going to be mitigated straight away. So they have to go through the smoke, straight into the crosshairs of Fasher, and he just says, how you back to MASONIC in this round, as Bird from Sky picks up the rest. Nice tap from Fasher to end it off. ECSTATIC are so on point right now. They find 12. They have had a flawless CT side so far. MASONIC haven't found anything.
He's just styling on them now, Thrasher. Oh my goodness. Just these first three kills. I mean, Bird from Sky stealing that third one. But 4 bullets left in the tank. He says, I don't even need all 4. I just need 1. Tap to the head, and it seems as though the young core of MASONIC, they're running out of steam now. We're starting to see the ECSTATIC of old. We're starting to see them forge a path to the Pinnacle Cup playoffs. Dragon, he wants to stop things right in their tracks. Here comes a quick B play. Bird from Sky to be tested.
They can't envy this round as well. Like just anything to get themselves mentally back into it. But Zelo spots a gap in that smoke. And Cabby spots a gap in the defenses. This has to be crucial. Queenix shuts down Manx as well. So CT control gathered. Bird from Sky pushes through. He just jumps through. But Yensi, even though he's 17 HP, fires the trade. So Dafu on 12. There's a possibility 2 of these players are low on MASONIC. A kit in hand as well, but Is there no any opportunity? Doesn't look like it. I think MASONIC might scrape away with this one because Dafu is walking back. Oh, take a breath. This game has been intense. And you'd love a game like this. We love watching a game like this to secure a playoff stance. It would have been awful if it was just a blowout. But here we are. Tight as ever in map number 3.
They don't necessarily going to keep everything this time around, MASONIC. Just the AWP kept over for Cabby. And that'll hurt. That one kill there from Dafu, it'll have ramifications, that's for sure. And if you can see here, they're still not at the woods, MASONIC. They're definitely keeping it tight, but if they want to actually have a shot at closing this game out, closing this series out, confirming that playoff spot, it's going to be right here, right now. And not just here, it's going to have to be the next subsequent rounds as well, because look at the economy of ECSTATIC. Doing so well for themselves right now. Comfortable couple of buys still in the tank. And again, all this garnered control here from Manx all throughout mid. So important. We're going to see that pounce here from Fasher and Burt from Sky yet again, and he's netted himself an opening kill.
Yeah, Kraken was left isolated.
Opening.
He was left isolated. And especially that smoke he had to throw down because of the Molotov. I don't know. It feels like you're wasting util for no apparent reason. And as such, Burt from Sky is able to reclaim space. Call it clear, might be a red herring here in this round because the bomb is still outside of B. But yeah, just smokes after smokes after smokes. These B guys ain't going anywhere. It's up to Notan to try and clear A.
Yeah, any kind of lurk kill here would be great to pull any kind of rotation. But look at this, all that lane control still firmly in their favor. Zello taking out any bit of control that MASONIC may have had on the A side of things. That smoke is probably not going to sell too much of a fake. This is so difficult. Fasher taking out Cabby as well. Just leaves Queenix on the site and Yensi on the other side of the map. They can just stick this bomb. This is all she wrote. This is 13 for ECSTATIC.
That bait setup was perfect.
How many times has it worked, right, Pigeon? It's like
incredible.
The third or fourth time it's happened.
And the thing is, MASONIC allow them to set that up because they don't force the issue past the smoke. And I think I'd rather see that than wait it all out. I mean, Fasher can get set up. He can just wait and bide his time. Bird from Sky can just shoulder peek and whenever he needs to, throw a flash out to assist. MASONIC are giving too much time for ECSTATIC to set up, and it's really, really not working in their favour.
It's a problem with the T side in general on Ancient. If you're not able to get that opening peek, if you're not going to get that opening map control as well, it's so hard to jostle that map control back into your favor, and they're kind of paying the price for it. Finally, something goes in their way with Kraken getting all this B lane control. But we've seen it happen at least once before, and it's not necessarily amounted to anything. It's been very difficult, but this even spread here from MASONIC might catch Fasher off guard here.
Perfect again. They keep doing this time and time again, but instead of falling back, Fasher goes a bit greedy. Pays for his life with it. Dafu sticking around as well. Kraken slips by the net towards Cave.
But they're regressing.
Again. Time and time again. Forcing the issue, and it's working out well. Kraken might not expect Bird from Sky this close, and he certainly doesn't. Yensi doesn't want to force the issue, doesn't want to get caught jumping up, but Notan might have just slipped the net here. How does he keep his position? Or does he keep his position? And Manx has noted at least one, puts the smoke down, forces him into his hands, but Zello finds one before being ran away. This is so awkward. Zello somehow gets another, and Queenix is left on 15 HP. I'm surprised that Zello stays alive for that long, even with no more bullets. And Queenix is just fumbling, trying to reposition. Dafu catches him. Deary me. What's going on? ECSTATIC, they'll find 14.
It looked like everybody ran out of bullets there. And Zello gets away with murder, getting one kill back. You'd love to have a 2v3 situation, but things go awry. Leaves Queenix in quite an impossible situation. And yet again, 14 on the board, but the loss bonus has built up quite a bit. A bomb plant in tow allows for a buy to come back out. But their days are numbered, MASONIC. It seems as though their Pinnacle Cup run might be coming to a sad end here after all that's been fought for throughout the Swiss stage. They've done a good job to get themselves here, but don't know if they have enough in the tank here, Pigeon.
They're going to pull the same tricks again. At some point, it's got to stop working. This mid-smoke has been thrown out. And after the spam, maybe MASONIC takes some position. Got to be very, very cautious. They're going to opt to split actually as soon as the speed door smoke fades. But Fash is playing passive this time. He doesn't want to give anything away. And MASONIC are being allowed B lane for free.
He might not be aggressing, but he's still getting info. This guy is ruthless here on the B banana position. His flash comes in again. Spots the shadow of Cabby, gets a bell rung down to 7. And he's going to be put on notice here. This B exec coming just very shortly here.
Fasher is going to go down. You'd like to think Bird from Sky around the smoke at least nets himself one. Manx is trying to find something. Cabby runs down Fasher, and Dafu from the corner finds himself two. There is no way this round should have gone in the favour of Ecstatic just with how low these players are. But somehow Dafu is the hero of this one. 9 HP now though, and maybe should have just been taken down there. And Zello knows that it's a fake. Ecstatic find 15 first, and they find series point.
Well deserved there from Ecstatic, holding strong there. Fasher staying alive for as long as possible. Ignites Manx back into that position in back cube. And 15 rounds collected for Ecstatic. Match, map, series, playoff, qualification point. They've got all the points, Pigeon.
And there is hardly anything on the side of the buy from MASONIC. Their util is nothing. They've only got flashbangs now. One smoke. That's it, Paladin.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. Yensi as well, just on the scout. Take all the map control you can get, Kraken, because this might be the last time you will be able to get this map control at the tournament altogether.
And that Molotov actually forces Kraken straight into Bird from Sky and burns him down. Dafu in Donut is at least being taken care of, so there is that part of the map now in control for MASONIC. Notan is taking Redmond here. This might be crucial. If Fasher wins that fight, it could all fall apart. And the bomb has to go towards B at this point. I think it's being called that they're on this bomb site. Bird from Sky finds the first. The plant's able to go down, but it's only Yensi here to defend the lines because he's waiting for a flank. And I don't think he can wait long enough. Even that's being caught off guard. Zello's ready and waiting, but Queenix taps him down. Yensi's finding deagle shots. There is still life in them just yet, but surrounding. The bomb can be defused. Ecstatic. They've finally done it. They've shut it down and the bomb gets defused. 16-10, 2-1, and they eliminate MASONIC here from the Pinnacle Cup IV.
What a blinder of a series. It was so back and forth throughout both of the maps. As soon as map 1 went underway, it felt as though, you know, MASONIC was here to play. Their individuals were very on point on Overpass, and as soon as we moved over to Vertigo, that's when Ecstatic started to wake up. That's when the experience and the core of identity of Ecstatic came to play. And then finally, Ancient, the decider of it all. We could clearly see how strong of individuals Ecstatic had to play with and how good of an understanding they had on the CT side of things, because as soon as we got into that second half, Pigeon, it felt like it was all Ecstatic all day long.
It was. It really was. Commiserations to MASONIC as well. They've looked really, really powerful throughout this tournament, though. Taking it close to an Ecstatic that are starting to maybe bring themselves back into it. So they make their way through to the playoffs 3-2. MASONIC, though, Paladin. Closing words on MASONIC as a team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see that they have a lot of talent. They have a lot of good players on their team. They're slowly gaining confidence and they're slowly gaining momentum. I'd like to see them fight back at another one of these tournaments, and I hope that they can finally get that playoff spot that they so desire, because they definitely deserve it. The individuals on this team definitely lends itself to being the next up-and-coming stars of Danish talent. So We have another series coming your way soon enough for the final 2-2 elimination matches. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how the chips unfold and see who will be our final playoff team.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Yo, people, welcome back. Mr. Truman, we're here with our third and final game of today, but not only of today, but of the entire Swiss stage. I'm Retro, joined by Mr. DK Truman himself, bringing you the action for the closing matchup here of the Pinnacle Cup IV. As I said, the main Swiss stage draws to a close, which means the playoffs is very close to beginning. This game determines our last team that meets the rest in the playoffs, of course. This is the Wisla Krakow versus Finest matchup. We watched Wisla Krakow yesterday, Mr. Truman, and a few days ago we got the pleasure of watching Finest. Both teams, I feel like, quite evenly matched. Both teams going through a little bit of trouble right now compared to what we're used to. But a very even matchup when it comes to the world ranking, and more importantly to the main Swiss stage. As you can see, the last two teams currently 2-2. And well, to join Spirit, Gamer Legion, Apeks, K23, Isurus, ECSTATIC, SKADE in the playoff stage.
Yeah, definitely looking like it's going to be a juicy matchup. As you can see, round advantage for Finest is 0. Wisla Krakow with 28, though they did get beaten yesterday by Isurus, while Finest was actually the team that did beat Isurus earlier in the week. So a couple of things going for both ways here, but definitely looking forward towards this match. As you said, it's going to be very close, but you know, just out of the gate, I want to know who you think is going to be the more advantageous one in this matchup.
It's difficult. I'm a big believer in the Swedish core that we have on the Finest side. I think, you know, at least we can talk about Finest as I'll sort of ramble over them, right? This roster has gone through a fair bit when it comes to recent times. We've obviously got Twist, Kriaz, and Plessen all part of the roster now. Don't forget Big and Arquez as well. He's been in the roster for quite some time. And Shox, who you'd probably know from his days in the Movistar Riders lineup before they went Spanish core. He also was a very big asset for them, and he also knew what he was doing. Obviously Twist as well has been a very, very big name, obviously played in NIP back in the day, so it's always fun to see that.
He's played in everything Swedish back in the day.
He has at one point or another. I think he's lived in every corner of Sweden. For the Wisla Krakow side, same can be said, more so the 5 Poles on the side. We're looking maybe towards your Snatchy. Sparrow had a fairly decent game. Goofy really surprised us as well, but let's not forget Jedka, Sobol, Snatchy, and of course Sparrow to join the main man himself of Goofy. Running you through this roster as well, they have potential. Do I think they're going to win today? If I'm honest with you, Mr. Truman, I'm going to say no. I think Finest have got their bases covered. I think the veto is going to be a little bit impactful, but I would say if you want to take it pound for pound, this matchup, and Arquez has looked like a beast from, you know, the start of 2021, it feels like. So no stopping him, and I guess for the rest of the roster as well, they've got some pretty interesting pieces to their puzzle.
Yeah, definitely do agree with that wholeheartedly. I think Finest just slightly have an edge over Wisla Krakow. Though, you know, if we get to see another one of those goofy, mad performances as we saw yesterday, everything can turn around pretty quickly. We get to see the maps being chosen: Overpass, Inferno, and to finish it off, Dust 2. And that Inferno seems like a very painful map for Wisla to try and beat.
Yeah, I think it's looked really good for Finest as well. They are a pretty decent Inferno side, and as you said, Wisla Krakow have played 11 times and won twice, and their only wins over One Shot and Dynamo ECLOT. They've had losses to ECSTATIC and Sinners already in this event, so as you said, that Inferno pick is going to be one of interest. Overpass as well isn't a bad map for Finest. I mean, it's better off for Wisla Krakow, but where Finest have had success, I think at the tail end of last year, probably won't be incorporated in the 3-month stats we all love to run by, but they have had some pretty serious results, you know, post or pre-changes, I should say, for the Finest side. So I'm excited to see it. It could go to a 2-mapper. I'm still siding with Finest. I think, Mr. Truman, I'm going to go 2-1 Finest.
Okay, I'm going to go 2-0 Finest. I think that their statistics don't really show the correct picture of their Overpass performance. I've seen them a multitude of times on Overpass where they're very solid and they make all the games very close as well. But they do not edge it out in their favor too often. And Wisla's performance yesterday, I mean, their T side on nearly every map was just not anywhere close to where it should be. Even though they had an enormously impactful CT side, they definitely think that their T side needs some added help. And I must say that Overpass is pretty rough for the T side. I mean, it can definitely be won by the T side, but slightly more CT sided. I think Inferno, in general, these 3 maps are probably as good as you can get them to be able to win on the T side. That's the one big plus. But
yeah,
you really need to step up, because if you have Anarchas with the AWP holding out one of the sites, you're not going to just willy-nilly walk in. He's going to hold that site down completely alone.
Yes, absolutely. We are jumping into the action here. Wisla Krakow taking on Finest. One team goes forward, one team is eliminated, and we kickstart our best of 3 here on Overpass. Picked by the Wisla Krakow side, Finest on the CT side as well. As you said, Anarchez, we know what he's like with the big green, but the question is, does he have the team to support him? We find out as we head into the pistol.
Let's see if they can get something funky happening. So far, it is a slow move coming out from Wisla Krakow. They're still towards the connector area and heading out towards the fountain. This is an interesting approach to the opening pistol round, but in connector, will they clear the angles perfectly? Because there's Twist, he's playing distraction. Chris is there, they open up the door, and they're in trouble. They just get ran down, bomb is dropped, and Wisla, just like that, have lost full control over this map. Still have at least a fighting chance, but that bomb is in a horrid position to try and recover.
Yeah, it's feels like a pretty done round here. Wisla Krakow, I mean, sure, they could try to hold their ground as much as they can and maybe can isolate these one-on-ones, but it is going to be very, very difficult for the Wisla Krakow side to get back into things. And Sparrow without armor as well, just with the smoke to his name, means that Goofy's going to be the one to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. And with 45 seconds left of this round, it is entirely doable that Finest can slip the net and drop this round, but a peek from an Arquez takes the head off Goofy, and well, your worst case scenario, Sparrow left in a 1-on-3, no Kevlar, it's just that P250, and well, this round feels very much but done. If Sparrow could even pick up the bomb, it's going to be impossible for him to set that down.
It's a rough one. P250 does have the bomb, 20 seconds, trying to rush it quickly towards that A site. If he gets a quick kill onto Shocks, maybe he has a chance. Could even plant it on the opposite end. Because the plant, that's already a nice little win here. Sparrow goes for the peak, but will be taken down. Even blinded, Shocks hits the shot, and with that, Finest do manage to take the opening pistol in their favor. But yeah, pretty much the moment that they lost the bomb and connector, it already felt kind of over.
Yes, absolutely. And as you can see on screen, if you think you can pick yourself up some awesome skins, then check out our partners at CS Money. cs.money/r/Pinnacle for up to 40% on your deposit bonus. Wisla Krakow without a pistol win, meaning that Finest, of course, have the great leverage. Second round investment looking mighty fine. We've got SMGs. There's an MP5 on Shocks. This seems to be something that has gotten a little more into the, I would say, into circulation, regulation, whatever you want to call it. It does feel like it's used a little bit more than per usual. But it's still quite a rare weapon to be using. I'm not too sure. I'm not triviaed up on my MP5 knowledge. Is it still $600 per kill, considering it's an SMG?
Yeah.
If you look at the P90, that's only 300, right? Which is the only reason why I asked. Doesn't matter anyway, because it doesn't get any kills. It's Twist triple, and a couple of kills between the MP9s gives Finest their second. So heading into the bye here. Wisla Krakow in a good position, but Finest taking the bonus.
Yeah, they get themselves at least a lot of nice cash on the Finest side, and now we get to see the AKs being purchased. No AWP just yet, but definitely both these teams have surprisingly strong AWPers, even surprisingly strong secondary AWPers. We saw Sparrow yesterday, and we know that, of course, Pleasant tends to be a secondary AWP, which is also surprising because they technically have a third AWPer with Twist in the side of the Finest roster.
Yeah, you are right. It's a pretty wacky one, eh? It's it can play into your favor though, as much as it can pay a disadvantage. You can catch people off guard, and as you said, if someone's having an off day, then if you've got a tertiary AWPer, not that that's particularly part of the plan, you can always give that one across. Doesn't matter here though. Wisla Krakow taking their time towards a quad stack towards the upper site though here, Mr. Truman. Could spill a bit of a disaster for the T side, trying to jumpstart their beginnings on Overpass. AK's going to take a bit of fire. It's the peak initially from Pleasant, who throws a bit of counter utility trying to hinder, and overall a slow pace taken by the Poles.
especially with that weaker weaponry, playing all those close angles is incredibly deadly. But Wisla looks to try and dodge it completely by heading towards that B bomb site. Actually, they might just get a little bit aggressive. Snatchy bounces at the right time. Anika's with his back turned towards him. Will be traded out immediately, but the B bomb site's already empty, and that means they should probably just try and recover the gun. That was drop the AK, secured, and then save the remaining 3 rifles for Finest. Maybe Twist might be able to look for an upgrade, but for the most part, the round is all said and done. Wisla Krakow secure one with... I mean, it was a bit of a gamble on Finest's side. Pretty hefty gamble in that regard, but I really don't fault them for that, considering the weapons they had.
Yeah, it's big upgrades for the CT side, excuse me. One of the M4's taken away, unfortunately, so it's Kriaz's AK alongside Twist's FAMAS, and ooh, Sparrow, I'm not too sure. He would have heard the run away, but the initial contact, I don't think he spotted the head of the CT. But that doesn't matter anyway, as you can see, a more passive approach taken by the remaining Finest players. They're more than happy to concede their first round. To save these weapons, as I said at the beginning of that one, it was a bonus buy. This one is where an Arquez brings out the big green. Shox and Plessen can afford the M4s. They're not going to shy away from the full investment.
Up in heaven, still going for the duel, and Snatchy is still performing on the big green as well. This might just be the second round to be secure, but there's so much money on the CT side, they can just sacrifice it. I guess AK is nice to save though. But Wisla finally wake up and they take that B bomb site together in a pretty reasonable fashion, and Snatchy gets a quad kill in the round. I mean, he has picked up the AWP 2 rounds, has had 5 kills with it. That tells you enough.
Very, very nicely done. It has been a great game of Counter-Strike so far here. Finest, sure, 10-2 ahead, but as you said, breaking the curse, 8 in a row for Finest as it comes to an end. And let's see if they can try and pull the game close together and make it a 10-5, or if it is going to be even more problematic as well. Heading into round 13, Finest. I mean, they are basically set on this CT side. I would say 10 is plenty enough. I mean, any more than that, and I feel like Wisla Krakow's pick could be won in the past very quickly here.
This would be disastrous if Wisla lose this round, but if they manage to win the next 3, it's all still pretty possible. Annika's boosted up, jumps up Jedka, immediate headshot coming out. And Pleasant goes for the peak, does at least slow down the push from the Wisla side, and a big rotation from Finest to make sure that the A-bomb side gets defended. Twist is already on site, and he holds it down. 2 kills secured, plus the bomb is dropped out in the open. Fight out towards A long. Sparrow is the third one down. Will be shot down from the side by Snatchy, but with Kreyas chiming in on also an AWP. Every single player on the Finest roster can op, it seems. It's going to be all onto Sobel 1v3. It looked nice with that opening pick again onto Annika's, but the problem is there is a lot more on that Finest roster, and they just get held back with a great triple from Twist in the round.
Great. Finest right back to their winning ways. What can you say, mate? What can you say? It is looking unreal. Unbelievable right now for the Finest side as they continue to develop their CT side lead. A 9-round advantage. No way, surely. Blessing. Don't. Yeah, thank the Lord. They are going to go for a B rush. I respect it. I respect it. They've got the money, so why not go for it? You know, that's the plan at least. As it looks to be a fast play towards B. Utility drops out. Shot on the back of the site. Will get taken down. Is Molly after his life will take one. So from the grave, keeping things level. Pleasant a double. Will be denied of a hat trick as it's a 3-on-2 retake. The flashbang's good. And well, Sparrow and Snatchy now have to cough up 3 kills between them. The bomb at least will be set down. The molly to try and force him out, but it has gone a bit too deep. Snatchy gets legged up by Kreyas, and all of a sudden this round feels all but done. Anarkez's molly in the end will claim the soul. As Sparrow a 1-on-3 in the wallbang. Seems to be they know 1 kill, a 2nd kill, but a 3rd denied. Kreyas to run him down with a deagle, and it's 12 on the board for Finest. The CT side of Isla's map pick.
Yeah, they're dominating right now. Absolutely destroying. And I guess Inferno will be up very quickly. One big plus, is, of course, for the Wisla side is they would be starting on the CT side of Inferno. So hopefully that can be a big consolation prize for them and trying to steal each other's map picks. Which, of course, yesterday Wisla did manage to do against Isurus. So they're not done and dusted just yet. But this first map is just so incredibly one. So it's not only the score, which for obvious reasons it is pretty hefty, but it's also the way that it all of the time happens. The only big plus that Wisla have is the fact that Snatchy is still hitting his op shots every single time.
Oh, Twist, big jump spot. Oh, and another one. And he's even going to try and double dip and see if he can land some damage. This molly here, Goofy, will be flush out a little bit. As you can hear and see, he's taking a fair chunk of damage. Oh, don't do it like this. Surely not. The nades, no, will not do anything. Sparrow, he'll pick up the first. Pleasant's trade, 4-on-3. Finally, Wisla Krakow with a chance. But as I say, that Twist on the left-hand side, he's going to be forced forward, but it's way too late. The molly's gone in front of him, so he's just going to swing out. Eventually falls. Jedka with a follow-up as well. And it's an Anarkez 1-on-3 to try and close the show for a 13-2. I don't quite see it happening, but a 12-3 half. A very, very remarkable start here from the Finest side.
Snatchy still ending the half with a 12-13 scoreline, while they lost with a 9-round difference. That is a pretty big A pretty big scoreline for a pretty big deficit. Nonetheless, now we get to see them on the CT side. Maybe if they win that pistol, there is a bit of hope for the Wisla end, because they are pretty remarkable on their CT side. Just their T side is very lackluster, to say the least. And it's time to show it. But if you lose this pistol, we can pretty much already head over towards the break and wait for Inferno to come through.
I'm thinking the same, mate. I've been thinking the same since the 10-1 start. It has been a brilliant, brilliant job from Finest as well. They take the same approach to Wisla's pistol. It's a shift towards connector. And he's a double setup towards A as well. So, feels like the read into this round has been quite substantial. Snatchy, he's got to be careful as he's transitioning away. The Glock's looking to take him down, but Snatchy's got 2 heads, looking for a third, denied by Blesson. It's a very nice job, and Arquez to find the second as well. And look at this, they're not going to be committing towards A. Jekka might stick around, but actually they're going to try and make the rotate towards B. But the CT side have read into this as well. And Arquez to reload his P250, looking towards Heaven to try and tap away at the head of one. But it's Goofy on Pillar, dancing back and forth. He'll find the first, Jekka the second. Unfortunately for Finest, they tried to read in, but they've read in too much, and they will get punished for it as Kriaz left alone in a 1-on-3.
That was such a quick read from Wisla. They heard the steps coming, running back, and immediately they rotated over. Of course, they could have faked it and you would have been completely screwed towards the A side, but nonetheless, a very solid approach on defending the round. And Wisla win the pistol and keep their hopes in the opening map alive. Snatchy, of course, though, that double opener definitely does contribute massively to the chances for his team. I mean, that guy is just honestly doing his damn best right now.
Yes. Wow.
I don't want to see Goofy coming. You know, I want to see the Goofy we saw yesterday. The 4 bullets, 4 kills, pistol Goofy.
Yeah, I feel like this is very much the awkward place to be. Snatchy taking a triple. It's an eco for Finest, but it's eco kills for Snatchy. It's basically heaven at this point. Looking for the ace, tapping away. Surely the MP9 won't take it away from him. Don't do it like that. Okay, now you can. He's dead, and an Arquez will get traded eventually. Sparrow, he'll take away the ace, but of course, revenge for his teammates. And well, there we have it. 12-5 the scoreline. Finest are looking, I mean, not great on the T side so far, but this is their full buy and only 4 rounds away from winning the entire map here, Mr. DK Truman. I feel like we can say this is very much done.
Well, let's see if they can, of course, hold down the line. It's going to be rough, I would say, because Finest are pretty decent on the T side as well. Not, like, superb. I mean, we saw them against Isurus also struggle. I guess most teams really are struggling with the T side.
Oh,
what's it?
Oh, how has the boost not worked? Blesson nearly getting away with a kill as well. Bullets whizzing past his head. But Shock's going to be patiently waiting with open arms. In fact, the flashbang does catch him off guard, tucking right back into cover. Blesson, surely that's going to be the headshot. No! Keeps on moving. Snatchy's got it 5-on-4. Still taking fights from Connector. Low HP for Snatchy, but it's another player drop. Kriaz has got the response. Shots through the molly will find Snatchy. So a 3-on-3. The numbers game good. HP still in favour of Wisla.
3v3. They haven't really gained that much map control yet, but Wisla are playing 3 completely different angles without any chance of play for refrag, so they need to be able to hit their shots here. And it looks like Finest are going to group up to go towards the A side, but Sparrow is still in the vicinity. They're rotating a player away from A, but no, Sparrow spots someone out. That should be a rotation back quickly from Wisla if they want to even attempt it, because they are slowly moving, not hearing the steps just yet. And the A site will be taken in control. And the big question is, do you go for the retake right now? Like, you do have 2 M4s to work with. It is still a rough position to come from, but Yedker does spot out Shocks first, and that's a nice opening kill. Boost play as well. Anakas gets spotted. Oh
Yeah.
my lord, they're just walking right into the crosshairs, not playing the bomb at all. And look what the bomb is planted for Twist. How
he's
is he going to defend it?
He's going to have to isolate these fights, as you said. It is in a pretty horrific position. Both players are hits as well. Got to find the one-on-ones, and he was gifted more or less a freebie, but Jedka's still got him covered. Goofy with the defuse, and they take their tally to 6. So the comeback slightly on now, I think, for Finest. Looking at the money, I'm not too sure if this is a realm in which they want to buy. I would just expect maybe, you know, the Tech 9s, half armor, Deagles, whatever they want. But just keep it above $2,000. But what do I know? They are going to go for the full buy. AK's utility, the whole shebang heading into round 19. Wisla Krakow a chance to reset that T-side economy and make this one a little better for the CT side themselves.
That's definitely not looking too good there. But nonetheless, Wisla Krakow, they managed to recover it with a great triple from Jedker to keep their hopes and dreams alive in overpass. And Jedker does take a lot of damage in the meantime. That is always a nasty wallbang spam area coming through.
Absolutely. As you said, early damage done. All unconfirmed, but it certainly will go a fair distance in this round and in the lives of this T-side. Finest yet to score around here since the turn of the half. I'm wondering, Mr. Truman, if this is going to be the round.
And that's always the question, of course. AWP in Snatchy's hand is a big plus for Wisla's side. They are currently heading into the direction where Snatchy is lurking about in those toilets. The rotations are very far away from the CT side, but they're not crossing in just yet. Snatchy misses his chance. Oh no, he has to take the fight close because he needs some coverage. And he's missing his shot, but the bomb gets dropped. That's information relayed. Sparrow chimes in as well. But a third whiffed shot in quick succession is going to cost him dearly. The round is alive for a retake. Has to be started. Bomb to be planted again towards the truck position. Chris needs to be careful. If he dies right there, the bomb actually drops out of range. He's so anticipating.
No! What's
No
he
bomb,
doing?
no.
No, what are they doing? It's a one-on-one. Both blocks have quit. And Sobbol's got the 1-on-2 in the end. The triple kill in the round. What on earth has happened, Mr. Truman? I don't know.
Why is the bomb going there?
Yeah, Kriaz, I think the molly forced him out, but he could have ran back and planted default. He didn't. He committed to the truck play and then lost the bomb, and everyone else comes piling in afterwards, and it just doesn't work out for them. It's done. It's dusted. It's a 7th round on the board for Wisla Krakow. And without a bomb plant in this one, means it is just that half buy for the T side.
That is actually pretty. That's just insane how close that round gets, and as well as just the bomb out of control. 13 seconds left, and the like. Shox opens it up, takes no Snatchy. Scout headshot is always nice. Sparrow behind Krios, hugging him. Nice little love tap to the side of the scalp, and it is going to be a 4-on-4 ensuing. Never mind, Goofy chimes in, making it a little bit more costly for the Finest side, but they do have that AWP on Anika's hands. But a big flank has been set in as well by Wisla Krakow, coming in right from behind.
Jedka's picked up an Arquez as well. She talks about the AWP having opportunities. In this round, it is not meant to be. And Shox and Twist here just left to try and salvage anything from this round. And with already the got going, I think the scout will be soon to follow. Shox take the fights all he wants, but the utility will just be too powerful. And you know what? I respect that. I think he tried to die to the molly, so you're going to get the $300 rather than risking, you know, being run at with an SMG or whatever. But no, very nicely done overall. It's an 8 on the board here for the Wisla Krakow side, but the odds over at Pinnacle, of course, our lovely partners, showing maybe this is going to be in favour of the Finest side just a little bit here. I think both of us are in agreement. They do have the opportunity to win the series, especially if they can convert this first map pick of Wisla Krakow's. At the same time, their T side has been pretty underwhelming, so I'm wondering if that's going to change.
Snatchy expecting the boost play to come out from Finest, considering they have lost themselves 5 rounds in a row. A lot of them very close regardless, but nonetheless it still is Finest that has to secure their first T-sided round. And again, the spam through in connector being that nuisance. It always tends to be a lot of early damage being dealt, but Finest grouping up to hit that A-bomb site. And Wisla are also playing it very defensively.
Well, that's gifted Sparrow, the first, but it's only a trade. Swiss will respond, so it's all up in the air. Flash is being dropped in, the mollies to try and force Jedka out, but he is still surviving. Dancing back and forth, his head taken off. Is this the start the Finest need as a third kill comes in? It's Snatchy and Sobol against 4. The AWP in the hands of Snatchy still, but this retake is going to be very difficult. No kits either, so this round, it does feel all but done.
Yeah, Sobol is just staying in connector, keeping the AK alive, and that is going to be the round picked up for Finest. On 13 they go, 5-round separation between the two teams, and Finest will be 3 rounds away from stealing away Wisla Krakow's map pick. But honestly, like, they still have cash on the CT side. If they keep these 2 guns alive, they can afford another buy. And they've been looking pretty reasonable on the CT side so far, especially Snatchy. I mean, I do hamper on him a lot, but he is 20 and 18. And he is creeping up towards that top-notch spot in the game. Inside connected to spot a player out, but won't be losing the gun whatsoever. Nonetheless, Finest finally get their first T-sided round, but the problem, the question is, can they string a couple of those, or will it be just immediately Wisla breaking that bank again?
Yes. Oh, man. I don't know, man. I mean, Finest, sure, you've got 13. They call a timeout afterwards as well to talk things through. Is this map all but done? Wisla Krakow's money in this one is horrific. So should they lose, I feel like the answer to my question will be yes, but there is still a chance. There is an opportunity. See how far they can run with it, or if they can run with it whatsoever. The 30-second breather given to the T side just to talk things through, orchestrate their plans for the next couple to push themselves to the finish line. And well, round 22 will be do or die here for the Poles.
Big green on both sides, Annika's and Snatchy picking it up. Of course, Snatchy saved it from the previous round, and so did Annika's nonetheless. It is a pretty impressive duel between the two sides. I don't think they'll be encountering each other anytime soon, because Finest are looking to hit that B-bomb site at a reasonable timing. The utility on the CT side is not too great, though. That's kind of one big downside that they do have. Though they're just dry walking it. The flash comes out, Spoofy gets blinded and taken down by Twist. The bounce is there, Sobol needs to hold the line, he finds a double. They walk through the smoke and he nails them both. Shock's trying to spam a little bit through as well. Sobol needs to be careful because there is the third one jumping through the smoke. No fear whatsoever. Shocks will be traded out by Jedka, and it's all on a 2 versus 2 scenario with a big flank right behind Monster. It's Sparrow, who's crept all the way from behind, just waiting for the sound cue of the bomb to be tapped to go in for his little walk and try and take his opponents down, while Snatchy heads up towards heaven. They're coming from 2 different directions, and this might just be perfect for the side of Wisla on the retake.
Well, 2-on-2 scenario. And Arquez playing patiently with the AWP. Snatchy, as he moves in, could lose his head at the same time. And Arquez looking to punch in the digit. Sparrow won't be quick enough to deny the plant. He will be quick enough, however, to get the backstab onto the AWP, which he will ever so nicely. Kriaz in a 1-on-2. He's going to know Snatchy's position, working towards heaven, but he will not expect him to come toppling on over. So Wisla Krakow with a 9th. 3 kills going their way, not bad. I'm just wondering if this is going to be something they can continue to hold up, or if at some point this is going to crash and burn. For now, Finest, bomb plant, a few kills. It's going to be another buy heading into round 23.
Another one secured in favor of Wisla. They keep it going 1 round at a time. There is enough money, as you mentioned, of course, for the T side buyout. They even have enough for an Annika's AWP. Lost round bonus is a nice little addition, of course, plus a bomb plant. And they also had a pretty decent amount of cash in the previous round. So you're not getting freebies, but Wisla, they're pulling a different strat right now, going for the double op setup, which we saw very effective yesterday on the CT side of Dustus. That's where Sparrow really came up knocking with that secondary AWP.
Well, here we go. Round 23. A chance for 14 for the T-side. Twist thinking about it. He wanted to jump the gun and run right through Monster, but I think discipline a little more valuable here for the T-side. They can't afford to lose these advantages. And well, minute and 5 to go, by the looks of things, they're going to be lining up util maybe for a B play. I'm not too sure, because Finest still have dots scattered across the map. It's a molly towards short, flash going in. So I guess the short control overall trying to be tamed down, but Jedka, that's a beautiful kill.
And that's a nice opener, of course, for the CT side. They're playing completely different areas of the map as well. They're playing a full default setup on the side of Finest. 35 seconds. They need to get that bomb pushed towards one of the sites. And it looks that it's going to be the B bomb site. Anikas gets rid of Sobel, and considering his position, expected to be a B push, which is, of course, rightfully the answer here. A 3-on-4 take coming in. The flash comes out. Goofy gets blinded by his own teammate by accident. Nonetheless, does not get harmed in the process because all 3 of the T's came through. Monster, he's dancing around the pillar. Can he hold it down? Pleasant hits a godlike secondary shot there. The bomb doesn't get denied by Jedka. He's overwhelmed by Anikas, and all of a sudden it's on to Sparrow with that AWP. Running forward, gets a superb shot onto Kreos, but is in a 1v1 up against Pleasant, spots him out as well, and he nails the shot. Secondary op, God coming in. Wisla on double digits.
Wow. I don't know. That has got to be the biggest throw from Finest I think I've seen. In a 1-on-3 scenario, they face 1 by 1. And well, Wisla Krakow double digits. This is a huge opportunity for them to just keep running with it. And if they can, my oh my, this could be horrific. And we'll watch the replay once more. I can only guess at the 1-on-3. And Arquez, as you said, nice shot. Sparrow, first one was good. Second one, clinical. And the fact that he's allowed to get away with the third, as Pleasant just peeks out on the right-hand side. And as you can see, beautiful little pre-fire. And well, that Pinnacle replay bringing you a 10th round on the board for Wisla Krakow, making this look entirely doable that the Poles can take their pick. 12-3 down at the half, and we've come 13-10.
Yeah, they've crawled their way massively back into the game. Goofy starts it off, getting rid of Kreos and Finest. I mean, right now they're starting to sweat a little bit, though. Nice kill from Pleasant, getting rid of Sparrow inside the connector position. And, well, the hero from the last round is at the very least already taken care of. But they're grouping up to walk towards that second op of Snatchy, which is, I mean, it's also no laughing matter.
Absolutely not. Entirely doable here for the Finest side. The AWP timing, but he's still got it anyway. Snatchy picking up another. And that is going to be looking like an 11th on the board here. 45 seconds remain. They have got a lot of work to do here as the T side continues to walk in. It looks to be the AWP Snatchy going to be trying to pick up these kills, hesitating on the angle, but it gives Jedka good pace to find the frag. Twist going to be pushing in. Spam through the smoke is good. Goofy to fall. Still another 2 to find as an Arquez to pick up Snatchy. So actually an entirely manageable round. Problem is the bomb still on short, Twist low, and Jedka, I think he's going to be able to find both of these kills. And even if he doesn't, Sobol will be in to respond. As well, a 10-second timer set on this round. And Arquez peppered down. What on earth are you expecting? Finest, that's another round gone, and it's stolen away by Sobol's M4.
Again, it goes like... I think 5 rounds on that CT side of Wisla have gone down to a 1v1 situation. Every one of those so incredibly close, but they just barely managed to scrape by. It is looking like every single time they make one mistake and they're completely out of the game. They just need to hamper through. They're biting down hard. But what a tense game between the two sides. It comes down to clutch upon clutch upon clutch. And right now, you can see it in the weaponry of Wisla Krakow. They have no AWP, 2 M4s, 2 FAMASs, and an MP9. They are completely broken. This time around, the weaponry advantage is in the T's favor, running towards that B bomb site. Can they hold it down? jedger gets overwhelmed. Will be at least able to get one for his troubles. Sobel still alive and kicking. We'll find 2, and it's all on to Sparrow. Has been a clutch master before, but can he get it done again? 1v2 coming from that big monster flank, all the way from behind. Oh,
Nice shot.
Anarchus.
Yeah, Anarchus reading into it. Very, very nicely done. Whew. Very.
They broke. Completely broke.
I don't know. I really don't know. That's a big one for Finest. They should have won the previous, to be fair. The fact that the M4 was able to deny the plant was huge. They win the round. And then after Heroics, I mean, look at this. What on earth is going on? Like, Finest 2 short jumps away. And as you said, the money for the CT side is horrific.
It's actually surprising that Finest are the ones calling a timeout. They might not expect that their opponents have nothing. Because they did have a lot of wins in a row, but every single time one player alive means that your I mean, if you check their weapons in the last round, FAMASs and MP9s, you probably can read into the fact that they are hella broke. He's playing in like a super bright room, and Anarchus is playing in a super dark room. They can never play together.
We always talk about this. Like, Anarchus just plays. It seems to be, I always catch him for an evening game, and it is like pitch black darkness. But then I think we had this conversation before, right?
Yeah,
and,
last time.
And I love playing in the dark, so I get it. I always sit in the dark. The lights only go on when I'm here and I'm forced to show you, all you lovely people at home, my ugly face, you know? That's like the only time the lights go on. So, I respect it. The Anarchus approach, clearly the best approach. I mean, look at him right now, absolutely killing people left, right, and centre.
Ooh, that's a nice one from Snatchy. Picks up an AK as well, falls back. And the chances increase a lot for the Wisla Krakow side with just that singular kill already. I mean, it's not like they don't have a fighting chance with the 5.7s and the Deagle and the Scout. It is still a pretty nasty nuisance to deal with. However, the Scout gets immediately torn apart. That one's also recoverable. And now it's in the hands of Snatchy, who's been pretty solid in his own performance so far. But it looks like it's going to be a full A-long take from the Finest side, right towards Snatchy and jedger. But the CT rotations are very far away, and Anarchus, his gun is a little bit stronger than Snatchy's.
Yes, very, very nice hit for the Finest side. As long as they can pick their gunfights correctly, then we'll be able to take victory within this round. Blessing just as the flank top spotted the first. jedger's trade with the Deagle, but that's short-lived as well. Goofy to scoop up the AK, and a 1-on-3 required to deny Finest a 15. The bomb tap's not stuck. Goofy's position compromised, does find the first headshot, but it is only meant to be the one. Finest map point on the Wisla Krakow map pick.
Yeah, that is looking like it's done for the map. Still a massive comeback attempt coming through from Wisla, but it is looking to be denied right at the final hurdles. We saw it yesterday happen as well, exactly with Wisla Krakow against Isurus, where they had a massive comeback coming through, and then right at the last couple of hurdles, they just fell. And very unfortunate how close they can get, but they really need to not be down that massive of a lead. Quick rush out towards the B-bomb site to try and clean it up. The tag in the molly should have been heard. They should know where Sobel was, but he's dancing around with the CZ. 2 kills secured. Nonetheless, the rest gets absolutely torn apart. Anarchus with the AWP 25 and 14. Finest take the first map, steal the first map away from Wisla. 16-11. But a very solid performance, and it took a while, but they finally got there on that Finest side.
Did very well. Some thinking time for Finest as they head to their map pick. We head to a short break. When we are back, it's a chance for Finest to get it done in 2. Can they sort it out, or will Wisla take us to a third and final map on the home pick of Finest? Find out after the break.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Yo, what is up, people? We are back with the second map here of Finest versus Wisla Krakow. This is the Finest map pick, starting on the T side of Inferno. I'm Retro, joined by the almighty DK Truman, running you up through what could be the last map of the entire Swiss stage here at the Pinnacle Cup IV. As I said, Finest on the T side, no time to chill. It's fast mid-play, and it's fast kills for Kriaz. Shots low, but the USP cornered up, and it's pieced up quite nicely. Snatchy available for one, and a second headshot with the USP. Looking for more. Whoa, Snatchy! It's a great triple, but it might just mean nothing. But there's a Sparrow 1-on-2 to try and salvage a round.
Now they got there quickly and decisively. 1v1. Sparrow knows exactly where Twist is playing, hiding behind the boxes, bounces the nade back to try and deal the damage. But a headshot's all they need to secure it. Twist 1v1. Can he win it out, Sparrow? He does not connect the shots. P2K reload comes in, close range. Angle's bomb is taking further, but a great flick from Sparrow will be able to secure the round for Wisla. In a 1v2 retake clutch, he does manage to get it done. A full house between the two oppers from the Wisla Krakow side.
Enough time for the defuse as well. No worries for Wisla Krakow as they take themselves a pistol and look to start their campaign here on the CT side. Did get like a very, very close round in general. I think you look maybe to the buy that the T side's going to have, and you realise the reason why they make that investment. Okay, sure, there's a couple of premium rifles in the form of the A1Ss on the CT side, but actually the T side are not far off whatsoever. And as we watch back the replay here, Sparrow makes a meal of the first kill. The second as well, quite laboured, but this shot, beautiful, man. Nice adjustment. And that's the pistol in the name of the CT side.
Yeah, they managed to get it done, but with the bomb plant, you get to see the 4 Galils coming in. Nice opener from Goofy with the MP9. They can, of course, drag that Galil onto Shox' hands, but he's going to be playing with the Deagle for the time being. Snatchy getting spotted out, but nope, Shox not going for an aggressive peek behind it. It's just going to fall back, passing down to 11 HP as well. And just the spam through from Sparrow is doing a ton of work for the Wisla Krakow side, keeping that banana completely squeaky clean.
Yeah, nice. Respectable 8. It is just the mop-up. The damage has been done, a fair chunk of it. I think we're just waiting to see maybe a couple more kills come in for the CT side. Very deserved, considering Pleasant and Shox tagged. Kriaz as well, not at full HP, and it's only Sparrow to eat the initial bullet out of it all. Kriaz will take face, and Snatchy will be punished a little bit for it. Kriaz taking a bit of damage as well. I mean, a 4-on-5 scenario. Finest are still showing signs of life, trying to wriggle their way through onto the A site. Shox to throw the lurk smoke in apartments as well. One deep smoke, Snatchy, oh my god. Low HP for so many of these players. And there you go, one bullet the difference. Goofy runs in, he'll pick up a double, and it's the Deagle of Shox. They know the lurk smoke means he's going to be in an apartments. And Wisla Krakow will take their second. Very nicely done.
That is definitely not too shabby here for the CT side. And now it will, of course, force Finest on towards an eco. And they should be able to, hopefully for them, keep most of those guns alive. There will be some Deagles to try and deal with, so that might be a bit more of a rough scenario. But nonetheless, ready to rumble is that Wisla Krakow side, trying to gain as many CT rounds as possible, considering, well, you know what might happen once they swap sides.
Yeah, we know how powerful that CT side of Finest was out and overpass. I mean, Inferno less one-sided, but it's still very doable, it feels like. We'll have to wait and see. Minute and 28 on this round. It's an eco here for Finest. They're just looking to find a couple of kills, open the round up quite nicely, or do the damage. But for the here and now, it is so passive. Basically 4 players towards T-spawn. You know, we haven't really seen much movement all in and around the ramp angle.
Yeah, they're not headed towards being the first 2 rounds. Sparrow does get a nice little clean play. Even aggressing forward. Nades do a lot of damage in the process. The bomb gets spotted and Sparrow is just raking in some cash. Actually, it's Jedger that managed to secure the kill on the player in the back, but easy does it, mum's the word, and that is going to be Wisla putting themselves on towards a 3-0 lead without a single soul lost in the process.
Very nice. Very, very nice. As you said, that 3-round lead starting to become a little bit more of a problem for the Finest side. They can absolutely make it work here, Mr. Truman. There is a chance in which these AKs tear through the CT side, in which, of course, it is a bonus. still would be quite nice to see if they can make this one a little more competitive, because we saw the one-sided affair it was out on Overpass, and although the scoreline probably got a little bit closer than Finest would have liked, that seemed all but back. Twist will open things up, smoke in his name as well, so he will just drop away, get out of the harm's way, and get the 5-on-4 well and truly established. It's Wisla Krakow now back to the chalkboard, rethink what they want to do from the man down.
Yeah, I can't. The problem with Inferno CT side is, of course, the long rotations between the A and B bomb site. So you always have to have one player towards the arches position to lurk about, because if Snatchy right now dies, then B is completely in the hands of the terrorists. And he's actually even making sure that the Galil is out of range, which is surprising considering he should know that they're up against AKs. It's, yeah. It's okay. You know, it's one of those automatic things that players tend to do. Get the gun out of reach in that scenario. The push from Snatchy, though, on that flank gets a big double. Anikas was still at the bottom of T steps. Who is in that position ever? Though the bomb needs to be recovered. And Sobol versus Kreos. The bomb cannot go towards the B bomb site just yet. They're lining it up. And a firing squad keeps him burrowed down. Nade flies out a little bit too deep. There is Alex coming in. Swaps towards his molly by accident. Kreos needs help, but his help has already fallen. And it's a 1-on-2 scenario. Does finally recover the bomb and rushes it towards the B bomb side. But guess who's lying in wait? It is going to be none other than the Goofmeister himself. Tap that bomb. Make the tippy-tappy sound. And there's the rush forward. Goofy does get the kill and the round secured. Somehow Finest still managed to lose that round, unfortunately for them.
Do we want to talk about the Goofmeister thing? I think it should stick. You know, like Olofmeister, Technomeister.
Yeah, Goofmeister. You know, he's got to show up, otherwise Disney's going to get pissed off if he doesn't perform. Mickey's going to beat his ass. Always got to be at your top. I always found it weird that Goofy is a dog and Pluto is also a dog, but somehow they're not the same.
Sure. Is that what goes on in your brain?
Yep. I think about the consistency of the Disney universe.
I respect that. I look at Counter-Strike, so clearly we're on
literally no hobbies, this guy. Zero.
Me?
Only looks at this Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Doesn't even know about Disney.
No, I don't really. I don't watch many movies, man. And, well, speaking of, it has to be a picturesque round here from Finest as they push on in. Blessed. Beautiful clearance of the site. The entry pathing pretty good to result in a first. Jekka through the smoke will trade. A pretty unconventional one, but he does get the spam off anyway. The 4-on-4 scenario. Krias looking to set the bomb down. Good tag damage done. Jedka low HP has to back away. And for the first time this game, it is a retake required here from the CT side.
Well, will they be able to get it done? B-bomb site's not that easy to get done, especially without utility. They still do have 2 smokes and a flash, though, to close up a couple of those angles. Getting closer, trying to clean up the areas, but that is beautiful coming in. Chris, however, doesn't expect 3 CTs from the same angle. They line up. Anikas gets a double spray down almost. He does indeed. And it's only Snatchy left standing. Needs to go for the defuse. Drops smoke on the bomb. Anikas spraying, swapping to the Glock. One bullet is so close, and the Ninja is successful. How? It felt like every single one of those bullets connected, except when it needed to.
I don't know. That's crazy. How on earth has he gotten away with that round? That's Wisla Krakow 5-0 ahead. They're looking pretty good out the gates here on Inferno. The worries may be of that CT, or rather of that T side of Finest, starting to become even more problematic as well. They have got some serious work to be done. Some serious stuff to cut out from Wisla Krakow 5-0 ahead. Finest probably feeling a bit deflated after that one, I can't lie to you.
That one really hurts Finest. I mean, of course it's magical that he got to that so close to getting 3 people sprayed down through the smoke. But that was a little bit too close. That was insanely, ridiculously close. Right now, though, can they continue their stride here? Sparrow, does he expect players who have already crossed in? They're so close around the corner. Oh, the timing just not on point for Pleasant. Snatchy gets a kill, but Pleasant finds the immediate trade. And it is going to be a fat, sneaky play from Shox as well. He's already all the way through arches. No one kept an eye on A long. And they might just call the rotation back if he wants to go back towards the A side. But actually, he's going to go for the bounce on behind. And this is huge. This is everything. If he gets a freebie onto Jedker, that should be the round in their hands. And indeed, he's playing the patient game. Spots the secondary player out as well. Shock shuts it down. That's finally looking to be, for Finest, their first round on the T side of Inferno.
Very nice. As you said, they break the curse. They get their first. Finest are looking to continue that. I'm wondering, are they going to go for any exits? I don't think it would be a smart idea to do so. They've definitely got to keep their money where it is, because it is a serious problem. Should they lose a second man, then, you know, money will be a pertinent problem through the next couple. Shock's just pre-firing the angles, looking down Banana, creating a safe space for everyone to exit from. And being on the low HP, it is very much the bait and switch strategy ran by Plessin. He's screaming to get on his teammate's head. He's like, dude, let me up, otherwise I'll die. 9 points of health. Fortunately, now only at 6. Life is good here. As the CT side, they concede their first.
And they finally managed to take and secure a round in their favor, but they need a lot more than just the singular round. They need to start streaking a couple of those in a row. Of course, the CT side will spend pretty much their entire economy into this one buy here. So if they lose this one, all of a sudden Finest could get a couple of rounds in a row against a pretty weak economy. An opening pick. Missed shot from Snatchy, though. That's a big issue with Jedker already dead. And what looked to be a very nice Snatchy opening pick, actually. But it just got decimated.
Looking pretty confident here. It's T-side. Now they've got the ball rolling. It does feel very much possible. But a great shot from Sobol. Traded out by Plessin. So actually, that man advantage, the hard-earned lead, quite quickly disintegrating here. Flash is going to be dropped in. Sparrow patiently waiting towards B as the execute does come in. All 3 players waiting as he himself isolated on the B bomb site. He's going to have to make a move, thinking about going forward, but opts to play more passive. Goofy under the smoke will just survive. Plessin's M4 surely would have popped out that kill. And Plessin through the smoke will eventually find Goofy. Spam attempted by Sparrow. He'll take a couple of lead bullets for his sins. And it does feel like here, Mr. Truman, that this is going to be a second on the board here for Finest, unless Sparrow could deliver them both. Sobol finding a third, and it's in an Arquez 1-on-2.
Again, how do they manage to leave this round?
Man.
Sparrow gets himself a triple kill and a beautiful couple of sprays through the smoke as well. But Wisla Krakow, that's a round they should have never been allowed to win.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. As you said, how on earth are they getting away with that? How are they even putting themselves in that place in the first place, you know? That's crazy. That is beyond my knowledge. But yeah, absolutely. They've got it anyway. Fair play to them. 6-1 the scoreline now. As well, this becomes even harder for the Finest side. They're map pick. And it is looking very, very flat-footed right now.
It's looking incredibly rough here for the side of Finest. Though, of course, their money is still okay. Enough for a buy, 1 Mac 10, the rest on AKs. They're going to go for an A play. Haven't really gone for many A plays in the last couple of rounds either. And it's going to be an opener from Shox. But look at the damage being dealt. It doesn't really matter if an op is close by. However, the kills are massively in favor of Wisla, and they're gonna Finest, and they're gonna go for the immediate bomb plant. But Korea's down to 9 HP, Pleasant down to 10. They all just sprinted right through O'Malley, and it gets them close to dying, but it gets them the round regardless. 6-2. And they really need to save those 2 guns on the side of Wisla, because still their money just never in a comfortable spot.
And a molly on Sparrow's hands. I'm wondering, is this going to be tossed in towards Pit? Molly out these low HP players, which, bear in mind, if it is, they will absolutely go down either to the bomb or to the utility. Way too far away to be throwing it now, so they will get away and save these weapons here. Plesson's got to be careful. Knife out towards middle, yeah, I think punished correctly for those actions as well. The bomb will detonate. Finest to take their second, but 3 casualties once more here, Mr. Truman. It isn't exactly a done deal just yet. Wisla Krakow still miles ahead.
The odds over at our betting partner Pinnacle, the title partner of the entire tournament, shows that it's still firmly in favor of Finest, though that is for the entire series, and 1.47 does not give the biggest confidence that Finest is going to be taking it. And definitely some nice money to be made in that regards. But the question is, of course, can they make that happen? It is looking doable here. The money and the economy for Wisla Krakow is running empty. Their weaponry is already a little bit weaker, but Sobol with the weaker weaponry over FAMAS gets a double kill, upgrades to an AK. Snatchy chimes in. Aggressive position in apartments is enough to secure themselves the advantage going forward. Pleasant. Oh no, he expected to play up in back. Now he is going to get taken down by Snatchy, who is just hyper aggressive in his performance in the last couple of rounds.
1:05 on the clock for an Arquez to make a 1-on-5 happen. Not going to be looking too good for him. Does pick out a first. Still 4 more to go, but considering the bomb is in towards top middle, and Arquez knows his hands are pretty tied in this situation, wouldn't be surprised to see if the save does come in and we just have a very dull 45 seconds here as well. Mr. Truman, this is starting to become the game to lose here for Wisla Krakow. A 7-2 lead, the CT side of Inferno. It is teed up quite nicely here to see a third map. And Arquez opting to try and take a fight, but as you can see, his passive position, the stance that he's taking, he really does not want to be losing out on this AK, especially when his teammates combine the next round.
It's just Finest struggling heavily. This round they just got overwhelmed by hyper-aggressive performances from the Sobol and Snatchy push. They should not be able to find him, so he should be able to keep the AK alive. But yep, Finest struggling on the T side. Same thing as we saw on Overpass. Took them a little bit longer to wake up for the T side. Maybe that might be the case here. Inferno, of course. What do you think is, like, how much is a T compared to CT sided, do you think?
It's definitely not 7-2 CT sided. I would say 9 round CT side is respectable. It's doable with less. I will give it that. We've seen worse, but I think like a common number, I would say 9 rounds on the CT side. That's how CT sided I would value it. Not as a percentage, but as a number.
Okay.
What about you? Are you a 10-5 kind of guy, 9-6 kind of guy like me?
I think a 10-5 is for the CT side right now. No, I think 6-9. I mean, it depends completely on the team.
Yes,
these teams are definitely not great at the T side. But also, they're really remarkable on the CT side, so that, you know, it's pretty rough to see. But there are some teams, like, you know, SKADE, for instance, is one of those teams where their T side tends to be pretty impressive. And, yeah, some of those teams are just remarkably better on the T side than the CT side. Though in this current patch with the M4 A1S being so incredibly OP, it feels a lot less so. Of any maps really being favored for the T side, which definitely feels like there needs to be some change in CSGO to be able to fix that issue. Look at that position from Snatchy. That is no fear whatsoever, just walking down mid.
Yeah, that's pretty unideal. A 4-on-4, 35 seconds left. Finest leaving this one way too late in the round, it feels like. An AWP and an M4 both on low HP. And it is going to be an apartments player. Molly shall deny the next 10 seconds at least. It's fine, it's got to calculate their approach, and it comes in the last 20 as it starts to fade away, and Arques to lob in the flashbang. It has caught Sparrow blind, but they go after the flash, and they're just going to get mowed down for it. I don't know what the game plan was there for Finest, but they wait till after the flash to peek, and it costs them the round entirely. It is going to be an 8th round on the board for the CT side, as Finest continue to struggle to even score rounds. What is this series?
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, I'm expecting it to swap soon enough, and then all of a sudden on the CT side, it's a completely different story. Which wouldn't surprise me whatsoever, but yeah, they're just being held back completely. This is one-sided in the terms of a CT side is dominant. And they're not even getting anywhere close to these sites, actually. Like, they've had a couple of nice rounds where they got close towards the B-bomb site, they got towards it. But most of the rounds, they just lose 2-3 players before they even get out anywhere close towards their opponents. That is pretty rough here to try and get it done. This time around, they have that AWP, of course, safe from Anika's. The rest of the team on Deagles and a Tech 9. Looks like more of a explosive kind of play to be performed by the Finest side, seeing if they can open it up with their limited utility.
Yes. Smoke's already being tossed in. Util from Kriaz just to try and get some long control. The space has been given. Jedka not going to be in the most ideal of spaces. Twist falls down from Banana, so I guess this is even more of a problem. And Arques, low HP, will pick up one. So a 4-on-4 obtained. Problem is, of course, as these CTs push down Banana and the rotate comes in from Jedka, it is only Sobol out towards A. He's going to be left in isolation. The smoke, I think, will try and give away the fact that he's in the big pit. He is located in Mini right now. But if one player can land the shot, this round very much up in the air. A smoke to give cover for the T side, but it's a terrible one. A nice shot coming out from Sobol. Jedka a second. A 2-on-4 scenario now made 1-on-4. And Arques, the heroic for the AWP buy. It will mean nothing in this round. Wisla Krakow up to 9.
Wisla Krakow, they're just dominating this Finest side right now. Anika's, again, only gun left. AWP tries to keep it alive. And it will be Sobol shutting down Anika's to make sure no guns get saved. Finest, when in doubt, rush B, right? That's the ultimate strat to play in this kind of situation. Don't you agree, coach?
Oh, you're referring to me as coach now? Damn. Okay. Sure.
What team do you coach again? Or did you coach?
It's a main team. I coached Royals, which was an advanced team, right? They're currently in advanced. But yeah, we're chilling. Nowhere near the level of Wisla Krakow or Finest, but what my expert analysis and probably what Twitch chat can tell you as well, Finest, I feel like after doing so much on Overpass, have done so little here on Inferno. Just can't gain traction, can't find rounds, can't find opportunities, and well, this might just be the one. Twist, he'll open things up, flashbang doesn't go deep enough, Jedka will blind, Goofy the second, and a 2-on-3 scenario. Now made a 1-on-3, nice shot from Jedka's M4. And I mean, I would get hyped, but to be honest, Mr. Truman, we should be talking 9-2, 10-2 in favour of Finest. These guys picking Inferno. They had all of the choices other than, of course, their ban and obviously the ban of Wisla Krakow. So everything minus Vertigo and Nuke. They could have gone for Mirage. They could have gone for, you know, an Ancient pick if they really wanted to. A Dust 2 pick, obviously the decider. They went for Inferno as an attempt to punish pick rather than playing their own strengths. It seems to be it's all been pinged back in their face because another clutch required here as it is a Kriaz 1-on-3.
Well, if he gets the bomb plant, they at least have another buy. That's kind of the situation. They've got max loss run constantly anyway. Kriaz a rough spot to play from. Can he keep them at bay for long enough, though? And make them hopefully second guess. The advanced smoke thrown out. He's trying to jump up on top. But he's slightly burning in the molly, spraying away, but gives away his position. Will be found out by Snatchy, and that is going to be Wisla on double digits indeed. What a performance coming out, and that is a lot of making up for what we saw in the previous map. Right now, you can see it in the monetary value of Wisla as well. You see 10k on Jedker, Snatchy with a solid 5.6. They are making these rounds clean. That is a key factor here. They can't be broken anymore in this. Well, if they lose the next 2 rounds, they might have to eco in the actual last round, but I doubt that we get to that point. I think they're trying to close this map out quickly and take us towards that final deciding Dust 2.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. A 3rd round. I can't believe we're even talking about this, right? It's the Finest sitting at 2. Such a stationary T side, flat as anything. And after an impeccable start on Overpass, and the stint of this best of 3 was perfect, they really have struggled greatly. And well, round 13, desperation. Look at the HP bars. Kriaz low, Twist and Arquez and Pleasant all taking damage as well. Wisla Krakow just conditioning them with utility, never mind their weapons. Swift to find the first, will get traded out towards Banana, and a 4-on-4 to come from it.
We do have a lot of damage being dealt again to the Finest side. They're going to go towards the A side for the time being. Snatchy, is he going to go balls to the walls and just peek through the smoke? No, he's going to fall back. Played a little bit more passively. That advanced smoke does mean that he needs to be careful of a player pushing through arches. But the smoke has dissipated. Snatchy for the peek! And he still hits the shot onto Shocks, who was the full HP player. So the best target taken down in the process, but Sobol is completely alone. They're not even moving an inch on that B bomb site, which is surprising considering 22 seconds left. There's not much they can do. If they want to rotate back, they need to make the call. Sobol does find a kill right before he falls, and Anikas will be able to plant the bomb. So a 2-on-2 retake. Again, they have a possibility here, Finest. The utility for Wisla is rather lacking. 2 smokes, that's all they've got, but they need to hit their shots. Anikas does start it off with a great opener, and it's all onto Goofy in a 1v1 against Kreas, and Kreas is no HP. He needs to immediately find the headshot. You can't let this one go again. No!
Oh my god.
Why are you you have 7 HP? Why are you out in the open? Why are you standing in the middle of nowhere? Both of them!
It's another round lost by Finest. Another blow to a very dull CT side, or rather T side, I should say. It has been problem after problem. And unfortunately, this is not looking good. 11-2, Wisla Krakow. They themselves have a 9-round lead, and you cannot say otherwise. This is looking incredible right now. As Finest, they themselves are going to be in a big, big comeback. I mean, if they want to end this series 2-0, they've got to get a move on right now. And Shocks, he's kicked things off with a great start.
He does find that opener, so that is at least making it a little bit easier for the rest of his team. Sobol was a pretty heavy hitter for the Wisla side as well. But honestly, they've lost so many situations where they have the bomb control, they have the site control. I think they've lost 5 rounds where they clearly should not have lost them. If they just played a little bit more patiently, a bit more relaxed, I guess. They seem to be a little bit on edge. Annika's walking through the smoke. Goofy does not hear the steps though. And that is another one added in the bank. They're rushing it towards the B bomb site where there's only Jedker completely alone as well, but will be able to win the fight against Anika's. The rest of the team pushing through the smoke. They're going to be checking the angles, but it is nonetheless rough for Jedker to try and keep that site in his control. And there's Chris with the AWP as well, waiting for the rotations to come through to deny it completely. And looking very likely that Finest might finally be able to get themselves their 3rd on the board.
Yes, finally, Mr. Truman, finally we get to see them win around on this T side. As you said, looking good for 3. And well, with the bomb ticking away, it is not going to be looking too likely here that this retake will happen. Nice first kill from Snatchy. Thinking about pressuring in. Does take the fight. It's a 2nd lot of damage. Shocks and Pleasant have it covered though. And well, a sigh of relief. Finest, they have what it takes to win rounds, but it does come very much too little too late in this half. 11-3 the scoreline. And I mean, even if they can win the last as well, Mr. Truman, an 11-4 half to come back from, it is looking highly, highly unlikely. And those odds over at Pinnacle, more or less even at this point.
That's not too surprising, considering Finest is just dropping the ball a reasonable amount of time. Nonetheless, Wisla, they're looking pretty good though. Like, Wisla CT side always looks very solid and very impressive. Mal is coming out, but Pleasant already rushes forward, very aggressive on the peak. Jedker just denies it completely. That is going to be the first kill in favor of the CT side. Finest, at least they've got themselves banana control for the time being. So that is going to make Wisla rotate a third player towards that B-bomb site just in case. But if they actually, yeah, no, they're just going to bail out from the B-bomb attempt and check A. No, actually they're going to go B. This is walking right into the lion's den.
Nade onto Twist's feet. Feeling very much done and dusted here. Flashbang tossed out, beautiful for Jedka. Won't actually find a kill from it, but it's information and damage. The flash, Goofy caught blind. Oh, Goofy, nearly two. Sparrow will have a double anyway, and it's all on an Arquez, a 1-on-3 in the AWP, leaping around, jumping up on top of the box, and the double dink will end the half. 12-3. Wisla Krakow continue to impress. They are 4 rounds away from taking us to a third and final map. 4 rounds away.
Yeah, they are absolutely dominant here, but they're swapping sides. Finest, hey, you never know what you're going to get. Box of chocolates, yada, yada, yada. If they win that pistol, maybe we can get to see a comeback. But I assume that we're going to be heading towards Dust 2 soon enough, instead of lingering about on Inferno. Unless Finest really all of a sudden find their gold form again. We saw on Overpass for so many rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Jedka, he'll find the open up. So Wisla Krakow's success transitioning to the T side, as they are looking incredibly, incredibly strong. As the remaining few players simmer down. As Finest, they themselves have got a bit of a job to do, a bit of a task to handle. It is the B execute. Unfortunately for Finest, they have decided to triple rotate. The smokes, the mollies, the flashes. Everything used on the execute here for the Wisla Krakow side. Kriaz on the back of the site. The dark position resulting in nothing. Sobol picking up an Arquez. And that seems to be it, Mr. Truman. I feel like this map is all but done. This is a horrific, horrific map from Finest. I think they themselves know this should have been a lot better from the get-go.
Oh, you at least have Pleasant still trying to make something happen, but the flank coming out all the way should be able to drop Twist pretty easily. Actually running forward, Twist will be able to find the kill because he makes a reasonable amount of noise. And with the time ticking down, does have a kit on his back. If he finds these very quick kills, he could get the defuse going. Almost hit that shot, because that could have been doable. Unfortunately, Goofy was still alive and kicking and shutting it down 10 rounds apart. And yeah, indeed, I think you might just be right that this is going to go to a third and final map, being Dust 2, which is, of course, our favorite map in the entire rotation.
We both absolutely love it. You are dead right. And speaking of loving it, if you do love yourselves the odds game, right, predicting which team can win, then you can go and check out our partners over at Pinnacle. The headline title here for the Pinnacle Cup IV, they themselves are a big help to us here on this channel. So if you want to go and check them out, it's Pinnacle, or you can go to teb.tv/odds, ODDS, if I'm not mistaken, and you can get all the latest there in playing odds, live features, all of that lovely stuff. And speaking of lovely, what could have been Sparrow's Mac 10 looking to do all the damage in the world. Not meant to be. Molly forcing Twist forward, and when the Mac 10 dropped, he's looking to make good money. Unfortunately, only the single. It's both SMGs gone, but all of these players low. Nice shot from Shogs, a follow-up from Sobol, and all 3 lined up towards Banana. Quick, effective dismantling of the CT side. 14-3, 2 from the finish line, and 2 from the third map here for Wisla Krakow. It's going to have to be one hell of a slog here for Finest heading into their full buy.
And the odds over at Pinnacle even swapping in favor of Wisla Krakow. So not really feeling Finest coming back in this map and securing the third map, though. Coming back in this map seems to be, well, that would be one hell of a comeback. But I don't think that is going to happen. Annika's dodges the flash, wants to go for a peek. But, yeah, he's at the very least got an AWP in his hands. It is glass cannon. They don't have a kit on the CT side. But let's see if he can at least get that warm-up going for Dust2, where he is going to be desperately needed to try and secure their spot in the playoffs. Because, of course, there's a lot on the line for both these teams. Winner of this series advances on towards the playoffs. Loser is eliminated from the tournament.
Good night at Arquez. That is a brilliant shot. A great way to start this one. Wisla Krakow, 5-on-4. Well, here you can see the execute coming out. The utility being dropped in. Snatchy to follow up as well. Wisla Krakow down to the bare bones, it seems. Nicely done. Shocks a double. And down to the core, they've been playing lights out Counter-Strike, but in this round it might just be Shocks to make the change. Sobol and Mini Pit may be undetected by the CT side. The smoke in his way will give him, but also the CT sim cover. I think Shocks would have spotted Sobol around that smoke. He'd be screaming to his teammates, watch out, as Kriaz will pluck his head off. But both remaining players towards B, and Sparrow lightning out aggressive towards CT. And he might be able to find himself a pick, and he does. Twist gone, a 2-on-2.
Oh, the retake needs to be made here if they want to keep their dreams alive. Oh, it's a rough one, but we've seen so many successful retakes already in the first half. Maybe. Finest. The time is ticking down. They don't have a kit as previously mentioned, and I don't think they even have a chance to get on the bomb in time. That's the round over, and that is going to be Wisla Krakow onto map and map point with that round secured. 15-3, a complete one-sided affair in that second map. And this is a map, I mean, they've won this game of Inferno a grand total of twice in 11 performances. They've only beaten One Shot and ECLOT before in the last 3 months. And so this would be very nice to circumvent those horrid stats that Wisla has.
I don't believe it. I really don't believe it, man. What a game we're witnessing. A definitive start from Finest on the CT side of Overpass, and a very lackluster Inferno will take us to Dust2. It's 12 in a row for Finest. Otherwise, it is going to be that third and final map. Kriaz with a double. It is looking good. Opening kills at least going their way. Wisla Krakow, though, will trade, and it's Goofy's Mac 10 to at least hold up the hollow Wisla Krakow side. Most of the competitive rounds have stemmed from these positions. Sobol, some great timing onto the Orphan lesson. It's a 3-on-2, and surely this is the beginning of the end. Spotting out the long player, trying to take the fight. Shock's going to be mollied out into the open as well, and it's just cover as the remaining players move forward. The bomb's set down. It's Shocks and Twist to hold up the retake, and as they start to push in, I feel that this only goes one way. Shocks, he's trying to take the fight, he's trying to take the aggression. Snatchy to take them both down. It's a triple kill. It's 16-3, and it's Wisla Krakow with a response. And so we head to Dust2 with 16 rounds the difference. If Wisla Krakow can take it, the reverse sweep to playoffs is on. But of course, Finest, they need to mentally reset heading into the break. The third and final map up next. One team goes through, one team is eliminated. Find out who it is after the break.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
What is up, my homies and homettes? We are live with the third and final map here of Wisla Krakow versus Finest. The odds over at Pinnacle saying a map 2 gives Wisla Krakow the edge heading into our third and final of Dust 2. I'm Retro, joined by DK Truman, running you up this third and final map of this third and final series of the fifth and final stage. And there's a lot of finals there because heading out of today and into tomorrow, we jump from the main Swiss stage to playoffs, and so it's all exciting for us, it's all exciting for you at home, and of course I do believe the invited teams will be announced soon after. Maybe they've already been announced, but I must admit I haven't had my eye on too much here, so I'm going to double check. I am right, they're yet to be announced. They'll probably be announced very soon. As we wait to kick off the pistol, DK Truman, third and final map, who's winning it?
Wisla starting on the CT side, so Finest.
Alright, he said his piece. I'm going to go with the Wisla side because it's a great start from Snatchy, a double kill. His USP finding great ground towards long. Kriaz, his Glock doing similar work. And Goofy here to support, but only good for the single. Kit's dropped out on long. P2000 Sparrow looking to pick up some more damage, but it is not meant to be. A 2-on-2 scenario. Nice first shot. Oh, Sparrow a double. Makes it look easy with the P2000. And that's the pistol for the Poles.
They do manage to take it in their favor right there. Snatch picking up the scout immediately. Let's get this to seeing if this will be the case. Of course, you know, CT side. I'm terrified of seeing, you know, a one-sided half again. I do hope to see a little bit of a contention between the two sides, especially on a map like this too, where shocks. Okay, what? Okay, sure. Do tell me what just transpired right there, because that is a turn of events. And Goofy again with the MP5. Running up mid.
We respect it. We respect it. Well, you can hear all the noise in the world being made, excuse me, towards T-Spawn. The rotation towards B currently ongoing. Well, nice shot. Goofy. He's found the opener, M4A1S, Sobo. Thought he was going to be in for a little bit more, but it's a 4-on-2. And the B-bomb site giving up entirely. A couple of these players low HP. Jedka seems to know.
This is an eco, by the way.
Yeah, it was indeed. Like,
this is not everyone
right.
investing on Finest.
No, and they've got every chance to win this round. The Molly, paired up with the M4A1S, will give at least one kill back to the Wisla Krakow side. Utility being tossed in. The retake going to be attempted here. Flashback tossed out. Nice shot. An Arquez trade. And now it's the MP5 of Goofy. And he goes down to Plessens Deagle. And Finest respond on an eco. What a round.
Now that double opener from Shocks with the scout. Beautiful stuff. And they managed to also save 2 M4s in the process. Now you get to, of course, see a buy from the CT side, but that was very deadly, and the odds over at Pinnacle are pretty much dead even. Slight advantage towards Finest. And I think that is pretty much telling you the entire story here, because it is dead even between these two teams so far. Will they be able to string a couple more in a row? The MAC-10 will at least find a kill for all the damage they just sustained from that opening utility. On the Wisla side, Deagle peeking around the corner, Snatchy with the scout as well. You just need a tag from both and you are done. Snatchy so far in the open, just looking for that head pop to shut him down.
So slick. 4-on-4 scenario, and Wisla Krakow, they're not done just yet. This scout can find a couple of kills easy. These tag players, more than just a concern. Scope being clicked in and out of long. He's trying to look for the chance, and a missed first shot might cost him his life. But another tag for the scout. It's looking horrendous here. He does get taken down by Twist. With these Deagles, it could be in for a couple of kills. Someone could pull out something huge. Sobol sitting in the smoke. It's Jedka to find the opener. A 3-on-3 scenario. Plessen trying to find the spam as soon as he goes for the reload. Sobol will push through, and a Deagle shot again connecting, but it's a Sparrow 1-on-2. From the short angle at least. No nade, so it will just have to be the hand cannon. See if he can pick up the kills. Maybe spotting Kriaz there. Absolutely would now. Both players trying to make their presence known. One from long, one from sight. The wall bang from Sparrow not working out. With that bomb set down, the retake is a slog, but the headshot not quite connecting, just delaying the time. Kriaz has got it covered. Finest will double down, but 3 casualties, and what could have been a very close round, very narrowly avoided here by the T side.
That's another one of ridiculous situations coming through. They make it so close, and it was, of course, an eco buy, well, a forced buy coming out from the CT side, but that is just so many players lost, and right at the edge of getting knocked down a peg as well. I mean, these two teams are definitely bringing their best at the moment. Quick aggressive move underpass. Sparrow will be there for the quick flank, but they already are running in towards that B bomb side. Soba with the USP will find a kill. Actually, it's Goofy that finds the kill regardless, and Annika's with the Mac Daddy looking to rake in all the remaining money that is available to him. With Sparrow still... Oh, he had a Zeus, that's why he didn't move inside low tunnels. I was thinking he's going to go for that quick flank play, but the Zeus also a nice way to hopefully get a nice free kill. Though doubtful that they'll be running right into his loving arms.
Just want to hear the scream, mate. Don't think it's happening, but would be ideal. Just the one. We haven't seen a Zeus all series, so would have been nice, but no, the finishing touch to the finest third is Twist picking up the headshot onto Sparrow, and it's a 4-buy for the CT side heading into round 5. 3-1 the scoreline. A one-sided affair for Wisla Krakow on Inferno. Might just be their downfall. Overpass was a little closer, but a definitive first half from Finest was the start of it. So let's have a little chat while this timeout goes on. Finest, they really need to up their game from Inferno. So far, so good, but we know this is a marathon, not a sprint. And with a map that has so much on the line, playoffs on the line, maybe this is just a time to get everyone hyped up. You can see everyone clapping. Anarquez is
too
getting
much
later
light in
the
his
evening.
room. That's the problem. I
Yeah.
see the sun is still up, so
No one's closing the blinds. I don't know what's going on, but here we go. Kriaz having a little chat. Everyone just, you know, being a bit vocal here. We can see Finest just probably going to be saying, do you know what? What's the strategy heading into this round? What is the game plan? I for
Plus
one.
is having a complete DJ session in his own
Yeah, I was going to
room.
say. Do you remember that clip of that guy that live streamed, and like every time he got a kill on Warzone, it was like the lights and like, the
Oh,
pyro
yeah, I remember that guy. That must be, like, I can't handle
Imagine
that.
we had that on like a player cam. Like, I don't know the rules of the player cams. I can imagine they are quite strict when it comes to professional match play, but I would love just to have a mess around and have a good time. I remember I played one show match where they required my camera, and I streamed the game behind me. So I had my green screen down, and like I had my
remember
POV
watching
behind
that.
me.
Indeed,
Exactly. So why can't we have more fun with the player cams? And you know, maybe next Pinnacle Cup, there's an investment into pyrotechnics made by a team, where everyone at boot camp and like, you know, every time we win a series, we see like a team celebration, like we do in football or soccer for the Americans.
Yeah, and then you hear about a tragic story about a CSGO team that just got stuck in a massive house fire.
Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe not the pyrotechnics, but it would be cool to see something like that.
You probably need a professional for stuff like that, but you know, LEDs are cheap. And there's probably some programs out there that let you go ham every single time you get a kill in CSGO. So they are going to go for the mid to B split. And just in the nick of time, they rush further forward. Can they push it down? Sparrow gets 2 kills already. And will be found out by Annika's in trade. But it's a 3-on-3. Kriaz and Twist pretty low in HP. But the bomb is planted and the retake is on. Kriaz aggressively positioned with the AWP as well. Will be able to add another kill to the tally. Finest looking to make it 4 because retaking it from this point on is pretty close to suicide. Snatchy doesn't even have armor to work with. They don't have kits. No chance, no way, Jose.
Well, time ticking away. No chance for Wisla to make this retake work. So Finest up to 4. The T side of Dust 2 looking pretty good out the gates. I wish we had seen this maybe a little more on Inferno, because they had a very dire T side, but this is looking a lot more comfortable, a lot more like them. With a 4-1 lead, Wisla Krakow going to be in a bit of a financial pickle. Jekka and Snatchy saving the weapons, but everyone else, this isn't exactly the the prime time to be investing in the rifle. Snatchy's going to have the AWP, which can only guess the M4 dropped at the end of that round. And they go for a half buy around it. So with these two saved weapons, they're going to have to do a lot of work in this one.
They need Snatchy on that AWP. He's been absolutely performing like a beast in this series in general. I would say Wisla star performer of this so far. If they would manage to win it, he would be the MVP in my book. Sharks does open up the round though by getting rid of Jedker. That is an M4 that is retrievable at the very least for Goofy, but they're going to head out towards A long. And they need Snatchy's AWP if they want to defend it. But there's so much utility on the T side, and CT only have one smoke on Goofy. So it's going to be very rough to really be able to defend the A site if they use their utility accordingly on that. Okay, CT side, the spray comes out, find a random kill through the smoke. And they're just trying to go for a peek over the smoke, but they're being held back. And now there's also a gun to be possibly retrieved. This is getting a little bit scary for the side of Finest. That A site really is not their favorite place to go.
Doesn't seem to be. Oh, Goofy. It's a double kill on long. And he's going to make it a triple as well. Pleasant left alone. And we talked about the two save weapons being the only weapons that they have in this round. But Goofy's M4 seems to be enough. The long play shut down. And it's heroics from Goofy looking for the ace. The AWP of Pleasant. And a Tech 9 as the sidearm is all that he has to work with. Okay, sure, there's a molly and a flash. But as he chucks the sniper rifle out, you can only think he knows this round is lost as well. Diving back towards Pick to try and scoop up the AK. Wants the Tech 9 as well. Rumbu's coming across. Snatchy's got the last. And it is Wisla Krakow to a second.
Goofy gets a quad kill. And he had no armor. He picked up the M4 from his cold, dead teammate's corpse. And he just makes it work. Destroys, especially the second player that got killed there in pit. That was beautiful. Like that flick. Here, of course, he gets killed. Now, boom, dead. That headshot onto Twist was nuts. Make that a third for his trouble and just completely dominates it. And honestly, A-Long might just not be the place for Finest to take.
Well, 4-2 the scoreline. Finest losing. Probably the most embarrassing round of the lot. Let's see if there's any turnaround in this one. Twist. Will he expect the CTs to have gone through the smoke? Twist is read into the play anyway. Sparrow will catch out Kriaz, so the jump scare definitely there. Pleasant hits him with a leg shot. Jedker in middles line them both up. And Wisla Krakow to a third. It's shocker after shocker. Finest should have had a good position, but one defect in the armor, it seems, has cost them the round entirely. What a dramatic turn and what a downfall. That is horrific to see. That should have been a round in favor of Finest, no questions asked.
Finest, they're currently struggling completely on their T side, which is expectable. I mean, they already have 4 rounds, which is a big plus. If they make out 6, you're sitting comfortably for the rest of the half. But regardless, it is not where they really realistically want to be now, with only a couple of pistols and that Twist AK being all they've got. There's an AWP from Snatch. He gets flashed off, but he's got backup from Sobol crossing into mid. It is going to be Pleasant immediately dealt with for a first kill in the round in favor of Wisla Krakow, while a short play will ensue, and that's where Jedker needs to be prime and ready to deny any push down forward. He does manage to find himself 2, and Sobol shuts it down with the remaining 2 kills secured. That is going to be Finest tying it up, Wisla tying it up back to a 4-on-4, and now the odds over at Pinnacle shift the opposite direction.
Yes, it is very much the coin flip right now. The third and final map, an interesting one. I don't know what to say, man. It's a crazy, crazy turn of events. For all, Pleasant will get flashed. Doesn't stop him getting 1. Goofy as well, trying to take face. They will give him the space to retreat. Pleasant going for the jump spot. If it was just a normal swing, They would have found the kills anyway. But now Wisla Krakow, they've got themselves a 4-on-5 to work back from. A double AWP setup though here, DK Truman. So entirely manageable here for this CC side.
Yeah, it's doable, but they've had struggles taking that A long control previously. And yeah, Goofy's just hoping that he gets some more blind smoke sprays the entire way through. Which has been pretty much the biggest plus for Wisla. Honestly, in the series, their smoke sprays have been pretty phenomenal. There's the execute attempt out towards long, but they all hug the wall, so it's easy one way. However, it can get done the opposite direction. Gets the kill secured. There seems to be a gap in the smoke. There's a huge fat gap in the smoke.
Yes.
This Snatchy with the AWP finding it first. Make that a second. Okay, let's go. Snatchy going ham on the op. Shox tries to push through. Denied. 1v2. Anikas has to go up against two oppers. Snatchy's going for the peak, misses the flick, but Anikas, he gets a lot of ground on long, but does he expect to play towards short? No, he does not. He still hits Snatchy. Regardless, there is Sparrow as the secondary. Wisla take the round, but jeez, what are they making it incredibly enticing here?
Crazy. I don't know what's happened, but that is a big turnaround. Snatchy's AWP doing wonders on the upper side. And well, 5-4 the scoreline. Wisla Krakow only looking to improve as Finest deduct themselves to just the pistol half bite. Let's see what they can do in round 10. The last time it was like this, it was the second round, and they won from the eco standpoint with a B rush. So it's looking to be the same here. Finest committing all of their players and all of their resources towards the B bomb site. Sparrow's AWP going aggressive, holding a very tight angle, but it's one in which, should anyone walk into, they will be losing out on greatly. The nades will be dropped in, missed shot from Sparrow, and now they can start to pressure in, but the AWP's found a collateral. It's big damage. Jack has found one, Sobol's double, and it's a mop up towards B. Wisla Krakow for a 6.
Yeah, that's a nice quick rundown of the Wisla Krakow side. Finest have lost 5 rounds in a row right now. They're losing complete control over this game. AWP again in the hands of Anikas, and Finest call a timeout. I think that's definitely a worthwhile decision, because you are losing complete grip of the situation. This is, of course, the last map that decides which of these two teams will advance on towards the playoffs, which team will get eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup IV.
Well, you can see the chat coming in from the Wisla players. This looks like it's midday where they are. I was going to say, it's looking like, you know, light as hell where they are. Pretty cool backgrounds as well. I'm quite jealous. You seeing all this silverware behind them as well? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, I got these prizes. Where I've never won stuff. Well, actually, that's a lie. I was a champion once with football back in the day.
Ah.
Once.
Yes, year 6 me was like part of the school football team. That's what I won, mate. That was, you know, match of the day or player of the day, whatever it's called. You know, that was me.
Did you
that
also
was
get
me.
participation ribbons?
Oh, of course, man, of course. Why? What is life if you don't? That's the question. No participation medals or ribbons given to either of these players, or either of these teams, I should say. Both of them looking to make things work and make the playoff stage. Wisla Krakow, the closer teams, only 10 rounds away from making it work. And a great start to deduct it down to 9. Snatchy's caught off twist.
Yeah, nice boost play towards short, and that is something that they did not really 100% immediately expect. So they didn't throw a flash to make that peak possible, which some teams tend to go for. Anikas, though, dropping Snatchy in mid. And that means that Goofy needs to take over his teammate's position, but it's going to be a short push. Edgar falls back from the angle, throwing a nade that does at the very least a decent amount of damage, but all 4 Finest players are towards short. They can still rotate around if they so please. B is completely abandoned, though. They are banking on that this is going to be an A take, and if if Finest knew what was up, they would have probably rushed the complete opposite direction.
20 seconds remain. Finest leaving it to the final moments. It's an execute towards short and a counter nade that's done wonderful damage. Leg shots for a few players required, but a missed one from Sparrow. Bombs dropped by Jedka. There's 12 seconds left. They've got no time as they walk right into the crossfire. And Wisla Krakow up to second. It's another round. It's another chance blown by Finest. And it is another horrific story to be telling as the odds over at Pinnacle basically concluding this game. 7-4 the scoreline, but it's 6 in a row. It's another bye, and it's another half bye for Finest. And it's another round in which it looks to be going the CT's way. Wisla Krakow continuing to perform.
That's a phenomenal performance from Wisla Krakow. Finest, they knew exactly what Finest were going to do. They weren't going to rotate away. We haven't seen many fakes in this series, if any, so far. So if they head one direction, you pretty much expect them to head that and continue forward. So they rotated everyone away from B and just made it easy to defend A. I mean, easy is a little bit of an exaggeration, but they do make it look very easy. Every single time you see Finest peeking around the corner, they just get evaporated with quick headshots coming through. Snatchy, though, the flash gets him off the angle, but he hits the shot regardless. Okay, Snatchy, you know, styling on his opponents right now. It's one man left standing. Actually, never mind. I'll rectify that. No one on the side of Wisla loses his life, and Finest lose everything.
Well, Finest to take a timeout, think things through. Another 30-second pause to reevaluate. And well, it is going to be a bit of a difficult situation in general. Round 13, Finest could be losing out 11-4, and if they do, it might just be a shut book. We know what it's like for even a momentum game on the CT side. It has been a very difficult situation, and I mean Snatchy, beautiful stuff. A triple with the AWP. He has been influential. 12-7 he stands heading out of that round. As well, we get things back underway. Round 13 is a full buy here for the T side. Finest desperately need to piece together a couple of rounds here to at least survive heading onto that CT side, and they take another pause just to talk things through.
Snatchy so far in the previous two maps has had combined a score of 45-35. That pretty much tells you enough how much of an impact he has been for his team. He has been absolutely carrying them hard. Even on the first map where his entire team got decimated, he has been standing up on top of everything. 100 ADR, 100.3 ADR in the first two maps as well. That is some god performance coming out from him.
Absolutely. Crazy to see what's happening right now. An unreal performance. It's looking pretty good. It is looking very, very good here for Wisla Krakow. They will be tested towards long, and well, Kriaz, he'll find the first. A double for Goofy, looking for 3 shots to trade. It's now a 3-on-3. Looking quite promising here for Finest. One of the more competitive rounds they've had on the T side, but they've got to be careful. Sparrow's holding close. Snatchy getting aggressive. And this is the most unconventional push of the lot. Shox might not even anticipate that an AWP's going to come creeping round this corner.
He's slowly walking in, and he still hits the shot. Shox gets overwhelmed, and a man advantage back in favor of Wisla Krakow. They're just hitting their shots, and honestly, Snatchy's hitting everything like he's a beast. Annika's going to go for the duel in mid. And there it is. Snatchy drops the bomb out in no man's land. And that should be the round secured again by Snatchy.
Unreal. Well, being pushing in. Snatchy, yeah, he's got it covered. Another triple kill. 15-7. Heading into number 14. Wisla Krakow. They are running away with Dust 2. And although I wish I wasn't being correct in my prediction in saying that whoever gets the CT start, and you said it right in the break when we were just chatting, the CT side seems to be the best side for no matter where you want to go. Finest, T side of Dust 2 didn't work out, T side of Inferno didn't work out, their CT side of Overpass, a map where you want to talk about a conventional best of 3, they had zero business in winning. They ran right through that Wisla Krakow side, and unfortunately now the Counter-Strike needs to be upgraded at a higher level. If it isn't, Wisla Krakow might just be walking away with a spot in the playoff stage.
Well, they are definitely looking absolutely superb here on their CT side. But Finest, you know, if they need the next 2 rounds, 9-6 score line, you swap sides, you get the CT advantage. I can see prime time opportunity for the Finest comeback. The fact that they got 4 rounds so early on was a blessing for them, considering how hard it has been to be able to breach anything. 8 rounds consecutively for Wisla Krakow. That is how dominant they are. And a lot of these rounds aren't even close. I mean, Sparrow 13k, Snatchy 12k, Sobel 10k. That paints the entire story they've been dealing with. Sparrow hits the shot. There's going to be some help needed. Goes for another peek, but that's when he peeks a little bit too much. Long range, Goofy out towards A-Long. He's going to go for the tap fight, but Anakas and Shocks both get a kill apiece. Now it's on Sobel, and of course the God Snatchy himself. He's coming up through short. Sobel gets another kill secured, but Shocks close range. Snatchy fake flash with an op? Question mark? I don't know what that was.
Yeah. I guess it's as good as mine, mate. Round 15, the last of the half. Finest up to 5. But it still could be a 10-5 half. It still could be that one-sided CT side affair. If it goes 9-6, there is every opportunity for either side to be winning this game. But Wisla Krakow, I would say, need this last to secure a very, very solid lead heading into that side. Beautiful wall bang. I think 2 for 1, right? Through the doors.
Yeah, but no kill. Sad.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and Sparrow might just be in a position to capitalize. 11 points of health doesn't sway him away from going aggressive. Plessen caught out early, and Wisla Krakow 5-on-4.
Yeah, they started off with a nice wallbang double tag, but unfortunately it's not enough to secure the kill. Now Sobel towards that B bomb site. Needs to be careful of the push coming through. A little bit of random spam tends to be very advantageous. Will they even check the corners? The flash blinds Kreos, and no one checking the angle. Hello, 1-2. Actually, that's Snatchy coming in from no man's land. Gets himself 2 kills. It's Sobel completely alone, and yeah, Snatchy is a beast. He's an absolute monster.
18-8 in the first half. Wisla Krakow up by 5. Heading on to the T side. It is going to be humble beginnings for them. I think it'll have to be a B play. There's no way you take locks towards long, I'll tell you that. And with these spawns, I would be very surprised if they do look towards the A site in any demeanour. Wisla Krakow, 6 rounds away from the playoff stage. For Finest, it's a bit of a comeback required, as they are now on the CT side. It is definitely manageable. Can they get it done?
That is a pretty important question you are asking there. It's a rush up mid by Wisla Krakow. That is hyper aggression coming through for that pounce from behind. They're completely scurried towards that A long position, long range. Kreos with the USP, he's finding the headshots. And well, you did mention a very important aspect of running A long with Glocks tends to not be the most advantageous of positions to head as a terrorist. I can see exactly why.
Wow. Very nicely done. Finest will pick up the pistol. Heads are rolling. They are feeling very in touch right now. As well, they are now heading into round 17. A chance for them to close that gap even more. It's going to have to be an eco for the T side. And I'm guessing that means a 7th on the board here for Finest. But from there, Mr. Trimmin, this half, this series, this entire series, dependent, I feel like, on round 18, where the full buy comes in for Wisla Krakow. If they can get off on the right foot and shut down Finest from the get-go, I would say this series, well, the map, and in turn the series, very much over.
Well, Kreos long range, trying to find those catches onto the Glocks. They don't have much on the terrorist side, so it should be easy cleaning. Does still lose his life in the process, though. But it is going to be a 7-10 scoreline with Finest, of course, on the CT side. Those odds are looking actually pretty juicy. And, you know, for CT side's favor here, 2.50 9 for Finest. I wouldn't mind dipping my toes into that pool.
Yeah, agree. I think for either side of the coin, this is quite respectable. It's a tight third game, no doubt about it. And round 18, it's going to be a very interesting one to see. Can they make things work? Kriaz aggressive, very aggressive as he finds a double. Shock's low HP. That's the B side of the map, completely shuts out. The initiative taken by Finest is one of some pedigree. As now, it is looking very juicy. Anarkez a third, and it is very, very nice.
Yeah, they just have bomb control up towards short as well. They get themselves a couple of AK upgrades in the process. Sparrow's footsteps are being heard. He burned in the molly. Nice kill from Jedka to at least make it hurt a little bit more for the CT side, but nonetheless, it's rough to make it happen with the amount of damage they have sustained. Sparrow even an extra nade on top, down to 20 HP. Around the corner is Twist, but he will be immediately dealt with. Long range Shocks has a AK. Sorry, that's Krails. I thought it was Shock. Nonetheless, he gets surprised out A-long, and the last remaining player for the terrorists is going to be Yedker. Only has a one-way smoke. Actually, throws out the flash, crosses through, but the bomb's position is pretty rough to beat. And indeed, Pleasant will be able to find a nice kill to secure the round. Finest on 8, and it breaks Wisla's chances here because they're going to be forced on towards an eco. And this game is definitely not done just yet. Finest on their road to recovery.
Well, here we are. Round 19, as you said. The road to recovery absolutely on. See what they can get done here and now. Number 19. It's a big opportunity, and it's an even bigger one taken by Kriaz. Shocks to follow up as well. Twice in a row they've gone for the fast lower play, and twice it's worked out. They are looking pretty confident here. Twist tapping away with the USP M4. Not quite claiming Jedka's soul. Will be left on 2 points of health. The Tech 9 to take him down. A couple of kills here on the half buy for Wisla Krakow, but more importantly, Finest themselves up to a 9th, closing that gap down to 1. Boy, oh boy, do we have a map 3 on our hands.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot here, Wisla Krakow. T-side, rough indeed. The flash comes out, though. I think Krios dodges both of them, gets a kill, makes that easy peasy money in his bank account. And it is 1 round separating the two teams. However, we get to see Snatchy on the AWP on the T side versus Anakas and Pleasant going for the double op CT side setup. So they're trying to make sure that Pleasant can at least start playing the game as well, because he is really struggling in this map.
Yes. Well, utility being dropped in. Oh, Snatchy, man, that is whiskers away. Obviously, they don't get the X-ray like we do, but he will be kicking himself. Position. Yeah, this is big. He's so aggressive. Sobol's caught in this corner. Anarkez, he'll take the wider angle. There is a man to the... Oh, no, the timing. And he's even going to get spammed out. Low HP. Sparrow letting him slip, though. Anarkez up close. Pleasant's got him covered, but Snatchy with a wall bang. It's a 4-on-4. What on earth has just happened towards middle?
That was a little bit of mayhem coming through. Somehow he magically gets out, and somehow he does not. Shocks very close to go for the peak against Goofy. Both of them pretty much expecting the enemy on the other angle. Shocks pushes in the moment he hears that pop coming out, and he does manage to make it a man advantage for Finest again. The push towards A long is coming in. Wisla still 55 seconds left, so they have time to adjust, but they pretty much give away all map control. Krail's missed shot. This is a problem because both the oppers are in CT right now, so defending the site's going to be pretty rough. Crossing through, they managed to get themselves on site, and that should be the bomb plant with a 4-on-3 retake to be coming through momentarily.
Both teams a chance to make this one work. And well, the time ticking away. Finest want to get a move on. A third of the bomb's already been ticking away. Looking pretty good here for the retake. The smoke's giving them some cover, but it's only temporary because Sobol's got the first. Up close to second, and another kill coming. Sobol with a triple, and that's it. Wisla Krakow on the board. Their T side finally breaking the curse. And while they are one step closer to victory, 5 out from winning, but more importantly, it's 5 away from making playoffs.
Yeah, they're so very far and yet also very close right now, especially considering the economy of the CT side so busted. Shocks with a scout, the rest of the team not really buying anything behind it. But Sobel, big play coming out, catching himself the triple, and that is something Wisla desperately needed because, again, losing grip of the game. It happens for both these teams. Now it's long range, the scout versus the AWP from Snatchy. Gotta hit that headshot, but they're already crossed in close to the side. Snatchy gets an opener on the Shocks. The rest of the team's only on a couple of pistols. Not much to work with for the CT side. Run and gun is the name of the game, and that's going to put Wisla on to 12.
The Eagle can't do anything from Pleasant. It's 12 for Wisla Krakow. It's now down to 4. The chase is on for Finest as they themselves invest into the rifles and what needs to be a pitch-perfect round. Heading into number 22. If they lose this round, it does feel like this series is all but done. And so for Finest, it is crunch time. They've got to get it working. They've got to make sure they get this round in their name.
The boost play, but it gets red. Anarchus gets rid of Snatchy at the start of the round, and that's a huge kill to take immediately going forward. Look at Edgar, he's just running forward past the smoke, no fear whatsoever. Chris gets a kill, still lurking about behind the, well, cardboard box that is the car. Because I don't even think it soaks any bullets.
No, it hurts, it hurts. Sitting behind it and getting shot at you. It does hurt. It does very much hurt. And well, round 22, minute and 15 on the clock. It is crunch time here for Wisla Krakow in a 3-on-5. They've got to make things work if they want to have a chance of making it 13 and denying that CT side of every bit of economy. But 4 players positioned towards A, meaning that no matter what the situation is, it's going to be a difficult one. An uphill battle taken. T-side going to get a bit of a boost over the top, looking for a kill towards that get right angle. Twist will have it covered. Gandalf still ready, primed to go. Goofy take a little bit of a tick to the molly, and that'll let him know he's up close and personal. Twist already spamming through the smoke. 40 seconds left of this round, and in a 2-on-5, this does feel all but finished as the remaining Finest players looking to seep up these couple of kills. Twister's got Goofy, and Sparrow against 5. Looking to get 1, will claim the first. A second, it's too far to the left, just out of sight of the scope. Doesn't matter anyway, 25 seconds left. No chance of winning this one.
Yeah, they're completely surrounding him as well, Sparrow, with the AWP. What will he do? Will he try to just quickly die? He's going for any possible duels, but needs to be careful. The timer, of course, doesn't want to die after the timer. Actually, he's... Okay. Last one is around the corner. He knows where Sharks is. He's hunting, but... He's 1 HP. He gets a 4 kill with the op. What the frick is going on? I just... okay.
Yes, I don't know, man. I don't know.
This entire
You're dead right.
third game is just weird.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? It is a very, very strange start. And well, very nicely done from Wisla Krakow to find these exits in the form of Sparrow. I don't know how on earth he's plucking these people apart like that, but of course it doesn't change the result of the round. It's 10-12. Finest one step closer to catching up and tying the game for the T side. They take that 30-second breather, the money a little bit all over the place here, DK Truman. So they've got to figure things out for themselves.
That round cost them so much on the CT side. Money that they really didn't even have. Like they are running kind of on fumes at the moment. And a 5-on-1 ends with 4 of them dying. Ouch.
Ooh,
Luckily enough, they didn't lose the round, because that would have been even worse. Oh my god, that would have been horrid. As you can see, 2 MP9s for the Finest side. A quick rush out, a long coming in. And Chris needs to be careful, because he doesn't really have any long-range weaponry with him for these duels. It is Twist on the site to help him out if they are going to continue the push. But yeah, I definitely... That previous round could cost them the entire game. If they lose this round right now, they are broke. They have nothing to work with. And at that point, Wisla to clean it up.
12-10 and 1:15 on the clock. Wisla Krakow looking to cut ties with any chances of Finest winning this game. As the minute mark approaches, they look towards long once more. It's going to be the fast smokes. They're not going for the lineups. They're not going for the long-winded approach. They are going for the here and now. They are going for the push and twist on the back of the side through the smoke. He's got his goggles on and will find the first. He's going to dip into his smoke as well to try and survive. But Goofy's got the trade, so it is a 4-on-4 turn negative for the Wisla Krakow side. It's Pleston's MP9 to pick up another Koreas, getting a boost over the top. And they are just peppering apart these T players as it's just Snatchy left. A 1-on-4 required and a nice first shot, but with 30 seconds left, the CT shall swarm and Finest will take 11, closing the gap even further.
Well, they are one round separating these two teams. The T economy is now the one that is not in a very comfortable spot, and they keep 3 alive. Double op setup again for the CT end of Finest, and they are taking us all the way through to those last closing rounds. And I'm holding my heart right now for Wisla Krakow, especially after their first half performance. Annika's through the smoke, drops Sparrow in suicide, and there's a reason they call it that, because he just ran right into that bullet. Taken down, rushing towards the B-bomb side. Pleston gets it first, swaps to the USP. Annika's is there as backup, and so is Shocks, with only Snatchy left standing, Tech 9 in hand, and the round looks pretty much over, doesn't it, Retro?
Unreal times. It is looking good. Nice shot from Snatchy at least to find one more. But it is a difficult round for him to be winning. The damage is good. Bomb at least in the hands of the CT, so they know they don't have to go hunting for this kill. They know at one point or another if Snatchy wants to win it, he will have to make the approach from somewhere, and it is going to be from lower tunnels towards middle. Already reading into these players in Arquez, and his AWP primed and ready to go. It's a 12th on the board for Finest. We're tied up heading into number 25. It is 12 all, and while steps closer to winning this game, Finest stand 3 in a row, 7 out of 9 on this CT side. It really does seem to be the CT game working out for both teams.
Yeah, it's looking pretty interesting at the very least. Snatchy hasn't been able to continue his stride from the previous half, whereas Annika's has started completely waking up and going ham. Shocks again with his aggressive lower tunnel push. They already find Snatchy as a first, and Shocks, every single time he goes for the lower tunnel push, he gets a double kill. Every freaking time. And Wisla Krakow, with not even 30 seconds into the round, they've lost 3 players. 4.
And Arquez, yeah, finding the 4th, all down to Jedcut, 1 on 5. And the T side off to a good start, starting to fizzle out. As Jedka now a hell of a task on his hands, and he will fall at the first hurdle. And Arquez's AWP to claim his 2nd in the round, his 22nd of the game. But more importantly, Finest 13th, taking the lead here. The first time in quite a while. And as he said, Shocks towards lower tunnels has been nothing but perfect. A double kill again. His 3rd time pushing, and his 3rd time walking away not only with his life, but a 5-on-3 for his team.
4 Tech 9s and a CZ for Sobol is all they've got. They're going to go for, it seems to be a quick rush up short. And around the corner it is Twist. Drops the bomb, has the info. 3, 4, and looking for the ace. Sparrow is the last one left standing. He's right next to the doors in mid. But that's easy. Does it for Twist. Will he check the angle correctly? Spots out Sparrow, gets the ace.
Lovely.
Thank you very much. Very cleanly done. Killing 4 people with 1 mag on the M4A1S is still remarkably tough.
And the rest, man. And the rest. It's, was it you the 1 mag you said, right? As well.
Yeah.
So, cheeky. 25 bullets for 5 kills, and considering not all of them were headshots, does get a little harder, but a very nice job. 14-12. The odds over at Pinnacle looking sublime. And well, you can see the ace once more. Twist just doing God's work on short. A very nice round from him. And ultimately finding the ace. Into this round we head though. I'm wondering if we've missed any action. It was a fairly fast round, and Snatchy, well, he's found the opener. 5-on-4. Finest, for the first time in quite a while, do they find themselves a man down?
Oh, and they're just walking out mid. This might not be expected. Long range Sparrow takes on Twist. It's beat completely alone. Shocks needs help quickly, but it's not going to come anytime soon. He's completely stuck as well. Trying to dance around the area. Still finds 2 kills. But with Snatchy dropping Kriyas, it's going to be all on to Pleasant, running through the smoke with an AWP in his hand, hoping to be the hero that his team needs. But unfortunately, his entire team and him have fallen. Snatchy, triple kill secured. Honestly, by far the best performer in this series today.
We are coming down to the final wire here on Dust 2. Both sides looking to win. Both sides looking to get playoffs. If you've only just joined us from home, you will be quick to understand this map is the difference maker between playoffs or not. Shocks again fast towards lower, but does actually make things work. Only for the single though.
But it is Snatchy.
It is Snatchy indeed. He has been a vital, vital man. As you can see, 26-19. He has been an unreal lights-out performer here on Dust 2. So a big blow for the T side early on. A 4-on-4 situation doesn't benefit the T side. And for Wisla Krakow now, it's just about calculating the approach. Where do they want to go next?
They are slowly but surely grouping up to hit that, I think, B side. Or are they going to head up towards short, where there are 3... CTs lying in wait. Again, the B-bomb site only has Pleasant to defend it with his op, and Anika's is a dangerous tool to deal with because, of course, you don't have Snatchy for that opener. The molly delays any possible push, and Wisla, they have set their eyes on short, which is currently only Anika's there to defend it. So if they manage to get that immediate headshot, they can open up the site completely. They still have plenty of utility as well. 30 seconds left. The flash comes out. Nice nade to lower the tees, but Anika's, of course, he hits the immediate first shot, looking for a second. He's holding the line. He's holding it hard. He's holding it strong. And Sobol, the last one left. The flash blinds Anika's, though, before he can respond. Sobol is all on his lonesome and won't be able to double up. It is going to be the round picked up by Finest, and they're on map. And with that, of course, series points to qualify for the playoffs, which, of course, will be played after the major.
Yes. Exciting times. Anarchez, what a picturesque round from him. Beautiful second shot and a third shot as well. Brilliant. Kriyas trolling a little bit. The flashbang probably wasn't needed. You have an AWP, you know, you can hold the angles piece by piece. And well, round 29 might just be the last. Anarchez fast towards middle, but a missed shot from the AWPer forces him away. And he's got to be careful from lower tunnels. But Sparrow finds the kill. Just denying everything through the smoke. And a 5-on-4 in favor of the T side. Maybe they've got a bit of hope for them. Light at the end of the tunnel for sure.
Yeah, that was very cheeky right there. That was a big attempt. Does get very quickly denied, and loses life. Blasted with the op timing shot, perfect on the mark again. Snatchy taken out of the running, and both oppers are down for the count. Will they be able to at least crawl their way towards that A side? Twist doesn't spot them crossing in. Now he has spotted the heads peeking through. Does, of course, have an M4 against AK, so the peek, and he will be domed immediately. Trails from A-Long rushing in to try and help on the retake. CT side have enough money for a buy into the next round no matter what happens. And an AWP even able to be afforded. Did Pleasant just actually try to go for the jump off?
2-on-4 though. 2-on-4 though.
What?
And Kriyas has found 2. The jumping AWP might have been troll. There's a 2-on-2 scenario. Sparrow naded down low. Shocks has found the 3rd. And Sobol standing between playoffs for Finest. And another round on Dust 2.
What?
And while he's found the 1st, he's not good for 2. And Wisla Krakow lose 16-13. And Finest guaranteeing themselves a place in playoffs. And you can see the hype, the happiness on Kriyas, and it's shared for the rest of Finest because they themselves know that was a hard slog. They should have had it on Inferno, their map pick. It was disappointing for them, but they made it work, and they found themselves a place in the top 8 for playoffs. Well, top 12 if you count the invite, but it's a brilliant day for Finest, but bittersweet for Wisla Krakow as they lose out on this series, and in turn it's 2-3 and they will not get a shot to play in the playoff stage. DK Truman, it was a 2-on-4, and Wisla Krakow, they had the chance, they didn't take it.
I know they had definitely the chance there to try and get it closed out, especially like Pleasant going for the jump up in that scenario. Still a 4-on-2, they managed to make it work, and beautiful stuff. Finest take the series, and in a sense, you know, I was correct, you were correct, we were both correct in the end, in at least some degree, but nonetheless, it is a solid performance coming up from Finest. But honest to God, Snatchy, superb performance from him, absolutely by far the best performer in the server today. But nonetheless, it was not enough to get Wisla Krakow in towards the playoffs. And Finest have advanced on as well with -5 round advantage going in towards the playoffs. So together with Isurus, the only teams that have lost more rounds than that they have won, and still making it all the way towards the playoffs. Where you can see the bracket immediately thrown up. Okay, that's pretty quickly.
We know the matchup: Spirit Finest, K23 Isurus, Gamer Legion SKADE, and Apeks versus ECSTATIC. And well, they obviously will go forward to join the playoff invited teams. Yet to be announced, but of course, between now and then, there is a major. So if you're a Counter-Strike fan, I don't think the production will hate me for saying it. Make sure to stick around to watch it, because it is one hell of a major, and some of these teams that we have involved actually did qualify for a major place. I'm looking at Spirit there, so yeah, interesting to see. Of course, DK Truman, unfortunately for us personally, that's it. We're done. We're dusted for the Pinnacle Cup IV until the end of May. So, yeah, unfortunate for us. But do you know what? A good day at Counter-Strike, and I don't think anyone can complain with how well it did. Have you got any more closing thoughts before we wrap up the show?
No, that's about it. I mean, great teams to see. I love to see that Isurus is going to make it towards the playoffs. I want to see how they progress forward as one of the newer South American teams. But looking forward to seeing also the announcement on what teams are going to be making it in towards the playoffs as well. The 4 invited teams, because if Team Spirit plays in the Swiss stage, what teams have they invited for the playoffs? Those teams are definitely going to be a pretty high caliber kind of team.
Maybe a Copenhagen Flames. That'd be my guess. That's my safe call. And Ents probably. Maybe not so much now. It depends how well they do in the major. We'll see, though, Mr. Truman. We'll see. That's up to the Pinnacle guys to announce and for us to speculate. But until then, have a good evening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the Counter-Strike today. Make sure to drop a follow here on the Twitch channel to not miss any more Counter-Strike. We're live basically every day, it feels like. So there's always Counter-Strike to be watched here in the Tier 2 scene. But from us and from all the casters and all the observers and all the producers, we thank you very much for joining us. And make sure to tune in after the major. The playoff stage starts here for the Pinnacle Cup IV. Until then, have a good night. Stay safe. And, well, have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.